Futures back in positive territory once again this morning, coming off a pretty impressive end to last week. We are awaiting the next kind of big inflation data or big inflation reading coming up tomorrow morning. Obviously, we'll get the CPI, August CPI. That's the latest and last reading on inflation ahead of the September Federal Reserve interest rate meeting coming up on the 20th and the 21st of this month. So all eyes on inflation. Tomorrow again, 8:30. Mark that down. Will be a market moving event. The market itself, though, coming off a pretty impressive performance last week. All three major U.S. indexes back in positive territory on the week. We had the Dow up 2.7%, the S&P 3.7%, and the NASDAQ led the way 4% to the upside on the week. Again, individual names pretty quiet here so far this morning, although we are seeing some relative strength back in the NASDAQ once again. We'll have a look at some of the big tech names coming up. Some individual crypto-related names also back in positive territory. BTC back above 22,000 for the first time in a couple of months. So some strength in block. 5% move for SQ on Friday. Ton to talk about. Let's get into it. It's Monday, September 12th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at some positive numbers to start off the week. We are off the highs here significantly. We've seen some of these numbers actually cut in half, including the NASDAQ there, 0.23 now. 0.3 for the S&P, the Dow 0.21. Everything else, so nicely higher, as I was mentioning there. Bitcoin, 4.7% back above 22,000, holding above 22,000 for the time being. As we get a nice bump in some of the individual equities related to crypto as well. Hey, we're back. It's all three back in action here this morning, guys. Good to see you both. Good to be back. Good to talk a little bit of market here this morning. That's kind of coming off, as I said, off the highs anyways.
Yeah, so it's going to be a big week. Good to have everyone back in their seats. Luca doing a fantastic job last week. And we get CPI, so it's going to be exciting. I'll tell you this much, and yes, I was filling in a big chair for you, but sitting in my own chair has been a bit of a challenge this morning. Because I'll tell you, I don't know if you sat in Luca's seat, Sean.
I did not.
Luca has a very interesting way of sitting in a chair. Like he had, like I'm telling you, like it's basically like this with his head facing it this far. Like he sits like this.
Yeah.
It's very leaning far a lot. So I managed to shift it around, but you know what you need? You need that button like you got in the car, which just automatically saves your chair, because I'll be adjusting it all day long, and I apologize in advance, Lucas and Fahad, if you're trying to center me on the camera. I haven't been able to get it right, so I'll figure it out.
You're perfectly centered right now.
Yeah, but I'm going to move my seat. My neck hurts, my back hurts. I'm old as hell. And I don't even want to talk about, football was great for the Bills, but our Survivor didn't really go all that well.
We didn't survive too much.
Man, we sucked.
We lost 7 of our 10 teams. People asking Brendan, why no tan? I don't know if I haven't gotten that close to Brendan yet. He looks a little more tan than. You know what? Yeah, you know what? You look as white as hell. Actually.
No, it's the lighting though.
This is me tanned. This is me tanned.
This is Brendan.
Sorry if that's disappointing.
That's some color.
There you go. I don't know. I spend like the weekend playing at baseball, and I come in looking like, I don't know. Okay. All right. I like it. How was your trip, though, Brendan? I mean, more importantly, who cares about the tan?
Amazing. We were on a Greek island for a week. Ate way too much. Drank probably way too much.
Give us your favorite food. Like, what was an item that you preferred?
I mean, we were on an island, so the fish was literally right off of a boat onto a grill. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
That's how
and it's just, you can live like a king. It's a great country. Go see Grace anywhere. It's an amazing country. Unbelievably hot, though. It was 36, 38 degrees like every day we were there, so I can't complain. But great trip. Glad to be back. Market's going to be interesting, though, ahead of tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. We were talking about that all last week.
It's going to be spicy tomorrow. We all know about that. But crypto, man. Crypto making power moves, man.
Crypto's making big-time power moves. We want to thank Luca. And I was saying this last week, it didn't seem like it was 6 days, but we haven't been together now, the three of us, for 6 days, and it's nice to be back. And yeah, look, I think the market's taking a little bit of a leg to the downside here. We still have that 12,600 level here on the NASDAQ that we like to be talking about quickly. So, I mean, Brendan, not to say that we want you to take more time off, but the NASDAQ was up 4% last week, which was an absolute monster move for the NASDAQ, for the S&P. And look, I've been sort of calling that it was time to maybe start to buy a little bit, but we didn't make that call till like Thursday, Friday of last week. And now, I don't know, I feel like you could slip back. This is the NASDAQ right there, this 12,600. I mean, you're not too high up right now. You were at what, 12,650? Yeah, 12,620 right now. So we're about to look a little lower, but that's 12,600. We'll see that. And then I think you got to hold this 12,500. So if we can hold 12,500 here, this is all last week. We'll see if we can get a little bit above that. And then that goes back to September 1st, August 30th, right there, this 12,600. So we're nicely above it. And I think the NASDAQ should be able to hold until we see what's coming through. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen with core CPI. Obviously, we know gas has come down, oil price, gas price at the pump, but that's not what it's all about, man. I mean, we talked about the rent and everything. That's not going anywhere, and it seems to be even getting more and more outsized. We had Raheem on. I guess Brendan didn't see that last week, but we had Raheem on talking all about real estate and some of those stocks, and those continue to be hot right now as well. So I don't know. I'm looking at AMD for some dip buys. The sticky note's out. NEO's on there as well. And then, of course, you led sort of with crypto as that's going crazy right now. 22.3, which just on Friday, I think it was like 18.5, 19, something like that. And then we woke up and NEO on Friday, we started with the same similar story. But Coinbase, yeah, that's another name here that is well above 80. That was a smash level for the long. We talked about that last week. Now you're well above 80 and cruising to the high side. I actually wrote down breaking 80 downside there, but if crypto holds up, then it's the 80s the long. But if we start to sniff out maybe a little fade here heading into the merge and things like that for Ethereum and maybe a little bit of a upsized move on Bitcoin, I don't think so. I think Bitcoin can go a lot higher, but it can also drop. So yeah, some interesting levels here today.
Yeah, first segment of the show, guys, brought to you by True Trading Group. As always, shout out to True Trading Group. We thank them once again for coming on this week. Check them out. QR code right there for you. Easy access. There's some metaverse talk going on this morning as well, and I'll explain. Here's the first note, though. Cowan out with a note on Roblox here, talking a little bit negatively about Roblox. It is down here pre-market. Some of these, I guess, ARC kind of names, if you want to call them that, were up huge at the end of the week last week as well. But metaverse-related names, there was a separate note on Chinese-related metaverse-related names as well that I'll get to in a second. But thoughts on Roblox here, guys?
Well, a $10 move in Roblox on the week last week. Like, it's just, you come in on Tuesday, it makes this bottom at 35.50, and it sold off big on Tuesday morning, and then just proceeded to rally day after day after day. And then when you get into this on a Monday in front of CPI with that note, like, my first gut reaction would be, okay, look at this 46. Maybe we want to be shorting in front of that. It needs to break that, or maybe even get back to like 42.5 before you'd find some support, previous resistance. It was just, there were so many names that are kind of like this coming in Monday morning where the runs were pretty spectacular. You got over about a 30% move there, like I said, bottom to top effectively on Roblox. A lot of times I see that's just a little bit too much going into CPI tomorrow, and I got to be thinking about a bit of a fade there. And look, if the note's going to be that they're a far way away from their metaverse universe, sort of being something for them, then maybe that's a catalyst. Maybe it's just a day before the CPI that'll cause us to have a little bit of jitters. But I like that resistance level. And one thing to consider, right? Like, one of the things we don't really talk about too much when it comes to the metaverse or crypto in general, like, interlopability is such a gigantic thing, and nobody solved in the metaverse until Like, until you can take who you are, what you are, and your wallet from one place to the other, and it's all interchangeable, then you just got these nice little pockets where everyone's trying to win, and who knows how that's going to be able to play out. So this is a long ways away from being something that I think we can really truly sink our teeth into for the pure upside that I think is obviously there with the metaverse, but there's just such a long ways to go here. I look at it's just it's too much. If we break 46 today, fair enough. I guess it could always run, but I just feel like you get to a high like this, and I'd rather be playing risk to reward. It just seems like there's a little bit more room to run off 46 to the downside than there would be on a breakout here.
Yeah, I think it's just a big move there, right? And I think that you got to be long Roblox. I think at some price. I just don't know if now is the right price. I'm long Roblox. I just feel like we had, my kids, we had Danielle's kids on, we had all the kids in the world are all playing Roblox. I think it has to be in your portfolio. I think it's too high of a price right now. It's a great platform, and I watch them play, and I have a Roblox account, so but I don't know. It's tricky. I think you just want to be in meta. I think all of this, if this can fall back down, you've seen the aggressive moves here. And again, our chart kind of looks silly because we don't have much on it with respect to meta. But, you're bumping right up against here. I think if you fall back and you want to just keep buying Facebook or meta down here, 155, 156, something like that at the bottom, I think will work. But it's just we're so far up in the last week. I told you we were 4% up in the market, almost 10% up in meta. If you take it that we were down at 156, well, I guess you're only at 169, so $13 on 15. Yeah, about 10% up or so on meta in that same time. So this is well bought, well aggressive when the market gets going. I like meta here. It's just a matter of prices have to fall back a little bit. I think it's very, very hard to say, you're looking for breakouts at this point. The market broke out last week, and then tomorrow you have a big print coming, which I think will be lower than expected. As I've said, something like it was 28 of the last 29 readings have been in favor of a bullish market. So I think it comes out like that tomorrow, whether or not it's as expected, like roughly in there. Is it going to be a little bit lower? We're going to find out where CPI comes, and then you have PPI after that. But yeah, as far as Roblox is concerned and Metaverse, I still think you like that. And honestly, the biggest play, I think anyways, in the Metaverse and what we're moving forward with is going to be the chips. So I think you got NVIDIA, you got AMD, Micron, Intel's, all this. Roblox needs to be played on a computer, right? And the higher the graphics requirements become for GPU and processing and all that, NVIDIA's, the quality of their chips, and now AMD's obviously in that space as well. If the Metaverse is going to be anything to begin with, everything's going to need to get powered by something. So I would look at SMH, the SOX, or just start to buy up some of these high quality chip names. No matter what the price is, you got to start to build a position somewhere. Now, if you think the market's going to go down from here, then yeah, NVIDIA and all these names are going to retest these lows of 130. But, why not start dipping your toes in some of these plays? This is going to be the future. Whether or not they figure it out in the next couple of years, I don't know. But, I think it's time to start dipping your toes in many of these names.
It's an interesting point in time, I guess, as far as the metaverse is concerned. Conveniently, guys, the CEO was just on CEO of Roblox was just on CNBC as well. Pretty good timing. JP Morgan. Here's the other note I was mentioning. JP Morgan talking very positively this morning about Tencent, NetEase, and Bilibili. So Tencent, pink sheet name, obviously, TCEHY. This NetEase and Bilibili, which we've talked about, traded many times on the show. Also on the metaverse angle. So JP Morgan taking a more Chinese approach to this whole idea.
Well, Bilibili didn't exactly have the greatest run post earnings. I've seen some movement on Gilead. Looks like it's on the move a little bit there, but Bilibili. That was ugly. It was Thursday, I want to say. Yeah, it was Thursday. It got absolutely destroyed on earnings. So if this is a way for it to possibly make a bid, it gets this note. Who knows? I just note that it's got a 19 bottom. And if that gets breached, there's some room to the downside on the daily. But you always look at this. I guess on Friday there was a bit of a dead cat bounce. It got back up through 20, but that's not that big of a move when you consider that's still the bottom end of the range. So if it keeps on holding 19, fair enough. For Bilibili here, I think that's kind of your line in the sand. Like, it showed us how ugly it was going to be on Thursday there with that drop. All said and done, it was about 22 to 19 bucks, so pretty significant fall to the downside there for Billy. That's the one I want to be watching this week, just because you have the level sort of set right there for you on that bit of a bottom. And JP Morgan, I think they're making an interesting call here, trying to pick out some Chinese names that they think could run. And really, when you think about one of the things we've been talking about the Chinese market, I guess, and everyone talks about it with Alibaba, but it goes across the board, whether it's Pinduoduo, is just from a sheer trust the numbers if you want, but valuation standpoint. Some of these names, they're kind of relatively cheap for the kind of growth that you might be able to get. And I think that's what they're going to be looking for. Now, yes, it's beaten up a heck of a lot, to be sure. I'm not sitting there saying I like the stock, but when you have a level like this, if we hold it at the open, then suddenly you've got yourself a decent risk to reward. I don't know if it can get too much past 20 because there's sellers there 2 days in a row, but if it bounced off 19 and you get 19.5, I mean, that's fantastic. You get 20, that's great. So that's the level I'll be watching for Billy.
Yeah, I just drew this little flag here for Alibaba. I mean, Alibaba here, just because looking at a Chinese name, you're touching out this bottom at 87 bucks, and then, the momentum is here on the side for this trend line coming back down. That's right now at 92. So you're looking to sort of take that out back up to the upside, touching the high of 126, touching the high of 100 there, and then, right here, I mean, these lines kind of draw themselves here. So, this pattern right here, looking to break back above right now. So I like this play. You're going to open up at $93. You're almost right there at 93, which is the level that we have to break. So I think my eyes are going to be on Alibaba a little bit with this sort of pattern. You can see how it's shaping down here. So there it is right here, down through. You're trying to base out. You're forming this tight little triangle here on the flag pattern. Put a flag there to reverse that way. And now we'll wait to see what happens here coming through. Nice little bottom of 87. We'll see if it can break a little bit higher here on Alibaba. But I think this is something that we got to look at. It's coiling up for sure, and it looks like it wants to break back above to the upside here. So, as different monetary policies continue all around the world, China obviously a much different one, same as Japan, than what we're looking at here in both Europe and in North America. So, maybe there is going to be some strength back here in the Asian markets, and it would be led, in my opinion, by an Alibaba, Billy, JD, Pinduoduo. You're seeing NEO break out. NEO's also on this level as well here today. So a couple good opportunities, I feel like, to look at the market, and Alibaba would be one of those names for me in the ADR space. But Tencent's a good one too there, Brendo.
All right, here's the note on Gilead. Gilead making a little bit of move here. It looks like a generic license agreement for one of their drugs just coming through for GILD. Also, this note, kind of interesting on Microsoft collaborating with, this is I think it's Swiss listed. It's not in the U.S. though, this Novo Nordisk. Microsoft teaming up with them on drug discovery using AI and big data. So, Microsoft not really moving on that. We'll touch on some of the big tech names coming up here, but wanted to mention this as well. One of the many things I read during my 10.5-hour flight back home yesterday, which was a long day anyways, was about what the Fed is going to do coming up September 20th and the 21st. If we get a print tomorrow, Sean, you were mentioning, it comes to the downside. If it's better than expected, lower than expected, what if the Fed still comes out with a full 75 basis point hike in the face of a lower CPI number? Here's 88% right now versus 12, suggesting that is exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think it's coming 75, 100%.
Yeah, they're going to do it.
I don't...
Even if the number's good, it's just at this point, like they've talked about how serious they are. Like all of the language last week that we got with multiple Fed members talking. We had Powell himself at the was it the Cato thing or whatever he was talking at. I forget the name.
That's right, because I busted out Cato Kalin, and Luca had no idea who that was. Nor did he know who Alyssa Milano was. So
that's worse.
Actually, I don't know what is worse. But shout out to Luca, who's in the building right now. He told me he's got on his Lucky Raptors sweater.
I saw that.
So nice. I was like, okay, so I get that it's lucky, but the Raptors are still a month away.
You got a haircut, right?
I got the side shaved here because I had to, keep up with you guys.
No, I knew myself.
King Fade is back in the building over there. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we gotta. That's the problem. Now we gotta compete with this guy. You know, that was the one
Always.
thing about Luca. Luca has the classic hair, man. It's just bang. It's right there. You know, so we gotta sort of compete with that. But yeah, thanks. Yeah, the haircut is here as well. But no. So what I think Neil's 100% right. All they keep talking about, Brainerd. She came out last week a little dovish. But you know what? The funny thing is, what about deflation? So the Fed was well behind the curve the first time and pretty much every single time, and now people saying that they're tightening into when they probably shouldn't, or sorry, raising when they probably shouldn't. So I even just saw here, even Elon Musk now saying, "Oh, rate hike risks deflation." Like, I mean, you can't get enough people talking about different things. So I just think you stay the course here, Brendan. The dot plot still exists. They're still following it. We'll see where it goes from here. If the number does come out, like if you get a good CPI and then a good PPI, you know, then I think it does apply pressure for the next meeting, which I don't think is until November, or do they have another one in October? So that's going to come through again, and I think it's that next raise, right? They still have the target funds rate. What was it, 3.25%, 4%? They still want to get inflation back down near that 2%. That's a puff pass. There's absolutely no way. Yo, what up, Jerome? There's absolutely no way that's coming through. 2% is not coming anytime soon. So if that's their target rate, they're going to have to blow it up like that and start to go down to 4. Like, I think, like, what if the next Fed speak, they sort of say that kind of stuff? Like, look, 2%, we understand that's where our target is, but we're sort of looking now at 3.5%, 4% maybe as inflation that we're happy to get to. Then the market is off to the races. So I still think there are some bull cases here. But I would still think, though, the risk, Brendan, is to the downside. I don't think these are great levels to put a lot of your money into, especially after such a big, huge run last week, especially after oil's still between $85 and $90. I think there's still a lot of risk globally. You know, Russia, we still have the fear of gas being shut off and oil supplies into Russia. I think that's a problem. I still think China's dangling carrots at the U.S. as far as Taiwan and things like that are going. So I don't have too many positive things to say, but a better CPI reading obviously would help us keep going to the north side. But if you look at it's not like we're not actually falling down. Like, what are we? We're back to what, May levels or something? So we sort of, you know, leveled off this summer. There were peaks and valleys and there were lots to be scared of. But if you just kind of close your eyes and then reopen them right now, you have like AMD at some levels that you might be okay with. Apple's back to 158, 160. You know, so there are things. Amazon's back to that 130 level. There are pockets, and even in industrial, let alone the oil names that a lot of people have been diversifying into. I feel like there are a lot of names that are pretty bad, but like don't look now, but Unity's back to some decent levels. Even some of your stocks, like we were talking about with DraftKings and other names like that, have started to sort of inch back up. And yeah, I don't think all is lost here. I mean, here's Unity down at the bottom was 30. We ripped up to 55, 56, and now you're settling down here around 40. So this is what I'm talking about. Here's all the summer, right? Ups and downs, lots of peaks and valleys, and then now we're trying to rest a little bit in the middle. But hey, look, the market is a living, breathing animal, and every day there's new things to trade. So I think that's the best part about it. And I just think that if you have a long-term horizon on the market, there are high-quality names. Google sub 110 I really like. We talked about Meta. I can understand why people might want to stay away from Meta. I mean, that they put a lot of risk into there. But what about the semis we've talked about? Even what about some of these autos, GM and Ford, I believe also at reasonable levels to go in there and buy. I know Neil's talked about Danaher, and there's been some good healthcare names that can be bought. UNH, like it's about diversifying. And I made fun of myself for holding sometimes 30, 40, 50 names in my portfolio. But all in all, when the dust settles, there is some sort of benefits to being diversified. Sometimes you might as well just buy an index, and that's
there's ETFs for everything.
That's what I think about myself. Like, why am I creating my own ETF? But hey, at the same time, part of it is fun.
Well, there's Vanguard and
Trader TV Live ETF.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, maybe that'll be
later
the
this
next
week.
one yet. Because that's the truth. Obviously, getting diversified makes a heck of a lot of sense. I just want to point one thing. We pull up the SPY on a daily chart and have a look to see where we're at. We all know how we bounced off 420. Okay, it's not really 420. It's like 430. I just wanted to say 420. But bounced off that 200-period moving average and then made a press to the downside. We're back above the 50. So the question becomes, like, are we able to get back and retest that high? The last time we had a significant lower high, it actually got broken, and then there was a bigger plunge. So we haven't even gotten back to the recent high. We're basically kind of not even close to, or basically pretty close to halfway there from the recent bottom. So there is still room to go to even get to that point of us trying to take out the most recent high. That's still going to be a bit of a downward trend, I think, overall. So I think the overall case hasn't really changed too much here. I think you want to be at least a little bit patient, but the case for, okay, well, if we fail this 200 period again, I think we all know where we're headed, which is a possible test of those those June lows. And then at that point, that's going to be some interesting and fantastic, I think, start to buy kind of opportunities out there in the markets. It's oddly enough, Brendan, someone in the chat just asked, do you guys talk about what's going on in Europe? Someone actually said that in the chat just now.
And is that what we're going to?
Well, that's all.
Reading my mind. They are reading my mind. Exactly what Mr. Brankles is over there working on some graphics for us. I hope, Brankles. We'll get to that in a second, but yeah, why don't we do this first? Here we go. Look at how things in Europe are shaping up to start off the week. England, 1.3% there at the top. I mean, just a crazy week of headlines, obviously, coming out of Britain with the tragic loss of the Queen. Germany as well, 1.7, nice day. Italy, 1.65 to the upside, 3.6 there for Turkey. Why don't we do this as well to kick things off? Here's the social sentiment board. Very, very positive to start off the week. When I left, this was the exact opposite. So nice green board here to kick things off. AVCT was actually on here, I remember. INM, little one possibly from last week, guys. ASTS on here. Tesla, Vinco Ventures. Yeah, we'll talk about some crypto coming up a little bit more. BX, I've never seen BX on this board. DWAC on here. Something called YOSH as well, or YOSH, YOSH. Not doing anything though, guys.
No, Yosh was that IPO, right? It was
No, Yosh is because Nintendo came out and said that it's the best character for Mario Kart. So everybody's trade. You like that one, Fahad? There? Yeah, everyone's. You like Toad? Yeah, I just made that up about Yoshi. I like Tanuki Mario, the Mario that's in the because he just has like little cute things to say when he passes people, and then he. Well, who's your character there, Fahad? Oh, Bowser, of course, Bowser, yeah.
Why
mine's King Bowser,
am I not surprised?
Fahad. So there it is. Put your favorite Mario Kart character in the chat. Why not do that? So mine would be Tanuki and yours would be Toad, did you say?
And the crazy thing about it is like the reason why I like Toad has more to do with an old Kung Fu movie than anything else. It's my favorite character because the greatest old school Kung Fu movie you'll ever see is the 5 Deadly Venoms. And Toad is like the character in that. It's just he's like the wasted character. He's pretty damn cool. But anyways, if you ever watch it, it is old school. It is fantastic, and Toad is badass, totally badass.
Mario.
And by the way, INM, that's a big one from Friday. That made a nice run at the close. This is the one that broke out from 10.50 and got to $13, and once again is making another break to that $14 level. So it's taking out the week high, at least last week's high, I should say. And it's going to make a big run here, but if it gets, close to that 15, I should say. If it gets through 15, that should be a big run there. I'm going to have to make sure I have some shortable shares on this one, because if it breaks 15 and gets to like 20, this one could definitely get out of hand.
I want to say, shout out to Thrax there. Yeah, Metal Mario. That guy's pretty hype, for sure. You started off talking about that last week. We had a mover here, and now that we have the CEO in the building, Veru was a crazy mover last week, up and down. So this could be another name here. Just again, 16 down to 11, $10. I just want to bring this up again because you're starting to break above some of these levels here. $16 could be pretty key for Veru, as right now it's starting to, get that next leg up. And if it does, then I think we can go to 19 and test that level right there. So now that you're above, well, you're not above yet, but if you can get above 16 here on Veru, I like that play. You're above the 50 period there. The 50 period is 1480. I won't forget when Michael Noss was talking about Verve and he said Veru, and it got us all jacked up there in the chat, but it definitely was Verve, not Veru. But as far as a runner is concerned, Veru, look at this move here on Friday. I mean, and this is just why I wrote, it's written down here. I have it on these papers, and it's just not to forget about this. It's a monster move up there on Friday, so looking to see about taking out that $16 mark. And then when you look at the daily chart, obviously we just did that. You see 16 is right here as well. So this is honestly a great stock right now to break higher. Now, I know it's one of those based on, you know, the FDA, based on approvals and this and that, get going. But if you're just going to look at straight technicals here, I actually think you're above the 50 period on Veru. You're looking to take out this recent high of 16 bucks. We tried it before. We ticked to 17, which makes I mean, you take a 16 break and you go to 17, that's a dub, baby. So you take that, take the dollar there, and then see about an 18, 19. So yeah, I want to look at Veru here breaking above 16. So as far as like a more of a random name concerned on that social board, I don't know if Veru was there, but it does show up, and this is a name. Again, 83,000, it's not bad. Before I throw it back to Brendan, just some people looking for the imbalance locator, so let's just do that quickly. It's actually quite packed today. You don't normally, now it's not, it might not be packed with great names, but AMC with a nice little bid there. Whoa, hello. So someone right now is bidding there, AMC at 10 bucks. That'll probably get paired off with this order. It could be that order exactly. We'll see what happens when it comes through. We will talk about Nubank. We will talk about NEO as well. So all of these names coming on, but this is what I mean. It's actually just AMC. I said it was a little packed there. I thought we had more hundreds of thousands here, but they're all kind of nothing burgers. So we'll look at AMC there. We'll look at NEO and Nubank. Other than that, there's not much on there. Everything gold at the bottom, Brenda. We don't trade much gold around here.
No, we don't actually. Gold stocks, maybe, I don't know. BBBY, another one doing some things here this morning. It's been a little bit quiet over the past couple of weeks, below 10 again, obviously, but count them, 1, 2, 3, now 4 days back to the upside, 3% already. A little bit of volume here coming into Bed Bath & Beyond as well.
You sort of scratch off those memes, the dust off those meme stocks, or at least some of them, with AMC 10. But Bed Bath & Beyond, it needs to break this bottom channel. We talked about it last week. You sort of getting that little bit of a bounce in a couple of days in a row, but not really. It just never really extended through. Like there was no real follow through. So you bounce off the 50, you get through $8. You made a nice little bottom here. The question becomes, like, can it actually follow it through? I haven't traded it since we got back into this price range, and the last trade I made on this stock was actually trying to break out 950 into 10. It failed that move and came all the way back down. I probably should have turned bearish when that happened. I didn't, but that's obviously a mistake that you can't rectify. You got to go back and move to the next trade. And I think if we get past that 9.5, it still has resistance at 10 even. So this could be one that maybe a little bit better if you're playing it off the 8 level. So zoom back in on the 15. Like if it does make some kind of a dip back into that Friday support, which was the previous day's resistance, that could be a nice little level to play off of. Just noticed. Oh, actually, no, not that big a move, but a bit of a turn happening in the market. Tesla getting to back to 301. NVIDIA 145 going to come into play. And watch out NEO. NEO's right at $20 as we speak. Volume not gigantic on this, but this is going to be, well, actually just broke through 20, but the volume's okay at about 1 million. I'm not really taking the breakout this early in the pre-market. Doesn't really feel like that's one thing I want to be involved in. I'd rather be sort of playing the ranges as they get made at the open, instead of trying to get that breakout at 902.
Yeah, great day on Friday as well for NIO. Just watching oil trying to take out the highs here, 1.8% now for crude oil. So let's get into everything else you need to know here for this morning. Heading towards the open. That's the link, guys. If you haven't done so, make sure you grab it. Over 30,000 emails now getting the watch list for free every single day. Make sure you grab that QR code on screen right now. Free for you every single day before we come on at 8:30. Top of the list this morning is big tech, and we bring this up simply because of the strength that the group showed over the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of last week. I mean, Apple we can talk about separately. It was a bit of a volatile week I saw for Apple coming off the iPhone 14 launch event, which was, it seemed like neither here nor there as far as the response is concerned for Apple, but individual names showing relative strength here pre-market for some of these.
Yeah, I mean, some better than the others. I'm looking at NVIDIA. I'm looking at a little bit of Amazon. And I see, well, the thing about Amazon's actually trying to break out this 134 as we speak. It's exactly at 134 right now. So you got that weekly high, end of the month as well, resistance broken on Friday, and now you're sort of gapping above it. So you have this nice little channel, 32 to 34, hold above that, and then there's room to 138. That's the first one I'm looking at. And I think I would think about shorts if we got to 138 today or this week on Amazon. That's a name I'd like to the short side. Outside of that, I'm going to be looking for the long on this, and whether it's off of maybe dip by 34 or if we're holding this range at the open, then suddenly you can play off that 134. Sorry, I should have said 132 dip by, so dip by 132, or if we hold 34 at the open, I'd play that to the long side. 138 where I'd like the short. In the chip space, I'm looking NVIDIA this week, and I think the 15-minute tells the entire story for me. All last week, you got 145 half, 146, down to this 32. Made a great bottom down there. That's where your sort of obvious support got down in the low 130s, and then we're right back into that resistance from the first of the month. So we get through that, and there's room to the upside to 150. We do not break this, and I cannot be liking the long. Maybe you're dipping 140, I'd like it, but I got to be thinking about short in front of 46. If 46 goes, room to 150 on NVIDIA. So I have one that I like at this level for a short play if it holds, and then Amazon, if it holds this area, I like to the long side. So I'm going to be playing those two names for big tech, at least for me. And, Tesla, I guess, counts too, but that's all about 300.
Yeah, I want to. NVIDIA and AMD are basically the same name here, busting up to some key levels. $86, $87 right into here. That's 86 for AMD right there. So that's a level that we're looking at. I said any dip buys down here into 83 could be bought up. But again, I'm just, there's the level there. We jumped up here on Friday and then rode it all the way to 86. So I was thinking of, and I wrote this as the market was coming back in here. So I was thinking that maybe 83, but I said start at 84. Why not start where we were on Friday? Obviously, we could give everything back. So I don't want to start anything pretty early here. I did want to say we are finally now done. The House League team, and thanks for all the love on this. 108 likes. It's actually it's from my wife's account there, but she won also Most Improved Player for her House League team. So congratulations to my daughter. It was a big one this weekend, and we finally got eliminated from there. And here we are also at the batting cages on Friday. So a lot of fun there. We crushed that. What a great weekend it was for sports. But now the T-ball has ended, and now we move over to Little League. So we'll start to get some pitching going on and things like that. So we're very, very excited. And thank you to everybody for all the support. But on that front, so you know what? I like AMD breaking 86. I'd rather not it break right away. I like that name. We did amazing on Amazon. Brendan, you missed Friday. It was some of these prints that I was able to get on Friday were like unbelievable, and we actually started going a little bit crazy because of what happened there on Friday. Luca was here trading. We actually started getting some longs, pecked out some really great longs here on Friday, including some of these bottom wicks. I don't know why it's not loading up there, but a lot of bottom wicks and a lot of patience pays. I keep saying about Google buying the high quality names. I still think Google down here at 110 is fantastic. And let's see, there's the wicks. We got some of these down wicks here in the market on Friday, so I'm thinking the same thing. But look what can easily happen, right? The market can fall down and the bottoms can come out of some of these things. It's just going to take today for someone to come out, whether or not it be a JP Morgan, a Bank of America, or even Fed, to come out and say something about tomorrow's number. And then, maybe we do get a little bit of a dip down. So I'm looking at 110 here for Google as well to see if we can get some love back down to 110. So yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunities, but for me, let the market settle down. That's the important thing. And cheers to you, Leo, as well, and everybody out there having a cup of Joe. You need one this morning around here anyways. It's 20 degrees, and it looks like doom outside, it's dark, it's rainy, but always a cup of coffee cheering you up.
Welcome to September in Toronto. Here's a note on Google. Speaking of, they just came out with this. They're going to move some of their Pixel phone assembly to India amid continued China lockdowns. Still some COVID lockdowns over in China. This on Amazon this morning as well was kind of interesting, I thought. Bloomberg reporting, guys, that Amazon's going to leap ahead of Netflix in content spend this year. So production spending, essentially, for Amazon Prime, which is a huge number, regardless of the way you look at it. BTC, that is the hourly chart right now of Bitcoin, trying to tag 22,400, actually coming off 22,400. But a nice reversal look here, guys, on the hourly chart, as we said, above 22 and holding currently.
Yeah, it's a very strong move that's being made over in crypto land. And obviously, we don't know what day this week the merge could end up being completed. It's a bit of a moving target there. Last I had seen it was, 15th was the last day that I sort of heard, but you don't really know exactly when that's going to be. One name that got ignored, and I usually this is where I talk about Coinbase, and nothing wrong with Coinbase, probably going to be looking at it, but wow, Block. Block with that nice little bottom 3-day rally, but getting right to, on the daily chart, I mean, come on, right? Like, it's just going to sit here, show you 75, 75 and a half, where it rejected for an entire week, and then pulled back about 15, almost $15, a 20% pullback, and now we're right back to where we started. This is sort of prime, and it gives you, this is a decision point. Like, this is one of those things where if the stock were to sit here in this range, 74 and a half to 75 and a half for the entire day, well, then I would eat a heck of a lot of crow. That's not usually what happens when you get to a price like this. I think you either follow through, in which case there's room to the upside at 80, or there's a dip coming in for a Square. And this is why I'm looking at Square today, or Block, or whichever one, doesn't really matter. It's just where it sits. If it chooses red from 75.50, then your risk to reward could end up being somewhere short in the first dollar, and then you're looking back 73s, down to 71.5, and that's just Friday's range. There's tons more room to the downside, and it plays both ways. You hold a bid above 75.5, you could be breaking 76 and on the way to 80, 81. So it's just at a monstrous level. The downside to Square is it's done 78,000 shares pre-market, so I need to see it trade off the open, pick a direction off of this area, and then I just want to be playing. If we choose southbound, I'll short it to the high. If we choose northbound, I'll long it to the low. But I don't really see a pre-market trade here in Square. I just see something which should not be staying in this range for too long this week.
Yeah, no, when I said 20 degrees, it's Celsius. Obviously.
Oh, that would be brutal.
Yeah, I think, yeah, there's some people thinking that. Yeah, so 20 degrees Celsius right now, so that's not bad. That's going to be like 70, a little bit under 70, around 70 degrees or so here. But okay, so I don't know if you guys remember this, but a couple days ago we were talking about PayPal at 90. I said I like that level down there at $90, right there. It broke through, it broke above. We were above the 50 period, and we did talk about buying some PayPal. Now it's up to 97. And again, like I still don't know why Square, PayPal, all these names run so much with crypto. I mean, it doesn't make overly a lot of sense to me why that's happening. And you can see PayPal's not really up that much with crypto. It's up 1%. The market's up 0.4. So this is maybe a little bit of a different name, but 74,000 shares coming through on PayPal. But again, I still looking at this 103 level to break higher. Once that happens, then I think it's clear sailing to 120 or so. And I think you could buy it against that 90 bottom. I keep saying, I don't know if buying stocks right now into what is tomorrow is the right thing. We're just going to be day trading these names. I still think that Coinbase is really not great company structurally. Their shares, what they've done is paid a lot of employees with shares, so on and so forth. The stock can get cracked real easily. There's a lot of discussion about some of the management and what they've done with some of their compensation and things like that. But I just think this is primed to break 80 back down. I really want to short this thing back down through 80. But the more we talk about crypto, I mean, the more we look. Like in the last 7 days, Bitcoin's up 12%. Ethereum's up. These are just, I just refreshed this unless something's changed. Yeah, so 12%, 10%. Ripple, 7%. Solana's really motoring. That's a name that I like, but I've liked it at a lot higher prices, obviously. 17% up. So as crypto gets going, obviously you're going to get monster moves in Coinbase, and I just don't think it's deserved. Like, honestly, I'd rather be in Bitcoin and Ethereum than in Coinbase. I know I've sort of used to say kind of the other way around, but Coinbase, I don't really like them. I still do own a small part, but yeah, I'd rather hold the coin themselves, which is why I am invested in GBTC and ETHE and some of the Canadian equivalents like that. And also today, I don't know if you saw this, Brendan, but I think it was, what was it, the CME announces the launch of Ethereum Ether options today as well. So Ethereum Ether options coming through, of course, Ether being the coin, so that option's coming through today. And you know what happens when they release new products based on cryptocurrencies? Tends to be the top. When Coinbase came to the market, that first time that they released Bitcoin futures as well was a temporary top. And today we get those Ether options going live, I guess, on the CME as I saw that note come through. So yeah, take that for what it's worth. I like to smash Coinbase short through $80, which reminds me it's probably a pay for short.
Just reading this note, CFEI, Rumble, the Rumble SPAC just popped up on some volume here. Russell Brand apparently going to Rumble with his podcast. He has a very, opinions aside, he has a very highly watched podcast. So CFEI just popping up on that note. Let's talk about Nubank, because yeah, pretty nice chart here. 3-4 days in a row to the upside for NU, testing multi-month highs once again, guys, on a bit of a tear.
Jinx. So of course today is like the day that multi-day rally, throw it in there, it gets close to $6 from the daily chart, and then in the pre-market, this is what it's been doing, just sort of sliding back in. It doesn't seem like a lot, but yeah, 25 penny slide definitely takes out a lot of the gap, and I'm seeing some size on the offer here for the open. I don't know if it's on the imbalance locator, but I'd be surprised if it hasn't jumped up, because you got 300,000 shares at 550 executable at the open here. You have another 650,000. That's about almost 1 million shares at 52 and 50 on the sell side in front of what has already been a bit of a dip there for NU. I would have thought resistance at $6 to be sure. I'd be looking at that quarter, sort of these levels in the afternoon where you were holding support is a place to maybe go for that little bit of a dip buy. And then on top of that, you have a bit of a range here where you could think, okay, well maybe Friday's high can turn into some support as well. So somewhere in there is where I'd like to play this dip. But I thought we'd be testing 6, and then that would be the level we'd work off of. But this, these sellers into the open probably have to work themselves out before NU's going to make another move here, because clearly this is getting sold off, and profit taking seems to be happening this morning on this stock. It needs to settle down before I like the long, but quarters to 40, somewhere in that range is where I'm going to want to be buying. I just thought I'd be playing off of 6 for maybe a potential short when I sat down.
The main problem with it is that there's no catalyst. So that's, I think that right away there when you're trying to play a name that you come in, it's not even really up that much. Like Neil said, it's been selling off all morning, was up 4 or 5%, really on nothing. It's had a nice move, and I think the chart is setting up nicely on this. They definitely based out nicely at $354 right here. I think there was some nice bases, and now you took out 5, so staying above 5, staying above the 50 period. I think this is a bullish name moving forward. I don't know if Buffett's still in this. This was initially a Buffett-backed idea here, as they claimed to be, or what we read when they were IPOing, was that, of course, they were going to be the Latin version of SoFi, which we've seen what SoFi's done, and we've seen what these guys have done. They were up at what, 15? I think they were what, 12 or 15 was it, near a legitimate price for them. Yeah, there it is right there. So that came out at about, I guess the IPO was at 10 or 11, hovered around 12, got back up there, right there, and now you're basically cut in half. So it's not like it's been a really successful time for Nubank, but there's the pullback in, there's 540. You could just hit that real hard downside and then wait to see what it does at 5. My note on the sticky note today is, of course, it's been pretty strong over the last couple days. So let's see what it does at that 490 spot right there that we sort of started this move on Thursday. 490 up to 520, 520 up to 540, 540 today up to 560, right? So it's just sort of inched up here, but on nothing, which is the scary part. So I feel like a fall back in. And you know what? As the NASDAQ goes, as the world gets better, these depressed assets are going to become more valuable as people think the turnaround's there. You've seen Bitcoin with NASDAQ, right? We used to talk about the correlation there. Kind of got decoupled a little bit, but not a surprise. As NASDAQ makes back 4%, the crypto market makes back 50 or 12, we just talked about with Bitcoin, right? So, a little bit of excitement there. Nubank obviously to the upside. For me, I stay away from this until we get to 5, But this is getting real close, man, to go short at 540. Now that I see this and I see this move coming down, it's like, what's going to stop it? I don't know, but if it does stop, it would make sense that it stops here around 540, 530. But for me, it's still a move down. Neil talked about imbalances, that we see that here. So let's have a quick look to see. It was on it early. When we looked. Remember, it was only AMC, New, and Neo or something were the only ones that we saw. So still the same three are on there. AMC with the buy, Neo with the buy that I think we'll be getting to next or close enough. And then there's New Bank right there. CVX has oil. Guys, I mean, I was buying oil last week. I said that at $85. You can hold me to all that, but that's what I've been doing. So it's nice to see that back to $89 today. CVX on there, and I thought I saw XOM somewhere, but maybe I didn't. Anyways, it's Oxy there as well. So Oxy, CVX, and I'm pretty sure XOM keeps popping in here as well. But anyways, oil names, New Bank, Neo, and AMC on the board, Brendo.
Let's note on Rivian once again, guys. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this might have been last week. Rivian and Mercedes teaming up on some work came out last week, but they're talking again positively about that note for Rivian this morning. Here is the note on NIO. Speaking of EVs, we finally get earnings for NIO last week. Bank of America this morning coming out with a price target raise. Nice note from them on NIO as well.
Yeah, actually, just not to jump right back to Rivian for a quick second, but yeah, I don't want to forget about 38 on Rivian. Like that's a pretty actionable level on its own there. Multi-day high. You had that spike on the news, and you had the lower high on Friday, that 38, and then here we're coming back into that again. So I want to make sure we're watching that level. NIO, look, the earnings, I'm not going to say they were great, but it certainly made a bottom. There's no question about that. It made that bottom right through $16. Wick bottom on volume, and then just exploded to the upside for a couple of days in a row. And then gappers, breakouts. You're getting essentially the same profile here where you're gapping above previous day, looking to break it out. We've already done the breakout part of that early in the pre-market, unfortunately, and now we're trying to take 20. That's why I'm not really sitting in this. Had it broken 1960, like if it was here at the open, I'd be taking the 1960 break all day. But didn't like the 20 break after it's already extended. You're now getting into the resistance part, which is at 20 to 21, had lower highs all the way through. So I'll be on the side of, okay, can we hold a dip now in NIO? Because if you look at what's happened here, even when it's held a dip, it then stays in the channel. When it breaks out, it then does nothing in the afternoon. So the play is going to be at that 9:30, and then you want to make sure, well, if it follows a pattern, the play is going to be at 9:30, and then you want to make sure you're catching that trade. So I'll be looking for the dip back into that breakout price at 50s. If we can't hold that, then you're backing off all the way to like 19. And if we see 21, well, that probably looks like a little bit of a short event to me if we get into that 21 area. But I don't want to be buying this top at 20 even.
Look, we wrote down, I mean, NIO has to be on your radar. It was really, really strong. We were trading it last week. It's here on the sticky note. It's like the third or fourth name on here, right down there. Might as well take the 20 break long, but the problem is it already happened. So now that that's out of there, watch out for support back to 19. So that's what we're going to have to wait for. We did get that BAC upgrade, like we talked about, and last week was not a very eventful week for them on earnings. But because the NASDAQ bumped up, and like Neil said, it looks like we might have made a bottom on some of these names, whether or not we did or not. That was talking about Rivian. I mean, look at this. This was just at 12. What was that? That was just at $20.06 or something. And then someone just marketed that up, literally marketed it right back up to 15 there. So there's a lot of love for NIO, and it's going to continue. It's right at the 50 period, looking to take that out. I mean, when I talk about support down here at 19, I mean, it's just from Friday. So we hovered around that level, never really broke it, just kind of hung out. So I think if you want to go long, which I do, it'll start at like 1940, 1930, something like that, and then we'll come back into the 19s. So that's just, I think you got to be patient with this name. You could, like, it gets crazy at the open. Like this move here, even on Friday, it started at 18.25, moved down to 18 first, and then for some reason took off $1.50, almost $2. I guess it was $2 from the bottom, all the way up there to 19 and change. So it went up 10% in the first 5 minutes after starting to go down in the first 2 or 3 minutes. So yeah, NEO, I mean, it has jetpacks all over it. And I would just say any sort of a dip down, even 1950, like any dip down, I think you got to buy it in case those jetpacks get strapped right back on. So I like NEO. It's just up 5% into a market today. For me, it's no, and it's not even a fade yet. I mean, I don't want to short this name. I remember shorting it in the past, shorting Snapchat. Some of these names that get going, you don't want to stand in front of them, and NEO's one of those. So I wait for a dip, and that's it.
All right, 5-ish minutes to go here. Let's talk crude, because we just broke 2% now to the upside. Tag that high, 88.72 once again. So this move down, going back to Wednesday last week, there was some OPEC comments, some inventory data that came out to crush this down to this low and then this low on Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday. You got to go back to February for the last time crude traded down around 81, 81.5. It's been nothing but upside, though, since. Back to 89 almost now for crude today.
Yeah, strong move off that 85, and I like Oxy today. Nothing. I mean, you can talk about Berkshire and them continuing to add into Oxy. I think there's another 13F this morning. So that's always going to be a potential catalyst, but it's bouncing off the 50 period, reversing its trend as well, and we like the equities. Oh, my daily chart's missing a few days on Oxy.
368 is good if,
that's
if
interesting.
you're missing. Oh, you still got it.
You got that? Yeah, there's like a gap in the...
Yeah, it didn't trade for those days. It was halted.
Yeah, I know. It was halted a few days under the downside. That's weird, man.
It was not halted, by the way.
No, it was not halted. It's just the daily chart just kind of messed up
crazy
there.
Already.
68 even. Look, for a breakout, you could do a heck of a lot worse than this for that 68. But hey, why not have a quick look at last week's resistance at 66.5, pre-market bottom. I like that for a bit of a dip buy. You know you're wrong at about 66 or so. So that's a target area for me on Oxy where I'd like to be catching the dip buy long. And then, of course, there is always that 68 breakout. I like the trend. So, we hold above. If we're above this 66 to 66.5 zone, then I'm going to be liking, as long as oil's not really tanking or anything, then I'm going to be liking longs this week on Oxy off of that level. You make the bottom, you move to the next level up, and then you start playing long off the previous resistance. So that's what I'm looking for on Oxy in particular, just like going to the equity that we're comfortable with.
Yeah, so I'm actually going to tweet this out right now because right here, man, this 68 level right here coming into effect right here and then bouncing up against it. So I really like the 68 break. So I think you're going to be in play for that right now. So I just put the order in. I really like that break to the upside on bullish oil today. I've been talking about oil going long at these levels. It did dip down to 82, 83 bucks last week, but I still consider it to be pretty strong here to the north side, especially heading into the season, the seasonality there on oil. It's nice to see it up 2% with the NASDAQ and the ES both upside. So like I said, maybe just a bump in everything today. Gold, cryptos, NASDAQ, ES, oil. As it just silver, like precious metals. So I think it's nice move to the upside today overall, heading into tomorrow. I don't want to get overly excited about all of this, but I still like Oxy to break through that 68. I think it's a trade that you don't want to ignore. Buffett's in there, and 68's pretty low right now for Oxy if you think oil's half decent. We were up to 77 bucks, man. So that was the high, obviously. Nice little fade back down. Why can't we retake that high? I don't know. You tell me. I think we can, and let's just keep going to the upside and buy what is probably the strongest name because there is that underneath bid on it, right? Similar to BlackRock with Coinbase. You now have, Warren and Berkshire down here with Oxy. So I like it, and I like it long term, and I think a 68 break today should be pretty good. Let's not leave them hanging for too long over there. It's small cap time. Let's review one of these names with Brendo.
Yeah, I had to double check this one this morning to make sure it was, and it is. It's 44.5 million share float on this as well, so relatively small float, even though it is highly priced. So we're $34, $35 on this. Very thinly traded, trading dollars at a time right now. Just trying this long right now, just 34.5 was that initial support on the pullback. It's up a ton. Obviously, for a couple of upgrades and price target increases is really all I saw this morning. So tight stop on this, but you got to be careful because thinly traded for VTYX, that one, guys.
Ventix Biosciences. I don't know if I'm even saying it right. I was butchering names all last week, by the way. You guys know all about that. But yeah, Ventix should be a dangerous one or a crazy one. 2 minutes to go here. INM just got to 15. Well, it got to 15 a couple minutes ago, and starting a little bit of a dip and a reversal. This is the bigger level that we want to watch ever since the reverse split. You can see it got up to this price before, couldn't really break through. If it can hold above 15, should have some serious room to the upside. But at this point, it's still trying to make its way through that bit of a breakout. I still like, ooh, don't get away from me. NVIDIA just turned red on the day.
What?
Yeah. Oh, goodness. Because didn't the market, we just had a bit of a bounce in the market, and there goes NVIDIA. So that was one I liked off of that.
Red.
Here's what it is, man. Oh, sometimes frustrating because I like that 145
for
a pop and fade.
There.
Yeah, and NVIDIA just dropped $1.
I mean,
off
AMD's
of that,
dropping
so
here, too.
AMD's dropping as well. I didn't really see anything that hit the wire, but we're getting away from some of those resistance levels there that we're looking for, particularly on NVIDIA as we go into the open. 140 would be that first target area where I think I'd be looking for some longs. But first things first, I didn't want to short off of this level at 45, but I'm not chasing this move at 9.29. At least having a bad price, and then all of a sudden, instead of risking like 50 cents to $1, you're risking $1.50 to $2, which at the open, we know what kind of whipsaw action you can have. Always a chance this comes right back into me in the next few minutes.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that as well, as AMD has made a move down into 85 again. We were talking about possibly buying some 84s, so I think that's what we'll wind up doing. We'll buy an 84 bid if it does come down with only 30 seconds left to go. Yeah, Neil's got it. We missed the countdown a couple times last week, but I've already seen Tony today, so he's ready to rock and roll. So what's up, Tony? Hope you had a great weekend as well. Over there. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, he's got the dancing shoes on this morning, so that's nice to see Tony. So here we go. With only 15 seconds, I'm bidding AMD, 15. I'm bidding Google, I'm bidding Neo. And there we go. 7 now. 6, 5. Yo, what's up, Tony? 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's get this market started. All right, so we're open now. Welcome to Monday, everybody. You've now found the best trading show on YouTube, so congratulations on that one. Let's see if we can make some money now today. So here comes AMD flying to the downside. We are waiting for this 84.20 or so bid. Here we go. A nice move down. Not trying to catch a falling sword, but just trying to play off 84 right now. If 84 breaks and we get long first, then we will get out. But maybe we might have missed that dip. It goes down to 84.50. Still lots of time to see where this market wants to go.
Yeah, and we did get a pop back up to 144 in NVIDIA, but not quite to that 145 or even 144.5. Square is Block is making a move. It's trying to take out that top. Remember, I wanted to see pick a direction off 75 even. For now, it's looking like it's going to be to the upside, but there's still some shakeout going on here from what I can see. Oxy just came in for the dip buy, but I want to make sure I'm not getting too far away from Square here. Looks like it's still battling and maybe to the north side now off of that 75 area. There's a dip. We liked it on Occidental, down into that 65.5, 66 area. Just picks them up in front of 66. We'll go first leg out in front of 66.75. And INM is picking south side off of 15 even. So as Oxy starts to work to the upside, INM is rejecting that 15. Ooh, that might be it right there. If I can get a short off that high, I'm going to take a shot at this one.
Yeah, big time moves the upside. I was looking at Amazon trying to take out 135. That doesn't come in right. It didn't go. It went up, but it didn't take it out, at least for now. That 134 bottom on Amazon, probably something to look at as well. So let's put an order there just to see if 134 gets tested again here on Amazon. And if it does, the reason why I like this one, we just bottomed out there at 134. We had a bunch of little back and forths there. So, if we break 134, we can get out of that. But watch out for 134.90, something like that as a bottom here for Amazon, as that's trying to come in a little bit as well. So we'll put a bid, we'll put a bid near that 134 flat or so price level there for Amazon. Just putting my orders out right now. And then we'll see if we can get that. But the market, you can see now it's starting to go back up to the upside. It looks like we missed our AMD bid by, I guess, 20 cents. That's fine. That happens to us. And then Amazon, we want to get that long too. It looks like it might break through 135. Google's off to the races. I don't have anything on right now. Nothing is coming low enough to fill me. Neo actually made no move off the open, NIO.
Yeah, Neil didn't make any move. Oxy just turned off 67. I got greedy on that one. I put my offer closer to 67, 25, and then it rejected 67 even. So we're right back to where we started on Oxy. I picked up NVIDIA and INM to the south side. INM just made a bit of a move off of that 15, tried to get back above it, and then rejected back into VWAP. So I'll ring the register down at 14.20. See if we can't hold back into 13.5 there as this tries to come back to that downside. Amazon, as you said, yeah, Amazon. Okay, I had this wick. Like, it looks like a couple of times it's tested to the high side here, and it's about to break that 135. So this looks bullish off that 134. I still like Amazon to that long side. Brendo?
If you saw the amount of people that I saw at the airport yesterday, this was probably a no-brainer. AAL making moves here, guys. Some of the airlines popping up on decent volume as well. Just took out 14.50 there for American, up 2.5.
Still getting a lot of crazy deep prints happening right here. Apple, by the way, wow, hit the siren alert, and I'm not in anything yet, but I am going to try to take Apple here a little bit. It got real jiggy with it, breaking upside through 160 right now, and just breaking that pre-market high of 159.50. There we are. First trade in now. Apple trying to respect that. We just missed Amazon. Something just flew in for me there. No, it doesn't look like anything. Okay.
It's at 135.
Is it? So that's maybe what I just missed there then. Yeah, I tried to buy some Amazon there. I don't know what happened with the order, but Amazon does go through 135 there. We'll see if we can get that going for the breaking to the high side there through 135 for Amazon. A little bit of order delay there for me, but there it is, 135, so that's fine. We are long Apple and looking at Amazon through 135.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if I can't buy a dip in Amazon, but that 135 got to 06s, it looks like, and I don't want to ignore Tesla here. We talked about NIO, we talked about Rivian, but Tesla testing 300. Sorry, 303 as we speak. It's like, no, it's not at 300. It's at 303, breaking out through the top there, so very strong. And then Rivian was the other name that we're looking for. That broke the 38 level. I didn't have a stop order set for the 38 break. Came in late, and I should have put that stop right away. But playing longs off 38 makes some sense to me. A little bit stronger than Tesla is Rivian. Once again, powering to the upside. Rivian. Brendo?
Yeah, this one benefiting from that move, it would appear. Lucid as well. Just tagged 5% on a bit of a pullback here, but decent volume behind Lucid this morning so far.
Lucid, huh? All right, I noticed here Oxy as well. I just want to, so we already took out 15 cents, whatever, on Apple there as Apple went up to the upside here. Got out at 25, but that's right where it is right now. Oxy, I think, is probably a decent buy down here near 66. This is a little bit more of a dip than I thought we would see, so let's punch into that long. Using this bottom of 65.80. That was the high there from Friday, so let's use that as a bottom, as I just think that oil probably, not probably, I mean, I'm looking at oil right now. It is coming back in a little bit here, back down to 88, but that shouldn't be that much of a move here for Oxy. I guess they thought people, this name was going to get bought up like I thought so, and it doesn't look like it down here at 66. So we'll average into this with a bottom break of like 65.75. If it breaks that, then we'll get out of here and be wrong on Oxy for us here today. But one more average in and then a dip down in here. It doesn't look like it's going to be that great. So we'll take one more shot here. There it is at 90, and then it looks like we are going to take this out. So no, opposite day here. They are not buying up Oxy whatsoever.
Yeah, but they are selling off NVIDIA. Now, the first move was, we saw it right at the open, and this is with the market actually bouncing to the upside. Right at the open, NVIDIA started rolling to the downside. I was able to get the short off that 145. Took some out in front of 44s, trying to get out in front of 143. I mean, I didn't see any particular reason why this alone was looking relatively weak, and the market is still trying to head to that upside. So I'll see if I can't take that profit and run, which we just did there. So this one, I hit the rocket ship. Wrong one. Who cares? Doesn't really matter. But not rocketing up, rocketing to the downside, unfortunately, as I just got Amazon finally. And I was trying not to chase this move, but Amazon still holding that 134 for now. I got 134.38. If we can hold 134, I think we get back to that 135 price. But right now, the market going to kind of do this. And you got to watch out for this because we failed 12.7 here a couple of times. This is what I want to see us churn through. You get through that, and I think you're off to the races. And speaking of off to the races, yeah, block. Once again, Square is just incredibly strong. I'm looking for the dip back into 75. It picked north off that 75 area, but I don't want to be chasing it up 76. With the market trying to come back here a little bit, I think we can catch the dip buy and be patient with Square.
All right, so Apple, we just took another winner there as it goes to 160.50, so that's going to be a good one. And then honestly, first mistake of the day already made by me, and that was this right here. Not taking the long on AMD. I canceled it. Now it's come back in. Now I'm not sure we like it. It's trying to break a little bit lower. I will try it one more time, but we were sitting down here at 84 and didn't take it. It would have worked, obviously, as it just ripped back to 84.50, but the reason why I don't want to be here, I don't think, is like it's down 1.5% while the market is still up and cruising right now. I mean, the market's come back down, but it's not like it's absolutely tanking. So that's a name to look at. We just got alerted down here with Amazon down to 134. So that's where we're long now on Amazon, looking at that bottom wick of 133.70 for Amazon. But yeah, we're in this one here. What's up, Brendo?
Pretty sharp reversal for this one. SPWR back downside, made a move higher on this note earlier this morning. IKEA teaming up with SunPower to launch home solar offering in California, just the state of California, but back downside, as I said, for SPWR. Also, Walt Disney, I wanted to mention this in the pre-market. We didn't get to it, though. Dan Loeb saying he's reversing course on the ESPN spinoff idea. So just saw Disney pop up on volume as well.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah,
nice little win. Oh, we didn't get out on Amazon there. I thought we was offering some Amazon there. We were 134.33. Okay, well, that's right where it stopped, so that's why we didn't get out. But we did offer it up there. Let's see if Amazon can continue to go, man. We're in the money, a whopping 10 cents. We tried to take 20 cents there, but missed it. So we'll wait, and we're going to average back into this one until it dips below this 133.70. It's been a really strong name. So here we go. Come on, 3 more pennies to get us out here. But so far, so good on the day. There it is. Yes, sir. So here we go, man. We'll start the cash registers off right now. Amazon long. Oxy is just, we're flat on it. It doesn't seem to want to go right now. But let's see if oil can make a move back to the upside, and then we'll let Oxy run a little higher than this, guys. NEO, we're still bidding. Amazon, Apple. That's it. We got 3 longs right now.
Yeah, sort of sitting in 3 as well. And after taking out NVIDIA at 143, NVIDIA is now holding the 143 level. But AMC broke, it was on the unbalanced locator, I believe, and broke that $10, now holding higher. Not a huge move, but up 5% and $10 as support. Look, if it holds this at the open, 10.10 was a pre-market high. Maybe worth a bit of a dip buy there. But I just got some into square. I just missed that first out. As it just tried to bounce to the upside. I keep looking at this, and we're still getting some dark pool wicks here. I'll go to the 3-minute in a quick little second. Yeah, it just looked like it got up to VWAP 75 or so. I'm going to give it a little bit more room. I wanted to get to 76 even. Maybe I'll have to take some out halfway to 76 even and try the reload on Square. Amazon now bouncing to the upside as well. So you're finally getting that little bit. Yeah, there we go. We're finally getting an actual move back in, retesting some of those highs. So the longs starting to come back into play. Don't want to ignore Tesla. Tesla just bounced off of 301, so forget about 300. Doesn't look like we're going to be able to see 300 on Tesla. If I want to get a part of this train, I'm going to have to buy in front of the 300 level. In front of the 303 level, not 300.
Yeah, all aboard the Amazon train right now. As we'll go, I don't know, I don't have the graphics set up properly here. We'll just go, mamma mia. Now, because Amazon's going to the upside right there, a nice little take. We just got some out at 50 off of a 134 long. We talked about this earlier on that we liked that Amazon. I know we were looking at 135 break. You know, again, we don't really want to take breakouts too early there on these names. You got to let them try to fall back in. So we did do that, and I think we did it pretty good here on Amazon as we watch out for that move now coming back up to the upside. So a good little mover there. We took something out on Oxy, not enough really, as Oxy continues to be that name that's not working out for us. So if that drops down, we'll get out of Oxy, all good, because we are crushing everything else right now, including, of course, Amazon. As Amazon, there it is, man, up to 7. Like, wow, what a big move on that one as Brendan's back in the building. So we'll hit that. But there it is, a nice move upside for Amazon. We're really starting the day off nicely here with 3 longs. The only one not working is Oxy. And by the way, there goes Apple breaking that 160. That was a good little take for us there as well. So, so far, so good here on the day. Could be a little bit better with some more aggressive longs, but pretty happy with what we have right now. Let's just continue this move. That was an out at 70 there for Amazon. So pretty happy with that. Still more green side here, I feel like. There goes Oxy, our first L there as Oxy takes down that pre-market low of 65.80. So bye-bye to Oxy. We don't hold on to our losers. What's up, Brendo?
This is not confirmed, so tread lightly. Wendy's, just reading a couple things here. Wendy's popping up. Gordon Haskett apparently No, correction. Nelson Peltz, guys, apparently coming with a 25 to 26 bid. Wendy's starting to go here on decent volume again. Nelson Peltz said to be interested 25 to 26.
Yeah, that was the rumor last week, and it was unconfirmed at the time. And hey, sometimes where there's smoke, there's fire, to be sure. And I guess there is on Wendy's. We'll get to that in a quick second. But I got some out on Square Block just now, and Rivian. Watch out, Rivian's 39. I put a stop. We like that 38 level, and it got to 38.93, I think, a couple of times here, reversing to the downside. Now it's coming back to that 38. This is setting up for a breakout if it gets back there again. Zoom in, get rid of that wick, but that was a hard reversal off of 39 even. I just stopped out a few cents lower on same level in Oxy. I put it 10 cents lower, and then of course you just lose an extra 10 cents when that happens. But yeah, this was about to break out on Rivian, and then you just had this not a death candle, but capitulation or reversal candle come in. Looks like it wants to try to bounce off 38 with the market reaching the highs, and Rivian's going to do a dip buy here. This is a breakout that I wanted off 38. Now I'm buying the dip in front of 38. But we're testing 12.7 on the NASDAQ as we speak. We get through that, it's a hold on to your long type of event. If we reject this level on the NASDAQ, well, then maybe pay yourself by taking some profits on the longs.
Yeah, we're trying to catch a falling sword here, which doesn't work out too well for us often. And that's going to be on AMD. So AMD comes right back in here to 84. We're going to get out if it breaks 84. We're long at 84.20. So it'll suck because obviously we're trying to pick this falling sword up, but it doesn't look like it wants to do much here at all. So, if it continues to drop down, I don't have much to say about it other than it's down here at 84. We just got a little bit of a relief back. Let's see if we can get something out of like at 18 or so. There, actually, you know what? I was just gonna say forget about it. Let's just let ride. But there we go. Take a small 2-cent hit on 10% of it. Like I said, when we're wrong, we got to be able to get out as well. When we're wrong, as of when we're right. Taking out profits kind of both ways there. So AMD doesn't look like it wants to go today. It's down 1.5%. As Neil just mentioned, the market's creeping up to their highs. So never a good recipe for success to be long the name. That seems to be the weaker one. But we've been trading AMD forever, and I kind of, trust that it's worth the 20 cents risk here or so on. It's sort of a downside move here on AMD breaking back below that $84 mark. So I'm going to sort of rest on that, see if that can go up. I was just waiting at 27. That's as high as we got there. So I will take another 10% out if we can get to 27. So lose 2 cents, make 7 cents, and then kind of hold the rest here. But yeah, it just tried to go there and didn't. So I am nervous about this AMD trade. Amazon still working. Apple obviously still working as well, as that's near its day's high and bouncing off right now. I'm waiting for 75 here on Apple. So let's see if that one can get working even more than it already is. So a nice 55-cent win for Apple, 55-cent win for Amazon actually right on board. And then we have this loser sitting here on AMD. And by the way, Oxy all the way back up. What would be a winner.
Of course it did.
But we did not hold.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I'll do
Thanks,
that.
Oxy.
That's for you, Occidental. But we finally got Rivian. It's a little bit late on that 38, but it did come back in. I just got some out there when it got to 38.40. I'm going to take some out in front of that 38.75. 39 is resistance, and I like that for a breakout if we can get to that price. We're going to pay ourselves here because the NASDAQ is trying to test those levels up there at 12.7. If we get through that, I like to hold on to these longs. But if we can't get through, you got to make sure you're paying yourself on some of those long positions in front of that resistance. Brendo?
A few people talking AMC, guys, just taking out the highs here. 1040 saw a volume alert go off as well. Already 6.8 there for AMC trying to go.
All right. Yeah, so there goes AMD, broke a little bit. We didn't get out of anything on that 84 break. But yeah, now that's it. I can't believe that Oxy trade. That sucks. We were just getting out. We were like, yeah, maybe AMD goes. Like, we just got that 27 and then it dropped all the way down. I just want to use this like 84, 85 area now, like 83, 85. So as an out, so I'm going to put that in right here, that little bottom break. I wanted to see, I didn't want to get like stopped out breaking through 84 there. So we did take out about half of what we had there, and I'm going to hold the rest to see about that bottom wick. I feel like we often get wicked out. I mean, I don't think we got that on Oxy, but we did make pretty much that bottom wick there, breaking through 80. So now it comes right back up. Let's just see if we're going to have the same fate on that. And then Amazon right now is at a level where we probably get some more out. Nice little move upside for Amazon off that 134 level. So here we go. Get us out some at 69 there. I think we just got some. Yes, we did. So that was 69. Yeah, so we got a 69 there on Amazon as that's going back out. I sound like Chris Collinsworth. Did anybody watch Sunday Night Football there? I don't know what's...
Yeah, he's a champion, man.
Like,
he gutted that out.
Yeah, I guess he lost his voice there. And I feel like I'm doing the same. But all right, so that's a good move. Apple, we did not get it. And Neil's talking about Meta, so yeah, I'll have to go over there.
Yeah, I mean, right as we're at that, I'm looking for anything which is trying to test the top at the same time as the NASDAQ, because it gives you two-way action, right? Like you're able to sort of, if it fails 170 and we fail 12.7 on the NASDAQ, then you can maybe head to the downside. If we hold a breakout, well, it's giving you a bit of a wipeout bottom there and then trying to break through that price. So I like this one on the long side, but I have to go back over to Rivian. Where's my offer? Hit enter twice. You have to hit enter twice sometimes to make sure your chart wants to flip. Because maybe I shouldn't be. Maybe it's telling me I shouldn't have flipped away from Meta, but Rivian just got some out to the upside again. So it's a bit of a party in the EVs, or at least this one. I heard Lucid's making some moves as well, but we dip bought off 38 here on Rivian. Now I want to be looking. There's 12.7 on that NASDAQ, so now I want to be looking over here Meta. If it holds above 170, it's got room to go. But this is like decision point time. Got 3 longs, already started to pay out on some of them. We're trying to hold higher here, and don't ignore Tesla, which I said, 300, that came and went. I'm like, okay, well maybe 303 dip buy. It's up at 305 and not really doing much dipping at this moment. Brendo?
Another one starting to go. RGLS was up in the pre-market on this. Promising data on a kidney disease treatment that they released early on this morning. It did come off a long way, held 180, which is some prior levels over here, but huge volume just came back into RGLS as a big bid. Trying to chase this one up, guys.
That reminds me, just to go over INM, this one I had the short, played it into 14.20. It then broke out this lower high, so got out accidentally long, actually got out of the trade altogether when I had the accidental long. It then wick topped at 16, so end up with more or less like a flat trade, win then lose. And then, of course, the short starts to work off the lower high. So now it's got a bigger rejection of a level at 16 and then once again 15 into resistance. So don't sleep on that one. Looks like it could be heading into the downside. I thought the market, when the market started breaking up, I'm like, just take the money and run on NVIDIA, thinking we're going higher in the market, and then NVIDIA is right back on the low. So it looks like whatever's dragging these chips down is kind of holding them there. I might look for a reload. Not a reload, but to jump back into the trade to the short side if we can actually hold this trend in NVIDIA. I still like these short, but for now we're too close to the bottom to try that. I think we have to wait for this to settle itself out. The same way I want to see what happens here at this 170 on Meta. You're still churning through a heck of a lot of volume here, but to add this to the long, I want to see it break out of this channel. So hold the 170, break the 170.50. If it rejects it, I think there's a dip coming into VWAP here, Meta specifically. And Tesla, I'm looking very similar. Rivian, we've already gone over this one, but it seems to want to get back to that 39. I think 39 is a breakout. In addition to taking profit in front of it, I want to take a break of that 39 to the upside. So it'll be a different position or adding to the long through 39 on Rivian.
Okay, well, the stock that appears to be on crack is AMD because now it just rips right back up. So, okay, good for us holding, I guess. We just take some out again if it comes right back up here. So we'll take some out at 10, some in the teens again. And we just got a 24 bid there on AMD. So pretty happy that bounced back off. We got some out at 83.95 on the initial break lower, but we're gonna hold out for that and see if that can make some music there. It sucks because, man, we were pretty loaded up in Oxy there, and unfortunately it did take down that 65.80 level that we were holding out hope for from Friday. Right there was 65.90. We gave it a little bit more room to the downside, but look what's happening now as Oxy getting excited once again, looking to break highs. I just can't believe it. Wow, what a name Oxy is today. Amazon still, we're just getting out at the highs. New trade idea maybe, Google, trying to bounce off these lows, but again, looks pretty weak. Like, considering the market is now at the day's, I mean, I guess, yeah, it is at the high right now, despite that wick, but we're right there at the high. And honestly, I'm very surprised here that Google is near these lows. So, I guess a dip buy back in here into 1050, seeing if we support that bottom, but that seems more like trying to catch almost like a falling sword there because it is not overly aggressive today, Google. We're just going to get some more. I mean, this could be honestly like a horrible decision to get out. Maybe we have turned the tide here on AMD. So with that being said, no more outs until the 40s. Let's just be right about AMD. And if we are, then we can watch us go to the upside. We're actually going to be positive on AMD if we cashed it all out. So let's wait to see if we can make a move now up to the upside on advanced micro. It does look like Amazon right now trying to take out the highs as well. So good day so far here, Brendo. What you got for us?
A good day for Wayfair. This was last week, back to last week, 600 million capital raise for W. Back to the upside here again today. 5.3% ripping.
We were just sort of talking about Oxy, and I usually like the breaks on Oxy a little bit better. Oddly enough, just the way that it goes. So 68 would have been great, but that dip buy, I might be bottom wick on this thing, which is, I mean, it sucks, but the thing about making bottom or top wick is it means to some degree the price area that you were looking at was good. And you were sort of right about it. It's just obviously wants to kick your butt. Wayfair up at this 55 area. I don't like this stock for a breakout because the volume's under 1 million shares. And if you look at the range that it's put in, I'd rather much see what happens after you get a bit of a dip on this to settle back to the downside. Amazon back to 135. NEO, by the way, just touched $21 even. So NEO touched 21, putting in a bit of a sideways trade here. And if it gets through 21, well, okay, I didn't want the 20 break because it was right at the open. I said I'd wait for the dip buy. There wasn't one. So if I get 39 long on Rivian, that'll be a breakout trade. If I get 21 long on NEO, I'll be buying tops on both of these for that little bit of a break. Probably scalp some of that out, of course, for a breakout at this time of day. Brendo?
Checking on GovX, possibly some monkeypox situations, but GOVX just popped up on a volume scanner here, guys, trying to get back above 175, up about 5% after a big move last week.
All right, we're going to go long Meta here as it's breaking out. I mean, what a great trade on Amazon for us. That's 85 cents now in the money, and we just took another piece out at the day's high for Amazon. So far, so good on that one. AMD, the one that is like mind-boggling to me. Okay. I mean, I see you, man. I'll take it out again here. So AMD, like, I'll hit the register because we're in the money 30 cents on this name, but definitely did not expect this. There it is again. We just got another piece out on AMD. So, wow, mamma mia, today we'll go balling because we mentioned Luca with the Raptors hoodie. Seems to be good luck for sure. There goes Apple as well. So look, 80 cents winner. I mean, this is what we're doing today. Another big day for us right here. 80 cents in the money on Apple, right? Amazon, $1 now as we take that 134 bottom. AMD, man, ye of little faith. We got out of some when it broke 84, but here it goes back up to the upside. And then my new position alert, which is late to the game, no doubt about that, but Meta right now still 20 cents in the money, trying to play that off 170. The only thing, man, we talk about our wins and our loses over here, and our losses, of course, over here, and that was Oxy. In, and out. And look at Oxy now. Wow, you want to talk about pie in my face? That was a good idea, but a bad one to get out. Oxy right now ripping up. So far so good here. A lot of excitement at Trader TV Live. As here we go, man. Amazon booming again. Breaks through that 135. That's a good trade right there. Let's go.
Yeah, AMC just got to 10. It's up 10% now, AMC. Starting to absolutely churn. Forget about dip buys. You're not going to be able to catch them. NEO just took out that 21, so we're now into a NEO long. Square, by the way, just took out 76.5. I want to play back. I'll be buying dips in this as well as we continue this trend, hopefully to the upside. 76 is going to be that next dip. I got a target up here in that 78 range because once you break out this far, this is the last time we're in this price range. We were rejecting about 77.5 into that 78. So that's where I think we can get to. Square just goes absolutely moonshot to the upside. Amazon's now squarely through that 135 even price. And Rivian as well, approaching that 39. Doesn't quite get there just yet. But it's on the run. I like a breakout at 39 even on Rivian, but the 38 break came back in, bought the dip in front of that one, and that still looks good. Another name moving was on our, I'm pretty sure Carvana, thought it made our watch list. CVN and Piper Sandler were the ones with a positive note on them. It's still very heavily shorted, 27 to 40%, depending on what source you look at, but it's through $40 and running to the upside. Watch out when this gets to about $44. that could be an area for a pullback there on Carvana. I don't know if we have to pay for shorts on this, but one that I might have to add to that list of paying for some shorts. If it gets to 44, 45 on Carvana, I would have a look for a short on this one.
All right, the party is just getting started, and man, we would be in retirement mode, Brendo, if we just held on to that Oxy. Look at Amazon. I mean, I don't know, you want to talk about Trader Pratt showing up here? You want to talk about painting a picture? Look at this Amazon, bottom and top so far here today. Let's hope that we don't have the top, though. Let's hope that this continues to march higher and higher and higher. And by the way, look at Apple, man. Come at the king. Apple right now, monster move. Like, this is just insane. Up to, let's take it out, man. There's another one painting a nice picture. And we just took this for you, man. We just took Meta for you, and now that's 70 cents in the money and trying to go to the upside as well. Oxy, obviously the one that's messed up on. And then I still cannot believe AMD as like that out. I know you were on NVIDIA, but it's like these were wild this morning. No idea what the heck is going on with AMD as that goes all the way back up to the upside. But hey, we ain't going to question these. We're just going to get out. So that's a nice move to the upside. I can't believe it just took out 85. We just take a piece down there. Not a great price. 87s. We'll see if it can continue its move upside. But I'm pretty happy with that out there. And Apple, that was a big time upsize move. Now that we're above 160, we talked about buying this all last week. Even Prado was like, got to buy more Apple. There it goes, Apple to the upside, so that's good. And I said we were putting money to work Friday morning. Looks like that was going to be a good call as AMD and all these tech names continue to go up. Oxy is the like, ooh, calm down trade, because like honestly, we averaged in 3 times. We had a decent spot on for Oxy, and then we give it right back, and then it rips up. But hey, you know, we'll go 4 for 5 here today. It just sucks to slip up there on Oxy.
Sometimes it just happens, man. Yeah. There was nothing wrong with the dip buy. It's just the dip buys aren't always clean when you try to take them. So Square is breaking out right now. Like, it's through the highs, it's continuing to churn. But Coinbase here, I'm just noticing now that Coinbase has not gotten through the pre-market top. So it's not participating yet in this rally unless it gets through 84. This could set up for at least something that if the market were to try to pull a reverse in, or maybe Bitcoin moves down, instead of getting out of Square, I can look at maybe shorting Coinbase off this 84. It needs to get through that pre-market high. Otherwise, I'm not sure it's a part of this whole jam. Tesla is the other name. We're not really in this one. I'm not really in this one. It just got to 305 again and pulled back a little bit, so you're seeing it round back to the downside off of this 305. I supposed failure. NEO's kind of failing that 21. I mean, it's at 90s right now, so I think there's a chance that we're dipping here, and that means if you took a break like I just did in NEO, I don't want to give it all the way back to 2050. That's not the play I'm looking to make. NEO wants to take out this 90 area, get down to the mid-80s, and I'll have to give up on that long because it's near the high, and Tesla's trying to roll over.
Yeah, I don't want to give things up a little bit too early. I think the only one that I'm really debating holding on here is going to be Meta. We just got another piece out on AMD here, although like I never really want to be short AMD. I just think like that's been such a good run as the NASDAQ right now still bumping, man. You add 4% last week to another one right here. That's 5%. Like that's what people want to make in a year. And the NASDAQ has gained that all back in just 4 days or 3 days, up now 5%. Here you're up 1 and a bit today, plus the 4 from last week. That's where I'm not just pulling 5 out of my you know what, but that's a nice little move upside there, obviously for AMD today. And I'm surprised it's not stronger. So we're going to empty out the pockets on that one. We're not going to try to empty out any more on Apple. That's going to be a nice little high there. And then the one play that neither of us, I never heard you mention it yet, that we were looking at was NEO. Why? Because that did not dip by at all. It took off right away off the open. Obviously, we were waiting for a little bit lower there today, and that didn't happen as 20 was the key level. And yeah, 21 might be key on the top side. I don't want to take breakouts right now. I'd rather have these markets fall back in. That's why we're getting lighter. So watch out for NEO. It might be a short at 21. I was going to say, I haven't heard anything in my ear, but I see Brendan doing the little 2-step over there. So let's get ready to throw over to Brendan right now with Happening Now.
Hey guys, yeah, brought to you by Scans.com, the all-in-one stock scanning news and alerts platform built for day traders. You can effortlessly identify the best stocks to trade each and every day. Check them out, guys. Scans with a Z. tradertv.live.com. Here we go. S&P 1.05 to the upside. The Dow about 0.8, 0.73 here, 0.5 and 0.72 for the Russell. It was actually the Russell 2000 there that popped up initially as far as small caps are concerned. It has since come back. The NASDAQ leading us higher, though, 1.1, 1.14 right now. For the overall market. Tech stocks showing strength. Here's one we were talking about. Direct your attention to the bottom of the screen here because, wow, a ton of volume today, guys, on Coinbase still. Back to highs as we head higher for BTC. I noticed as well 5 days in a row, straight to the upside for coin. NIO we discussed a little bit as well, a bit of a pullback currently, but tagged 20 and said bye-bye to the upside for NIO today as well. Back over to you guys.
Yeah, that's the one I just got out of. So we'll try that top channel breakout. It does not happen. It gets through that 80s. Well, I'm out in the mid 80s when it failed at 90, but it's trying to bounce off view up here in my 3 minute. I kind of think this consolidation down in the mid 20s makes a little bit more sense for a bit of a dip buy. I just saw a crazy wick on Amazon. This one has been an absolute rocket ship. Looks like it just tested 136. I wasn't looking at a level 2. Entirely possible that was just a bit of a crazy dark pool print, but either way, still churning to the upside is Amazon. I like that 138 for a top on them. AMC, which, you know, that $10 level was on the imbalance locator and then just absolutely blew up off that $10 level. It got to 1075. It's still trending to the upside here. So AMC continues to be strong. I like Carvana for a potential reversal at some point as well. But AMC at this point, want to see if 1030 is going to be able to hold up there and then look for the dip buy. I said that Coinbase wasn't participating. It was pointed out that Mara was not really going either. I'm not a huge fan of trading Mara. I just rejected that 15 even. I like Coinbase, but it is absolutely true. Mara is a lot weaker than what I was looking at for Coinbase. And Coinbase just broke that 84 and then wick top. So if I'm looking for a reversal here, I am long squares. I'm not like, it's not as if I don't like the long in these names, but it just put this wick top in, a couple of them off this 84 high. So I'm going to play the short here, acknowledging that, hey, if I'd done the same thing in Mara, you'd already have an absolute banger. And if this doesn't work out, then I probably will jump over to Mara and see if I can't work a short there. Not that I'm trying to force the issue on a short, but if we don't get through this high on Coinbase, which I guess it's about to now that I just got into it, then I think there's room to run. Like if you look risk to reward here, there's your top. Risk about 50 to $1, and these bottoms are at $81. So I think there's room to run to that downside on Coinbase. But Mara, already weak.
And I got to make a move and get another coffee here. It's always tougher on a Monday, but I love Mondays because it's a brand new week and it's the casino is now open. I mean, the market is the only casino that closes on the weekend, you know. So I'm pretty happy to be back here. Yeah, no, not just the stock market, of course, for North American markets. But yeah, you could trade crypto. I mean, I think that's the exciting thing about crypto. You could trade that 24/7, of course, unless your exchange gets shut down or stops taking withdrawals. Not that that's happened to me, but just letting you guys know. Be careful about that one. Yeah, Scott H, man, I thought we were friends, bro. I thought we were friends. Like, he puts in the chat, you guys should have held on to Oxy.
Well, I mean...
Yeah, Scott, come on, bro. Let's go, man. Like, let's go, mamma mia. Of course we should have held on to Oxy. That's the whole point. That's why I'm mad right now, but I'm not mad at all. You know, look, I'm at the highest spot I've been at all day. I'm pretty happy with the trading so far. But yeah, that was a little bit of a sour move there for me, especially because I tweeted out that I loved the long on Oxy, and then this is what I do. But it doesn't matter. It broke this level, and unfortunately, you know, with the move coming down, I didn't really understand it. I thought it was going to be a bigger flush. Didn't have too many shares. I had the right amount of shares. I was happy with what I had on there. And does it suck? Hell yeah. But Amazon said, hey, don't worry about that. We'll take everything from here. Hold the wheel. And then there it goes to the upside. Amazon, you know, while we were getting stopped out of Oxy, we exploded Amazon to the upside. So yeah, would love to have them all, but that's day trading. When we're going to go $1.50 in the money on Apple, right? That's one trade. These are all single trades, by the way, right? One ins, right? So there's Apple, one in. There's AMD, 70 cents. That's one in. Here's Amazon, $1.50. That's one in, right? Here's Meta. That's one in and cashed out for 40 cents each time, right? That's one in. And then Oxy, unfortunately, multiple ins, which is fine. We just built our position, and then that got us out. So I'm going to go a clean 4 for 5 here on ideas. So I'm pretty happy, and I hope you guys are as well. But I do apologize. I mean, Neil and I both had that level marked off. I said you didn't get into Neil, but you did.
I did. I took the top.
Right. So that was my mistake on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I did take the top on NEO. I'm gonna try to add to. If we fail the high again on Coinbase, I'm gonna try to add to that one. But I did take the top end on that, and then get out in the top. Like I didn't hold it back into VWAP, which it obviously would have worked out. I thought we're coming down into this consolidation. Instead, we held a higher low here on NEO. People are saying your position board is not updating. Never showed NEO.
It
never showed up on the board?
It probably
did. No, I
did.
was in it.
Regardless of how fast it shows up. I mean,
no, but I was in the trade for like a good 5-10 minutes or so.
Must not have seen it, guys.
Yeah, okay.
It'll show up on the bottom.
No, it should have been on there.
Scrolls.
I did have the position in it, so it was definitely there. There's no question about it. But some names moving to the upside again. Coin trying to take out that high. So as I get into the coin, whoops, I did not flip to the chart. Coin trying to take out that high. It just did it now. So now Coin is in the midst of a breakout, and I'll play it like I was playing Square. You finally got through that pre-market top, and you're kind of getting through this resistance point, and suddenly resistance is going to hopefully turn into support, and we can work back into that 86 level. But I'm already in the long in Square. Rivian's starting to come back to me, though, back to that 30. No, it's not. Okay, I thought it was a little bit closer to 38 than it was here. Rivian, I'll have to clean up that dark pool wick from yesterday and this morning as well, kind of skewing the chart. But it's trying to hold VWAP. It never got through 39 at that top. So unfortunately, Rivian, good, but not great, because I wanted to see that break 39, head to that 40 area where I think there's still plenty of upside. I keep looking over at Tesla, and Tesla just keeps on holding this channel. No dip to VWAP, no break of the high. So until Tesla breaks out of this, either breaking through the high here or getting down into that 303 at VWAP, probably nothing to see for me on Tesla. So I'm just only in longs now. Then I've gone to the long on Coinbase off of that reversal. Keep someone, I think it's Ashtuka, asking about Asana. I haven't looked at this since the earnings last week. It was last week, I think it was.
Yeah, that was a huge trade for for me. You're on the desk.
Yeah, I was on the desk there. I didn't actually trade Asana on the earnings. But yeah, big break at 25 even, and getting into 27. This gets real spicy at $30, right? So this gets up to $30. I think everyone and their mother is going to be watching this one for a bit of a short this week. But 25, good breakout for Asana there. There's a lot of flies here. You already killed one. I got one at the desk last week, and there's like 3 more flying around. But Asana at $30 makes more sense to me. I see a top at 27, but I don't want to diddle with this. That's diddling in the middle. He needs to get up to that 30 for resistance. Otherwise, you're playing the long into that price.
And I just want to say, you guys saw, and it does happen quick, like Neil explained, took the short in Coinbase, then reversed it into the long. We have a really fast system here, so sometimes like our positions will flip pretty fast. So if you see it or you don't miss it, obviously the 3 of us plus everybody on the midday show tries to explain the best we can if and when we're into new positions. I try to hit this and stuff like that, so we'll try to do our best to continue with that. I'm going to get out, so I'm just telling you guys right now, 170.50 breaks, we're gone on Meta. There it is. So we're preserving capital, baby. So we'll say fail on that one. Still a win. We're up on Meta today, and like I said, we're out of AMD, out of Amazon. We still have 17% or so here on Amazon left as we start to go back up to the upside right there. So we'll watch it. Looks like we messed up by getting out. Amazon is so super strong today. That's going to be a problem for us on that one. Not a problem. It's great. Apple continues to make moves to the upside, but this is why we get out of Meta. It's obviously made a high move there, and now it's faded back out. So I'm debating actually looking for a short in Meta. That could be a pretty dangerous play. Yeah, you know what? The short doesn't come in, at least my eyes are going up here because we have multiple charts that we're looking at. I always look at some of these levels here, breaking. That's VWAP is the blue. The 50 period is the purple, is the pink, and then green is down here at the 50 for the 200. And it's got to break a lot lower for Meta, but this is not a name that I want to average back into. AMD, I had a similar opinion and was wrong on that. I was like, AMD is weak, AMD is weak. So we kept getting out, and then the only thing weak is my hands because AMD ripping to the north side right now, and definitely some cashed out opportunities there today on AMD. Wow, as that continues its acceleration to the upside as well. Yeah, we got to look at some more names. I mean, I keep looking at the same ones because not much is really falling into place for me. The longs keep going up. Google, we talked about trying to get that down here. We missed it. Should have had it. Google to the upside. Mullen back to 55 cents. I wish that was moving.
53 is a big level.
Yeah, exactly. So that was another level there. Mullen back down to that 53, which goes all the way back. Hopefully my charts load, but the Mullen 53 is back here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. Ooh, that was pretty accurate right there. 53 coming into Mullen back near the February lows. So that could be something to watch out for. I wouldn't smash 53. I would probably wait to see what happens at 50 even, as naturally that tends to be more of a key level.
Yeah, I'm going to get back in. Well, I just got back into Rivian there off that 38 level. It just bounced to VWAP, so I was able to take some out there. But you might have heard under my breath, I'm like, whoa, what is going on with that VYTX? That's sort of, is it VYTX or VTYX? Going absolutely gangbusters. Back above $40, Brendo.
Massive move, unbelievable. Just looking at a few things, guys, that aren't really participating. One of those is the banks. Banks lagging ever so slightly here for the overall market. There was this note on Goldman out earlier. New York Times reporting they're repairing a round of layoffs. So Goldman coming back in here. I just noticed back to pre-market highs. It's still up 1%. JP Morgan up as well, but again, lagging a little bit for the overall market.
All right.
Yeah, it's just VTYX up 75% now, testing 40 to 41 this range here. It's getting a little top heavy in this bad boy. Look, it's a huge breakout on every single level you can possibly imagine. Like, you're going to zoom out and sort of see how long it's been in this channel, and then you're finally getting a breakout from 27 even. So it's obviously bullish. There's no question about that, but starting to get a little bit top heavy. Just rejected 41. I think if it tries to go through this high again and doesn't get through, that's when I'd look for that risk to reward short back into VWAP type of play there. Super strong name, but market trying to come back in here a little bit. I just took some out of Rivian, but Amazon's given some feels that it could be making its turn as well. It's 136. Like, it just rejected 136 pretty cleanly there. I'm going to put my trail in through. That was my trail. 135, like 40s on Amazon here. Make sure we lock in that profit.
Yeah, I'm doing something similar right now. We've actually switched it up. We hit that siren alert. We switched to a short on AMD. Like I said, I feel like the market just had a nice little run there. Not to think that the run's over. It's just, hey, if I was identifying AMD as being weak before, then you are weak, as my daughter tells my son Baxter. You are weak, AMD. So, it's supposed to be you are weak. I don't know why she puts the you a weak in there. I think that's just an inside joke with my family, so I won't say it anymore. But you are weak, AMD. Let's see if it comes down. Hit that 50, man. That's what we're bidding right now. See if we can take a clean 25. There it is. See if we can take a clean 25 cents, and we did. Now we'll hold this to the bottom. Apple coming out very soon. We take down 161.40. We're out of Apple, so watch out for that one. And then Amazon, I know Neil just talked about it. We're pretty light on this name. I think I want to hold this. I'm willing to hold this all the way back down. It's been the strongest name for me today. I mean, I think Apple is stronger. Obviously, Apple's up 3% as that continues to march higher. I mean, they're going to sell another billion. What is it? I don't know. How many billions do they sell their phone? 199 billion or something in iPhone sales. But still a nice little upside move here for Apple. Continues to go. That AMC, Neil already touched about that. Let's just check out Bed Bath & Beyond quickly.
NVIDIA. Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Is NVIDIA dropping down now too?
I got to cancel my offer. We got the one time 145.
Oh, good.
I was on the offer. I'm like, I'm going to take this. I'm going to take this turn. And then look at the candle. It just dropped another $1. NVIDIA is incredibly weak. It showed us that right at 9.29 or so. I'm going to short this next pop, the first chance we get. I didn't get trailed out on Amazon. That got like 1 penny away from, well, okay, it got like 2 pennies away from a trail on Amazon, but this does feel like it's about to come out here. If we bounce higher, all well and good, fair enough. Tesla here, that's continuing its rollover off 305, so the market starting to come back into that downside. I mentioned Carvana to you guys, and then I did pay for shorts. It has rejected this high. I don't know if it gets back to 42 even, but up 13% and looking a little bit top heavy in Carvana. This obviously 27 to 40% short, depending on where you check. This is a risky if you ever want to get into it, but that 42 top, it just feels like it's come a little bit too far on Carvana. The market's making a test here, but we're still above the 12.7 resistance on the NASDAQ, so trend unbroken in some of the tech names. But I'm leaving NVIDIA out of this because NVIDIA, it's flat now on the session, but overall it still has that same 145 resistance. That's a short till it's not.
Yeah. I know Neil's been messing with Coinbase here. It's still not doing a whole hell of a lot. I still like the short in Coinbase, but It's just so frustrating. This is what's happening today, man. Some of these levels taking out levels, dropping back down. See the NASDAQ. Now the NASDAQ's doing the same kind of thing. We're starting to go back up, right? So that's why I feel like, and Luca talked about this last week, man, take the profits when the profits are there. That's why we got out here of AMD. We only got out of 40%. We still are holding it. Maybe it is not as weak as we thought, Brendo.
Just having a look at this one, IDYA. Just fair warning, very low volume here, kind of thinly traded, but 16% just starting to go on this. This was out earlier this morning, but just starting to go right now. Mid-stage cancer treatment data that came out positive for IDYA.
And I'm just noticing Vinco Ventures here up 20%. Just touched $1.20, and I said dollar because I usually like these off a buck. And we closed at exactly $1, and we opened up at 104, 105. Man, risk reward, it's always gorgeous when it does this. The last time it got to this price, I don't know why 15 minutes doesn't want to show you here, but it was a failed breakout at 120, and I was involved in this one a couple of weeks ago, and then it couldn't hold that 115 area. So a bit of resistance here at that 120 to 125 on Vinco. I think this time if it goes through, it's got ample room to run. There it is. Ample room to run. This is also going to be your 50 period on the daily. So lots of room to run here if it does get through that 125, but it couldn't that last time through. So just some caution here if you're involved in this. Rivian, it just got back in past VWAP, continuing to try to test this 39. Each dip's been good off 38, but still no 39 break just yet in Rivian. It's been a good one, but I want this following through, breaking 39, giving us that run to 40. I still have a stop to go longer through that level. If we get it, fantastic, but it's resisted a couple of times here. And here comes NVIDIA churning through to that 145 area. So if it fails it again, I'm going to jump into the short. But finally, NVIDIA looking strong. I missed this short here, and I do not want to catch it until it curls. That's a higher low now and a potential breakout, but any rejection at that 145, and I'll play the short again here on NVIDIA.
All right. All right. All right. I'm going to move forward here with that one. All right. So right now, just looking to see AMD. You are not a week right now as it just continues to make a move to the upside. We're going to give this one. We've averaged into it. Our average price is 19. We're out of the money 10 cents. But at the same time, out of the money is still out of the money. We're going to give this to 85.50 right there where the 200 period is. See if that one can hold. The NASDAQ is absolutely ripping. So, you know, obviously we're going to lose on AMD, and it's not going to be nice because, you know, we haven't averaged in position right now. But the other names are sort of helping us out a little bit here with a nice little upside move as Apple taking out the high, as does Amazon. So far, so good on a lot of these names, but just not great here on AMD as that's falling right back in now, AMD. So, hey, maybe we do have something on this one. What's up, Brendo?
A little supercomputer, quantum computing name just popping up, ARQQ, getting above some significant levels on the daily chart over here on huge volume there. Might have just been a stop run, not seeing any headlines on this, but heads up ARQQ trying to run.
Yeah, ARKQ is another name. This is Arquit Quantum there. So a nice little name for that one. Thank you, Brendo, as I almost, AMD did come down and we could have got out for flat there, but we didn't. So let's just hold on to that and see where we go here on AMD. Even though the market is near the high, maybe we have something here. So let's just wait to see if we can get AMD to make a move back down to the downside, and then we'll just move off of that. So here it comes back in a little bit now into the money on AMD. Let's see if it can fall down just a little bit more as we're bidding 13s. There it is. Nice little downside move here for Advanced Micro.
Yeah, at the same time, you're testing these tops on NVIDIA, so it was relatively weak. Now it's trying to break in front of AMD. So before AMD goes, NVIDIA is making a turn to the upside. Amazon's going to go back through 136. That's incredibly strong here, but I'm going to be stopped out in a few cents here on NVIDIA on that reload. Tesla, by the way, still going sideways. That's a bit of a disappointment there, unfortunately. I don't think we're going to be able to get that, but there's a stop on NVIDIA just now. Looks like it does not want to continue its weakness. I'll take it out through that high of the day. If it wants to hold a high, fair enough. I just mentioned Amazon back through 136. I think we're on the road to this 138 price. I had that from the 15-minute chart. That's why I like it up there. I think we can get to that. Square, we're going to hang on to the long as well. Square just looked a lot better on the higher time frame. It just bounced on a higher low. I would have loved to get 75s. I can cancel that bid. I don't know if we're going to get that again. I'll play off a reload reload now VWAP here, 76, 75, 90 to 76 on any kind of dip. We'll try to play back into some square to that long. And then I just mentioned CVNA, Carvana. Still going to be pretty strong here off of that. I think it was Piper. Yeah, it was Piper Sandler, I think I was mentioning, that had a positive note there. So it just tested 42 again. Bit of a rejection, so double top now at 42, 42.20, the high of the day. That's what I want to risk to on Carvana. I did pay for shorts this morning. I can double check. I don't think they were very pricey on Carvana, but did have to pay for locates on this thing. But I want to short it to that high of the day, up 14% on. Also a bit of a short squeeze is the other way to think about this as well. But trying to reject that 42 a second time here on CVNA. Is that right?
Nah. Jay offering me, he wants Dak and a pick for Cousins. Like, I don't know if this guy understands.
Oh, come on for Jay.
I don't know if he understands that this is a keeper league or not, but this guy, honestly,
you can pull that on. You could.
Do I have Vikram written on my head or something like that?
Yo, so we have this one guy.
I'm just glad we're calling him out for this.
And the way he likes to win in fantasy is to sort of pick on the dudes that don't pay as much attention to it.
Yeah.
You know, he'll think he can get over on trades. It's like, come on, bro, you can't do that. No.
Denied. So I'm glad I made that publicly.
The Wolves are circling
right there. I might have to put that on the chat. Okay.
Call him out, bro. Call him out.
I mean, I call him out to his face, and then he goes, "Oh, do you want to buy Geno Smith?" It's like, look, this is the thing. Like Geno Smith, like I'd rather have who's the guy going for?
I don't want to disrespect. I'm not disrespecting Geno Smith. He's in the NFL.
Well, you're going to see tonight. You watch tonight. He's going to put up like 400
yards. He's in the NFL.
Yards.
If you're good enough to start in the NFL, mad respect. Smith. But this is fantasy football we're talking.
I mean, at least I have Zach Wilson. Like, honestly, I'll just throw out Joe Flacco. I have him. He's like, how worse is that?
Geno Smith.
Want to buy Geno Smith? What do I want to buy him for? Like a beer?
I can't even sit straight right now.
I'll literally offer him like a veal sandwich next draft, but I mean, I don't want to pay anything actually for that dude. But okay, here comes AMD flushing down.
Wow.
So let's calm down on all this, and we'll move on back over to the big board. I got to go get a coffee after that and rinse my face down the toilet or something, see if I need to accept that deal. But Kirk Cousins and a pick for Dak Prescott. This sounds hilarious. And the thing is, I should have let him on and see what pick he wants, right? Like, maybe a first rounder, maybe something good as well. But I'm going to pass hard on that. Yeah, I had Dak Prescott.
Kirk Cousins is going to have a good year.
For sure. I know. I could be QB1. I'm not the one, but could be performing like that. Jefferson is amazing as well. So good receiving core over there. But okay, that's fantasy football. We said we talk a lot about that probably, and we did. We did not disappoint. AMD with the move downside. We're taking some out, but over there at the big board, we can't wait much longer as Amazon right now, by the way, is up huge. Let's go over to Brendan and see the small cap recap? Yes, it is. Feels like it's late today, but maybe this is right. Over to Brendan with small cap recap.
Yeah, no, definitely late. It's also brought to you by Chart Prime, guys. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically detect chart patterns, support and resistance zone, reversal zones. Check them out, Chart Prime, guys. QR code on screen right now. We were discussing this VTYX. This is going to look kind of ridiculous at this point, but first day back from vacation, Monday morning, it was a keep it simple, stupid kind of trade for VTYX. I was talking about that level, that 34.5 support from the pre-market, the initial pullback. So it was just taking a shot long versus that gave you $2.50 to $3 to the upside, straight higher out of the gate on the open. Obviously, there's a second leg happening, or just happened, back to the upside, but huge move, obviously, for VTYX. A few others, IFBD, this is 225, then 240. Really wanted a test of either at the open. Didn't happen, so we're into this. This is the problem. If you're shorting down here through 2, you're right into where we were on Friday. So a push higher would give you the opportunity to fade that back down. RGLS, same kind of story. This was actually getting interesting. 210 held a couple of times on the resistance back to 190, but not a huge range. So a couple of little ones, but kind of stuck in a range right now, guys. Back to you.
I just had to reload those shorts, and that's going to be the story here. The good call was to get out of NVIDIA when the market looked strong, and then should have just stayed there, because what you ended up having, even said, it's like, okay, there's a higher low. That was a missed opportunity in the short. You don't want to chase a missed trade, right? So this was the missed trade, getting the reload at the open price that we got, and then play it back into the higher low. Instead, I chased it third time through. Not sure that'll end up being a top wick. Right now, you essentially have a wick top through the high of the day, so 145.50, which is a different setup from what I took before, which is sort of running into that high of the day. I like wick tops. That's an actual setup that makes some sense to me. So I just jammed back into some NVIDIA here off of that higher low. We'll see what happens with it right now. We'll give it back toward that high. And then it's all about, can it actually hold that high on NVIDIA? I just talked about Carvana, CVNA. We just jumped into this one. Off of that, there it is, off of that 42.40 high on Carvana. Let's see how well this one holds up. Obviously, it's got that short interest. You don't want to ignore the heavy short interest on Carvana, but that's a double top off of 42 that I see, and 42.20 I should say. So I'm going to play back into this one, see if it wants to try to go here. I keep talking about Tesla and not really trading Tesla. It just doesn't want to come. Look, if Tesla wants to break out here, 305.50, I'll be all over this. Don't get me wrong. I like that long on the break. I would have liked a dip buy here, but the longer it does this, where essentially you're holding a tight little channel, I always say this, Tesla's not an everyday trade. And I keep coming back to it because I like trading Tesla. But the truth of the matter is, you had to have this long off the open. And right now, I just don't see much of anything. So I'm going to ignore it and go back to what I should have not gotten away from, which is NIO. NIO, super, super strong here. I got out of the breakout, and this is the problem with breakout trades, right? If it doesn't work right away, you're caught in a break or a failed break, and you don't want to get caught in one of those. So I made a bit of a mistake in taking the break instead of looking for dip buys. The dip buy was gorgeous. I got away from it. Now I'm looking for the dip again. If we want to dip from this 21 area, I'll try to catch the next consolidation long on NIO, which is what I should have been doing the entire time here. So that's a mea culpa there. Mea culpa? Mea culpa? I don't know, man. You guys tell me. Is it mea culpa or is it mea culpa? Either way, I screwed up on NIO here today. I said I didn't want the 20 break unless it happened. You know, we missed it right at the open. It had already broken 20 in the pre-market, so I didn't take it at the open. I thought we'd get a dip buy. That was wrong. NIO was only going up, and it's doing so without me, unfortunately. NVIDIA now rolling back into the downside. If it can hold VWAP, then I got to get out of that one. But Carvana, CVNA, every time, I've typed it wrong like 3 times. You guys haven't seen it. But Carvana's starting to print into the downside here. I'm playing this back into VWAP. Double top, I'll have most of it out in front of VWAP. If it breaks 41, I'll try to hold some for 40. But this got I think it was an upgrade or something by Piper Sandler. It's been on the breakout trail. And this level on the daily, 39.25, I expect to be some support on the way back in. So I think there's a limit to how far this can go on CVNA. And I don't want to be fighting it too hard here, but double top had to short it and take my shot because it looks like it's a pretty good resistance level. But the trend is clearly to the upside on Carvana. If it breaks that high, I'm gone.
All right, looks like we're getting set up here for a crypto minute, and it's Brendan over at the big screen.
Hey guys, yeah, let's remind you of what's happening so far today. Crypto back above, 22,000. I don't know why they have 3 zeros here and then a 4, which is kind of strange, but it's 22,000 probably and 40 cents or something along those lines. But ETH 1732. But all eyes down here, they're talking about all eyes on what's to come tomorrow. Remember, CPI at 8:30 is going to affect crypto markets as well. So that will not only be the major event that happens for equities this week, but also for crypto markets. But a ton then of equities also moving on. This move in crypto today, BTC leading the way, 4%, 4.1%. I mean, it was all going so well, but ETH has actually gone negative now, 0.6 to the downside on the big board here. Shout out to Binance. Everything else, so top to bottom, very, very green, 1.7, 1.3. What is that? Oh, Solana. Yeah, Sean, you were talking about that. 9% still for Solana. Down here, Matic is well 4.25%. So nice green day out of Ethereum. Not really participating so far, guys. Back to you.
Sell the news is what they tend. I mean, we talk about that all the time.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, crypto's going to bounce around. I mean, it's not crazy. I just updated my Coinbase short. Instead of waiting for 82.50 like I was talking about there, which is all the way here, these lines, I'm going to use 83, which is the VWAP down here. If we break back down through 83, then I think it's going to be a short. I don't really want to deal with it in here, Coinbase. I don't really, like I was saying, I think, and I forget who it was on the chat, and I do apologize, it is a longtime viewer, was mentioning to me about Coinbase and that they have that BlackRock underneath it. And yeah, that's right. So, I mean, I do think that Coinbase does have, some bids underneath it there. We talked about near 70 when BlackRock got involved, and then it ripped up. It was right into here, up to that 115. I remember that day, how crazy that was. But I keep saying that I think the true buy is down near 70 or something. So I'm not going to worry about anything until we get down near there again, which I'm pretty sure we'll get to. Again, crypto rips and everything's fun. And there's no problem. But it's like when crypto starts getting hammered to the downside is when I think you start to pull into question Coinbase and if you actually want to be long that name or not. So, that's something that's pretty interesting for me there would be Coinbase down there breaking through 83. I think I like that short, especially if we do give it up everywhere else. But, I mean, the reason why my day is just so monstrous, obviously we miss out on Oxy as that keeps going up. But, I mean, Amazon, I don't even know where we picked this from other than the fact that we were trading Amazon all last week, and we definitely were running that thing. We've noticed it, and I even talked about it this morning. Remember, unfortunately, I have to zoom in a little bit too much here to show you, but Amazon, nice aggressive move last week, right? Comes into 134 today. We just waited for it to dip down. We knew we wanted to buy Amazon. There was really no levels. It's not even on a sticky note, but there it is, man. It dips back down in. We build that base. We don't get in until 938. So we sort of was like, okay, if the market's going to be up, we have 134. So look where we're long. We're long at 134.15. It might have been a 50-cent hit at most, and then here it just rips up to the upside and just keeps on motoring. So a nice little move there, upside. Now Amazon taking out some of the highs as down goes AMD, man. I mean, what a great call on this one for the short for me as we rip the long and then just rip the short right back down in. So longs there, shorts again, and printing for us quite nicely now on Amazon as we are now back to the high of the day for myself. So nice little move there on AMD and on Amazon. So far, so good. And I'm just going to hold on to Apple, man. We talked about it breaking this 40 level. If it does that, we're gone. It came pretty close. Let's hold on to this. But really, I'm banking everything on AMD right now. So as this market can go to the downside, I'm pretty happy with this.
Yeah, and I'm going to get to NVIDIA in a quick second because I just took some out there. But INM, wow. That got to $17, man. I gave up on this after this failed break here at 15.50, and it just held 14 even. I think, this could see 20 if it can continue this trend. That's just a psychological. It was at 10 this morning. 15 was a failed breakout. Then it took that level out. So, 10, 15, 20. That's the only reason I even say that number psychologically. It makes a heck of a lot of sense to me. But that's a ways away here. NVIDIA now rolling back into VWAP. We're definitely going to try to hold this for the trend back in. But, you know what? Sometimes you can just draw them. When I started out trading, I was like the first month or two, I was all about trend lines, man. I'm talking like 2003. But I don't really draw them that often, but when I see something as obvious as this, you just try to take out the high, fail wick top. If we actually bounce off 144, then I got to take more shares off of NVIDIA. This is why you get out of it, because it's formed a bit of an uptrend. It's now back to green on the session, and you don't want to ignore what's going on in that level in the chart. And that's the other reason why when I go back to CVNA here, Carvana, that I was saying, yeah, I'm actually back on the bid here in front of 41 even. Didn't even get the second fill, and it's retesting that high. The trend, it's still pretty strong to the upside. This hasn't broken this double top here just yet. It could still put a failed break in. Like, it could take out this 42.20 or 30 and then stop me out and then still be a solid short that I'd want to work back into. But for now, it's about taking it out in front of VWAP, acknowledging the fact that the stock looks relatively strong as far as I can tell. And speaking of relatively strong, Square was super strong. I don't know if we're going to actually see the continuation to get us up there. Crypto has pulled back a fair bit. I did just jump back into this, but it looks like it wants to take out this higher low that it's put in here at about 75.50. So running out of steam a little bit there on Square, at least for now. You already went up over to Amazon. That still looks pretty strong. But INM, this could be the one throughout lunchtime that shows you that big move, whether it's bouncing and getting to 20 or maybe reversing and getting back into this 14 to 15 area that it had support before. That's big percentage moves that I think we're going to be able to see in INM. This will be my one to watch throughout lunchtime instead of just sort of holding positions that are in the money for you right now. Everything's in the money I got, but I want to get into this INM. I can't see any way we're not either testing 20 or back to the support at 14. Don't want to diddle in the middle, however.
I still can't get over that Scott H comment. Love you,
What did
man.
he say?
That was just nothing. He's like, you should have held on to Oxy. I was
Well,
just like, oh
yeah.
man. I know. And tomorrow we'll be doing that, hopefully a little bit better on that play. For right now,
cold,
though,
Scott.
obviously Neil and I both short the semis. That was a pretty good turnaround. We definitely noticed the relative weakness there. I couldn't believe when it started to go up, and I said, those of you that stand in front of AMD will forever be sorry. So that's what I did here, and I was almost one of those victims again. But we hit that level there on AMD. We give it up to that 200 period of 87.50 as we averaged in. Now it's pay dirt there, but honestly, that's a pretty risky trade. I was pretty happy to put the neck on the line for that short. And again, why do we short that name? I'm going to show it to you right now on the NASDAQ, and I want to thank some of our futures traders around here for this view as well, because now I'm looking much more long term. And this is part of why we're able to get that 12,600 break there on the NASDAQ and why we crushed it on Friday, because we had a lot of these longs into a break up to this 12,600. So we had the longs on Friday, but now look what we're running into right now, 12,900. So that's coming into some areas now on the NASDAQ that we had some issues with before absolutely collapsing again. This isn't, these aren't huge levels. This is back to August, but we had a few days where we danced around 13,000 there. So just noticing some of that, and it doesn't, look, AMD, Apple, Amazon, they're not all looking out that far, but there are traders out there that I feel like will start to lighten up heading into tomorrow. To me, that's where the logic is. Now, if the rest of this market continues to blow up here, and honestly, I just got out some in the 70s, I'll just take another 90 bid right now. That was 78. This was 70. We don't have any 50 bids, but maybe AMD does turn around again, and we do have a choppy rest of the day. Ever since, this is 8:55, so that's 9:55. So the last 40 minutes has been Chop City. Is that going to be the rest of the day? I'm going to say no, but I think leaning on the side of maybe not any aggressive moves the rest of the day, I would say the fear and the risk would be to the longs, meaning that if you're long, the risk to me is that we've already had a 1.4% move at the highs, right? That's a big move heading into what could be disaster tomorrow, right? It's like a perfect storm lining up. You're now up 5% on the NASDAQ in a week, right? You're running into an inflation, a CPI number that nobody really has a great guess on what it's going to be. Plus, you have the Fed still talking hawkish. So I'm not overly excited about holding a long into the rest of the day. I'm going to hold on to the AMD short. We already have our outs for Apple. We don't really have an Amazon out, but maybe we're getting close to that as well. So hey, the net, maybe just do a trail on all these positions. But you know what happens, Neil, when we get out on trails? What do we always say?
It never feels good.
Right. We always say, why did I do that? But hey, keeping some money in your pocket is never a mistake. A man that keeps a lot of money in his pocket until it's haircut day is Brendan.
They're laughing, but it's true. PXMD, 29. Wow. Pax Medica, 29% here, guys. I'm not seeing anything on this, but heavy volume coming into this. One of those recent additions, going back to a couple of weeks ago, low float additions. Pax Medica starting to go.
Oh, we saw that last week too.
Yeah,
I'm not
I need
saying
a haircut myself.
I'm not saying that as insulting to Brendan. No, not by any stretch of the imagination. I've already called him what did I call him? King Fade before.
Brendan's got
even
great
when he
hair,
comes
man.
back from vacation,
Nice hair.
for me, I'd be back from vacation, I'd be all a mess, this and that. I'd be coming in, I look worse than I would today.
You should
which is
see-
I don't even know if that's possible.
When I
and then
came
this
back-
guy over there looks like he's freaking a runway model.
When I came back, I don't shave at all on vacation.
Right,
So when I came back from
exactly.
Dallas, it was 4 or 5 days. My daughter is like, you need to shave.
Yeah,
Daddy."
yeah.
I looked at myself before I got on the plane. I'm like, yo, I look like an absolute.
That's the way you're supposed to look.
Look, I look terrible. That's all I'm going to say. I was going to say something else, but no, I look awful. It was horrible and awful all in one. But I need a haircut myself. But it's a pure compliment to Brendo how he gets the hair looking good. And of course, we have a couple of other people on the show that I see looking pretty sharp in there. And I love the shirt. Everyone's
you don't mean
going.
Prad.
No, Prad's got the Raptors too. So
No, he's got to put on that other shirt, man.
No, he's got a
Friday.
Raptors tees ready to go, and I know Luke has got his Raptors. I hope it's been good luck. I want to get to a couple of names because I'm now only in the Amazon long, right? I got out of Square. That just broke down. I'll do this so I don't have to switch off the chart, but Square just broke down, so that breakout couldn't follow through. I'm now out of that one. Should have held on to the Coinbase, but I'll flush myself down the toilet for not just sticking with the Coinbase short. Carvana is working, but you're not really breaking this 41, so I'm out again at 41 even here. And NVIDIA, that short's still working out as that continues back into the downside. We'll go to you, and then I think we have sector.
Yeah, I only just hit that because we do have the Coinbase short now, and we took it through through 83, and now it's coming back down. So I just wanted to bring that up to everyone's attention because I was talking Coinbase, and now it is trying to move, and we did get in a little bit of slippage, not huge, slipped down about 8 cents through that 83. So, you know, as they say, it is what it is. If you want the short, you got to pay the piper, and unfortunately, the spread here, like even right now, is 13, 14 cents. So Coinbase, just be careful. I am putting my bids out, right, so I can get filled as we fill on the way in. So you need Coinbase to run you over to get the best prices. So let's watch out for that. A nice win, yes, sir. Wow, this is another great day, man. And I'm glad that you're all with us. But without any further ado, this is reminding me of the screen that it looked like on Friday, Neil, where absolutely everything was killer. Let's go over, yeah. There's a couple spots there. It'll be interesting to see what Brent has to say about the top right. Let's go see what's going on the big board with Brendo.
Yeah, I mean, it's green, but it's only just. It could be a lot higher. Obviously, we're up 1%, 1.06 right now on the S&P 500 is what you're looking at. This is the energy group, obviously, with the move in crude back to day highs. Some of the energy producers benefiting. Apache leading the way right now, 6.7% for APA. Devon, MRO, Hess, Fang, PXD, Oxy, they're all here. 2.8% all the way up through 7%. This is actually material stock. So Mosaic and CF, 4% and 6% downside. However, the rest of the group enough and then some to offset that and more. So they are positive. Real estate utility stocks positive. That's Twitter. There was more Elon headlines this morning. We didn't even talk about it, but Twitter down 1.7%. I think everyone's kind of over Elon headlines with Twitter. Dish, EA, Paramount, some of the streaming names is what I'm trying to say, still in positive territory as well. Mixed day for consumer staple names, but the rest of the board here nicely positive. BMY up 5%. One of those little small caps moving around teamed up with BMI on a drug. I apologize, it fails me. I don't have it right now, but I'll get that for you. BMI up on positive data for a drug that came out this morning. Consumer discretionary names are leading right now. SIVB down here in the banking group, downside, everything else positive. Tech is positive, obviously, as well. This group, the hardware group, leading the way for tech shares so far. 1%, guys, for the S&P. Back over to you.
There you go. The hardware, why not? But we'll hit the home run. And wow, Aaron Judge is having a crazy year. I was going to say Vladdy, but I can't even say Vlad anymore because Judge is going to break the American League home run record. Rivian, it goes 38 breaks. Sometimes these levels are not that complicated. Double top here, clear breakout price. It goes to 39. I would have liked the 39 break. It went to 38.99. I'm out of that long now and hunting for the next trade, which I think should be that 39 breakout when it does come. I'll go over to NVIDIA. This morning, I had a couple of levels we like for some shorts. It was NVIDIA that came in. I said 145 on NVIDIA. If we're below that price, I like that short. Each time it's failed that price, we've gone into the short side of the trade. We just broke that trend I was talking about, and someone pointing it in the chat. But guess what? Wick through. I got more shares out, and then it's trying to reestablish and bounce back above. So it's still trending back into that upside, but sometimes you have to be able to understand that this trade here was chasing this miss short. Didn't get the short here the second time through, so I chase it when I put in the higher low. That's not what you want. You want the wick top, failed breakout, then jump into the short back at 145. Now it's holding the higher low back into VWAP. That's the better setup instead of catching the running freight train. You don't always have to do that. You don't have to step in front of it. Sometimes you can allow it to work out for itself, which is exactly what it did there over on NVIDIA. Now bouncing back up because the market is strong ultimately, right? Still have a couple of shorts on, but this is still an ES. It's up 1.1, and the NASDAQ, it's up 1% as well. So I want to make sure that we're respecting that and paying ourselves on these shorts.
You want to talk about paying yourselves? Coinbase, let's go. Big time movement on Coinbase there. Like, we just really did quite well on that name. We just got a bid out there. 82.14 on Coinbase. That exact, like, sometimes I guess if you put the order out, they'll actually run to it, because I don't know how I got that, Phil. It was just, I mean, it was tanking down. I mean, I know how I got it, but now it has retraced a little bit back up to the upside. So we have a bunch of fills here, 50, then 40, then 14, and we're going to get out if it breaks back above 83. This is just a quick scalp. I mean, that was the whole point of it. We're stacking up that cash here on our friend. Where is it? Where's the stacking the cash there on Coinbase? Look, I'm well aware that this name can run and can run quite nicely. So we're going to get out on a break back above 83. I will put another bid in the 70s. I mean, take out another 20 cents on this as we stack up, on Coinbase. So let's just watch out. We never want to have a winner, especially a dramatic one like this, turn out to be that L. So we'll wait. If it takes out 83 to the upside, we are going to get out of Coinbase, and then just make sure that we put all the profit in our pocket, man. A little bit of a hit on the last. We only have 30% left. So although I'd like it to fall back down, you can sit here and we're watching BTC. I mean, the market's come back a little bit. This is Bitcoin. It's not doing a heck of a lot. Right now, 22,300 to the downside right now. So that could be, if that breaks, fine. But it does look like it's kind of just chilling out right now. So yeah, Coinbase, I'll just try to play the momentum. If the NASDAQ goes back down, I'd like to take one more piece out in the 70s. So we're sitting there it is. Did we just get that, Phil? Yes, we did. So we'll spin it. And then now we can comfortably hold the rest. I mean, I could punch out right now for 50 cents. For 40 cents. 60s was just on the offer. So let's see if Coinbase wants to fail. If the NASDAQ fails, so will Coinbase. But now I'm very, very happy with this trade. I'm going to edit my order and get out of a little bit less, as now we only have 20% here in case it does fall down. Our AMD, thank you, come again on this short, man. I mean, I'd love for it to rip back up and we get some more short, as we only now have on board. I don't even know how many shares I had at the beginning, so I'm going to say roughly 20% left on board there. Our Apple, what's up, Sharif? Our Apple did come out there on the break through the 50 period, but not only was it the 50 period, I'm just wrapping up all my trades here. We're going to go 5 for 6 or 6 for 7, I think, today. Again, the only losing trade on board would be that Oxy, which, again, never going to forget you, Scott, right there, 161.50 right there for Apple. That was a good drop-off spot. And then Amazon, again, I have 7% left of this trade, and we definitely missed that high side of 136.50. But I kind of want to hold on to this because it is following the market. It is stronger today. I have the short that I like in AMD. Let's hold on to one strong name for the long, as, everything's cashing out pretty nicely right now.
Yeah, can't really complain about it. I want to get to NEO in a quick second because we've gotten away from that name, and it's still been relatively strong here to that market. The market is up, obviously, but Carvana has put a bit of a wick bottom through 41 even here and holding VWAP. So this is kind of a decision point. Either we break down, take out 40.70 here, the market maybe give us a bit of an assist on that, or I don't want to be giving this back up. It's sucker's move to give it all the way back to the high at this point. I'll give it up at about 40.70. Don't want this to turn into a losing trade by any stretch. NEO, someone just said I missed the dip buy. I mean, NEO didn't exactly dip very far. So, I mean, I don't know, like NEO went to 2105 here. That's not much of a dip. It is still churning to the upside. I thought we'd come a little bit closer into VWAP like we did last time. It's just not happening. It's entirely too strong at this point. And I'm going to go back over to one from this morning that had some levels marked off for this. And we talked Billy, and I'm going to kick myself for this. I simply said it had the garbage earnings, it had a bad move on earnings on Thursday, bottomed out at 19, held that bottom channel. This is a real candle. It dipped down to 19.15, held the low, and guess what? It's going back up to 20. So sometimes you'll sit there and you can have a plan of action. A couple of things come into play at the open. And it's like, oh my goodness, Rivian, like that level. Let's jump over into Rivian. It works out. But at the cost of missing out on a trade that was in the pre-market plan on Billy, that 19 now getting into 20. I don't want to chase this move, but yeah, you just have to go back sometimes and revisit some of the things you're looking at in the morning. Ask yourself why you didn't take it. Was it a good decision not to? If it didn't set up, fine. You missed out on something. It didn't quite give it the entry. But Billy, yeah, it dipped right into the price that I wanted. NEO never gave the dip buy. Billy did, and I'm sitting on the sidelines here. Let's go to Brendo to see how that U.S. dollar is doing in the midst of this run to the upside in equities.
Yeah, another down day, guys, for the dollar. We'll see here. DXY downside 3 days in a row now. Pretty significant move off of that high that we made going back a week or so ago, 110.5. Coming off the jobs number, it was 108 and change right now. 108.2 for the DXY, down 0.7 again today. So everything benefiting from that weakness, including the euro, back above parity and then some. 101.28 Canadian dollars, 77. Once again, we got down to 75, if you remember, going back a week or so ago. 0.5% almost there for the CAD. Oil also helping that move as well, obviously. Canadian economy. I'm drifting out of the screen here. Canadian economy benefiting from higher oil prices as well. British pound up a full percent as well, 117. Everyone knows what's happening over in the UK. 1.8 there for Russia. New Zealand, I saw in Australia, also having a nice day. 61.5 once again. We were down as low as 56 not too long ago for the Kiwi guys. Back to you.
I love kiwi.
And I love kiwis. Like kiwi is delicious. So good, man. So kiwi is one of the best. You can even eat it like that peel on. Like I mean, well, I'm not saying that you should do that. I'm not saying you should do that, but honestly, if you get the nice ones,
you know what you do?
You grind it up. You could even put it in. There's some nice drinks you can make with kiwi as well.
I'm just cut it in half.
Yeah,
and then I just each side spoon it out. Like that's
what my daughter does with avocado. She just eats that stuff
too.
like it's going out of style. Shout out to Avocado Nation.
You know what?
Apparently, there's avocado in the fruit salad as well.
My daughter doesn't want to eat something, and she's like, she won't eat our dinner. Like we put on her plates, like cut up some cheese.
Yep.
Cut up an avocado.
That's the best.
And like maybe she'll have some noodles or something, but like that's it, man. And then that's a meal for her.
Kids love avocado, honestly.
It's so good.
I mean, our kids do. I shouldn't say all kids, but then my other kids love hamburger and French fries. So shout out to Barrett, our junior analyst, who picked Microsoft, which is also to the upside. Oh, someone said JD. Shout out to JD. What's up, JD? There on the chat. It said, Sean, you always used to trade Microsoft. You don't do it anymore. And I was like, yeah, that's a valid point. Ever since Amazon and Google split, I'm sitting here to admit that for sure. I have not looked at Microsoft as much as I probably should have, or as much as you guys want me to, because Microsoft is a name that we generally do quite well on. And again, like, good basing out here for Softy. This name actually trades almost like it was a $100 name. It's not super violent, Microsoft, but I mean, I do like it, and I will try to maybe trade this a little bit in the afternoon show. Unfortunately, I'm not just going to hop over now and look at charts because, well, I mean, that's what we do. We look at charts until we can turn, blue in the face. But at the same time, I haven't really looked at Microsoft, so I'm going to pass on giving you guys any sort of an answer right now on Softy. But I'm not going to pass on AMD because, and again, what we talked about here, very first thing, as AMD right now is $1, we've had $1 in the money both ways on AMD today, right? So look what I said here on AMD. It's the very first thing we wrote. It's right here on our sticky note. And am I foreseeing what my number one stock on the day is? Yes, I am. AMD, stick with what we know. Trade with what we know. Stick with the names. It's all right here. We wanted 83 longs. That didn't happen. We took an 84 long. When that came in right there, 84 longs, here it is. We got nervous when it broke. We got out. We talked about that. We made money on the long side. Then we saw it getting exhausted up here. Now we hit the short, and hallelujah, the short right now printing, and it has been a good trade for me as my number one stock on board today is going to be AMD. Run it to the upside, run it to the downside, and Coinbase as well right now getting exhausted to that upside and right back in to the level that we already took a piece out. So there it goes. Coinbase, $1 in the money. We love Mondays. The casino is open. I have to just see now tonight, Neil, how amazing is in fact Geno Smith. Because tonight we've got football on board tonight.
He's got one job.
And he's got, well, is Drew Lock ever going to get the
Geno
rock?
Smith has one job. Turn around.
Not get turned
and
over.
hand the ball off to Rashad Penny. Do it 25 times and maybe you got a chance and the defense can do something.
They don't. Denver's way too good.
They don't have a chance. Denver's going to get them.
They're letting Russ cook.
Although we do need, given how badly we did in our Survivor, we kind of need the upset tonight.
I'm all over Seattle.
We have to have this. We need the upset badly because we got destroyed in our Survivor. 7 of our 10 entries are dead. And by the way, just a shout out to the Cincinnati kicker and long snapper. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. They had 3 chances, I think it was, to win the game. Twice they botched an extra point. They botched a field goal to win, and Joe Flacco took a horrible sack to get them out of field goal range.
Mitchell Trubisky?
It is what it is, man. But I want to get back to a couple of names here. Carvana now $1 in the money. I'm getting out in front of $40 if it can get there. NVIDIA broke back down to 144. If it gets to I'm on the bid here at there it is, 143 3/4. So that's, give me a break. It just touched right off that 143.75 and bounce, but that's where I'll take the next leg out. I think we're getting back to the low of the day on NVIDIA. About 4 minutes to go. There aren't any, there's no earnings here today. Brendan just putting in the chat. The event tomorrow is not about earnings. It's about CPI. That's what you look forward to. But this market is certainly moving going into it. And the last long I had in, I got trailed out on Amazon there. So that's right back into VWAP. So my trail filling. And I'm only now short, just NVIDIA and Carvana. No more longs for me, Brendan.
Just double checking. Oracle, guys, is actually tonight, not tomorrow. So it's tonight, 4:05, call to follow. So the only real notable one is ORCL coming.
Yeah, or that's a big boy.
They're not small.
Oracle is not a small company by any stretch of the imagination, so we are excited to get some Oracle, but not the Oracle of Omaha, of course, because, that would be Warren Buffett, but we'll wait to see what Oracle wants to do. Okay, so, okay, Coinbase. I'm going to say congratulations. Those are Bitcoins flying everywhere. Let's hit it again, see if you guys can see that. I'm self-congratulating myself like Barry Horowitz. You tap yourself on the back there. You know Barry Horowitz, Sharif? Awesome. Okay, I like this guy more and more. There it is, a nice little downside move there for Coinbase. We short 83. We're just taking it out right now. It's just bounced around a couple times. I now only have 10% on this, so we'll take this. We'll hit it. We hit it pretty good. I'm very happy with the Coinbase trade. They're breaking back down. Again, another name that's on the list. AMD, positive name. Coinbase, positive. We did not, which name that neither one of us looked at, I think, and maybe you looked at it but definitely didn't trade it, was that Nubank. We both talked about that.
Right.
The thing is, it has done jack squat. So it opens up, and we talked about that 540 wall, and that's basically what's been just standing there doing nothing. It should have been shorted, but at the same time, I don't know. Pretty choppy today. That's Nubank not doing a heck of a lot there. Wow, AMD. Here it comes down in. I do have a bid at 20. Yes, sir. Let's go. Dap it up. AMD to the downside again. We're going to end the day with 0 LFT today. And guess what? I've made 96 trades. My fees minus 59 cents right now. So because we're adding liquidity today, we've been very specific on our prices. The fills come in, run into us. Like right there, I bid Arco or whatever I bid there. It runs into me. You get your fee right there. So today, needless to say, is a big day.
Yeah, it's a big day. I just got some more out of NVIDIA. Obviously, AMD is going to go down. So NVIDIA now breaking through that higher low that it had at 143.50. You can see that right here. But we'll move on from that to the next. And the next is INM at 18 bucks. Like I said, I probably gave up on this one way too early, and now it's looking like it's going to make that test of 20 bucks. It's just a psychological level and a round number. You're breaking out from 10, you're taking out a 15 resistance. At $20 is where I think it could arrest this move, and in which case I'll be looking for the short at that price.
Holy.
CVNA is real close to getting me out here at that 40 even. So we talked about the double top that Carvana put in, wanted to hold that trend. It broke the trend, broke VWAP. Now I'm looking to get out in front of 40. If we don't actually get our price, I'm sitting at like 40, like 15 or so. That's a bad price to sit at. Sitting at 40.15. I'll probably pop a trail on this to make sure we don't get back into VWAP. But good one here on Carvana. As market comes back, obviously, going to help out these shorts. But it had a good rejection. Allow it to fail the level, then jump in at the lower high, right? A lot of times you can get caught sort of shorting into the move. That's what happened on my second NVIDIA of the 3 shorts, and you don't want to do that. You want to sometimes wait as it's going to the upside, allow it to start to fail, and then join the party. A lot easier to join selling or join buying than to try to make the move happen.
All right, it's 11 o'clock now. Some great advice here. I feel like this has just really been, I just tweeted something out, and it's very, very simple. The tweet here. First of all, thank you so much for over 30,000 subscribers right now. Over 35,000 followers as well. This is what I tweeted out. Very, very simple. What a day. That's it. What a day it's been so far today. I hope you've really enjoyed it. It's so good. And I'm so glad to have, obviously, the full array of people around us again today. We had a great fill-in, obviously, last week with Luca, but it's great to have Neil here. It's obviously great to have Brendan over there at the big desk. And don't forget that we're back, man. The Three Amigos, back. I think that's fun. I like that. Three Amigos there. That's a great show.
Well, it's like
do people know? No, it's Steve Martin. Yes, Steve Martin, Martin Short, and Chevy Chase, isn't it? Isn't that who the Three Amigos are?
Yes.
What a great movie. These guys beside us. Maybe Sharif knows it. Pratt has no idea. But we're going to throw it over to those guys, man.
Of course.
We're back at 2 o'clock with the Three Amigos. I'll wear my sombrero tomorrow. What a great day it's been. Let's throw it over to those guys on the midday show. Let's go.
Yes, sir. I might not know what that is, but I do know what Valorant is, and Sean has to come to me for that. Look, I might not know some old stuff, but I know the new stuff.
Yes,
and that's what we're here for. We're here to have some fun, market opportunities. Once again, it's a brand new week. I'm your host, Trader Pratt. This your boy.
What's up, guys? Sharif with you. INM is doing some moves. A lot of small caps in play today. INM, we had VTYX. They're all moving. They're all interesting. Pixie's even making some moves, kind of. You know, it's down 10.5%, but it was making some moves earlier. So definitely got a lot in store for small caps today that we'll be trading during the midday show.
Hell yeah, brother. We're looking for some opportunities right now. For example, Rivian just punched into a brand new attempt on a long here. Previously tried the long near VWAP, got stopped out, punched myself out on that trade. Actually, my stop was on the lower end of the range. Did not like it with the market pulling back now, closer to that range where I wanted to have that stop. I'm now not allowed, but I'm okay with taking that entry over here, closer to my stop on RIVN to see if we can try getting into another long attempt for this stock. But today, most of my money is coming from the stock NTR. Not sure what it is. Nutrien Limited, apparently a Canadian stock with a relative volume of 2.06, 1.5 million shares. Took the lower day breakout, the previous lower day breakout around the even dollar price, $91. Punched in, and it was instantly in the money. Now $1.08 in the money for this for the shares. And I was debating, where would I take profit on this stock? So I pull up the longer time frame. I see the blue line EMA, which happens to be the 100-period EMA on the daily chart, around $82.78 to $72. And even these 2 days bottom, around $88.45. So the fact that we are there is going to give me my target. I'm done with this trade. It's down 6% on the day. I can't expect more out of this position. It might just give a fake bottom at 88.60s, 88.70s, where the 200-period EMA is, and then bounce back. So I don't want to watch that bounce happening. Actually trailed my stop while we were coming onto the midday show over here. Was talking with Sharif and was discussing how to move my stop down. He helped me out with saying, hey, put it on the top of this candle. I put it there, but now, you know what, Sharif, we're going to jump out of this trade because my target has come into place. It was 88.70, and I got 88.70.
That's a big boy move down. You got like almost $2
$2
on that.
moves
There you go. That's beautiful. I'm looking at INM, guys. I've been looking at INM basically all morning, and it has been a beast. I mean, it opened up at that 14, almost 15 level, kind of wicked you up and down, and, as small caps do right out the bell when there's plenty of volume coming in. But right at that 10-15 level, it kind of settled down, and it's been looking upward and hasn't really looked back. So are we going to chase this, or are we going to find some levels that we're going to get in at? Personally, I don't want to chase it. I want to take it at that $17 level if it can pull back. I see a good area of support here. You see the first peak right here, second peak in and right here. So I've got my dip order at that 17.11. I mean, it could go without us. If it does, maybe we'll try to punch in real quick and try to scalp a little bit. But I'm looking for that 17 dip trade. Now, what's my exit plan on this one? I'm not taking as much size because it is kind of extended at this point, having broken 18. I'm looking at taking out half or taking out full, depending on how aggressively it moves at that 50 EMA. So give or take, 10 cents or so, I'll probably get out. My exit plan will be to get out at 16.50, or I'll probably put my order at 16.49. But if we break this high of day here, so current high of day is, let me look at my other chart, is current 18.25. That's high of day. Now we're trading at 18.10, 18.02. We're fluctuating. So if it does break high of day, I may take a really small entry level position. Definitely not my full position in case, it wicks up and then comes right back down, which these ones do often. It's been holding the 7 EMA, you know, it's broken down, especially on these red candles, but it's held the 20 EMA a lot better than the 7 EMA. So I'm more inclined to play off the 20 EMA. And I know you guys have a hard time seeing it because it is yellow, and I do plan on changing it right when I send it to Pratt so that I can see it better too. But main plan of action here is take that dip trade off 17.11, Pratt.
Oh man, I just want to quickly address some things in the chat. People are talking about the Nate Diaz fight. Oh, what a crazy fight! Did you watch that, Sean? Or, no, you didn't get a chance to. Oh man, Nate Diaz, you gotta love what a way to retire, go out with a bang, with the big win on his belt, put him in a nice chokehold, put him into bed. He's retired now? He's retired.
Hey.
Well, technically retired because he doesn't plan on coming back to the UFC, but he also does not plan on coming back to the UFC. So it all depends on, you know, how heavy the bag is, right? How heavy is the bag? Is the duffel bag filled with loads of cash or not, right?
I was about to say, if the money's right, he'll be back.
If the duffel bag's heavy enough, then obviously we'll have talks again. I want to talk about AMC today. AMC had a pretty good move off the open, all the way up to $10.70, but now pulling back into that $10 area. I'm going to try and build into a long over here. So I had a long over here previously at 10.20, punched out at a pretty good win, but I held most of my size for a possible move back to high day because the market was ridiculously strong today. So sadly didn't work out. Added some more over here, just now recently. Gonna give it till the lower day or the 100-period EMA for my risk allotment on AMC, even though I technically don't want to do that. Let's see if $10 holds right now as we are pushing to 10 on AMC, and the market also pulling back a little bit. NASDAQ market now up 0.73%, trying to bounce off of VWAP. S&P 500 market heading towards VWAP, but still up 0.86% on the day. The UVXY has seems to shot up drastically to the north side just now, and that's your volatility ETF. Your volatility ETF is still down, but has pretty much made a V-shaped recovery because the market did pull back. So let's see if AMC can hold up at $10 for us.
Yeah, Sean and I were just discussing the plight of the Dallas Cowboys.
Man, NFL sucks.
Pratt doesn't get football. That's okay. So
how does Tom Brady not get 225 plus yards?
The Dallas defense is pretty good.
Because he sucks.
Anyway, so Dallas lost yesterday, as you guys will know. You guys know I'm a Cowboys fan. And not only did they lose, but they lost their starting quarterback for 6 to 8 weeks. He's got some sort of hand issue. You know, it's not the first time Dak will be gone for a while. You guys will recall with the New York game, he had that foot injury where he was gone basically the entire season. So another tough year for the Cowboys, but I got to tell you the truth. I was really optimistic going into it because we really didn't make the appropriate acquisitions on offense. You know, our defense is pretty good. We got Micah Parsons. We got D-Law and DeMarcus Lawrence, and we got good corners. We had the #1 corner in the league last year with interceptions and takeaways. So those are the same thing, actually.
I just want to show this real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Anytime touchdown, Tyreek Hill doesn't get one. A.J. Brown doesn't get one. Alvin Kamara doesn't get one.
Tyreek Hill had a hell of a game.
Doesn't matter. Did he get a touchdown? No, he did not.
But those touchdowns usually go to the guys that you don't expect to get touchdowns.
I don't want to hear it. You're making up excuses right now,
buddy. Because Tyreek Hill is going to be double covered.
Where's my money at, okay? Where's my money at? You got to pay me money. That $1 that I bet on that parlay, they owe me. All 4 of them owe me 25 cents each for that bet.
This man is on the air live complaining about $1, guys.
CD Lamb and Mike Evans each to record 80-plus receiving yards. Neither of them did that. Where's my $5? They both owe me $2.50 each.
That's funny. Guys, INM dipped to that 17.30 level, and here's the thing. So we identified a key level of support at the 17.15 and the 17.36. For some reason, I put my order at 17.11. I missed that one, even though that the top wick is here at 17.34. So that's on me, guys. You know, like sometimes it doesn't come back all the way to the open or the close of the candle, right? It'll just come near the wicking, the high wick part. You know, it's just a hit and miss game. So here we're breaking 18. Looks like we're going to about to make a new high. 18.25 is the high of day. I don't really want to chase this into the high of day. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a really small size over here. Let's switch to, so there we go. Let's take small size here going in. The spread's opening up a little bit. You know, sometimes it's 10, 15 cents. There we go. We're touching high of day. I just saw 18.25 on my level 2. I'm going to go ahead and punch in here at 18.08. Let's see if we get filled. Are we going to get filled? We still have that blue circle. That means we haven't got filled on the chart yet. We're waiting. There we go. We got partially filled for some reason. There we go. We're filled on that one. Our out on this one is going to be below 17.50. So that's 17.48. We're out. What did we get filled at? What was the price we got filled at? We got 0.8. Okay, so we're in the money already. We're looking for a break of high a day. It's going to be hard to scalp out of this one because, yeah, you know, I already took a piece out there at 34s because we don't have that much size on this one, and that's kind of like the sucky part. Here we go. We're going to break 50. There we go. We broke 50. We're out of this one. We got top wick. Good little trade to start off the day. We didn't have too much size on this one, but you know, I would have really, really liked to get that 17.30 dip trade. That's the whole point. It's really not rocket science. You have a key level of support here. It's just a matter of putting your stop limit order, your dip trade order at an appropriate level. Sometimes you're going to get it right. Sometimes you're not. I mean, you could be more aggressive and keep it higher, but then if it flushes, you're more out of the money. So that's the trade-off here between, you know, putting it at the close of the candle and putting it at the top wick of the candle. I chose to put it near the close. I was wrong. I should have put it near top wick. Anyway, profitable on this, looking for more, Brad.
Yes, sir. AMC finally breaking that $10 area. Now we get to really watch as to what might happen. Does it pull back all the way to $9.90, which happens to be the pre-market lows, and keep on extending the losses from there on towards even more to $8 or something? But, you know, I'm expecting we hold the 100-period EMA at the very least. At the very least, we hold the pre-market lows near 990 and then having a reversal move back through 10 and a move to maybe VWAP, allowing me to take some profits on said trade. I don't want to give back my day on AMC by trying to, you know, build into a good risk to reward trade. But if it's not there, then, you know, all the size that I'm building into is not going to be worth my time for. So I'm going to take a break over here real quick to understand the variables of the market, what AMC is doing as for the variables of the market. Sorry?
Nice trade on AMC.
No, it's a long.
That's a long.
Yeah, those are all longs.
All right.
So not nice trades because I'm averaging into a loser.
Sorry.
No, you're good, you're good.
Yeah.
But yeah, here's the market pulling back into the VWAP area. The NASDAQ market still green. S&P 500 slightly above VWAP at the moment. We're waiting for the market to somehow find a bottom and not a bottom, but somehow find buyers around these VWAP areas. Stay green. I know tomorrow is the key number for the market.
Yeah.
The CPI numbers at 8:30 will be what the Feds are be looking for. One of the last few pieces of information that will dictate for them to how much harder they have to act upon inflation and if they can ease up a little bit and so on. So that 830 number is basically what I'm waiting for in order to make a market trade. I was even talking to our Discord moderator Blind Jedi about it. I was like, I'm gonna be hands off on making market decisions, market executions for a while, at least for today. Tomorrow morning 8:30, I think it will be a really clear indication as to what direction the market participants will push it towards. So AMC at the moment, based on that, we're right at that 990 area. I'm going to try taking some more size, build into it. This will be my last entry on this position. That's a lie. I still have some more size to take. This will be my last entry on this position. And now we're going to just give it that risk allotment and just hold on to the trade and see what happens.
Yeah, funny you should bring up the CPI number. I was watching CNBS this morning, and they have an often guest, I guess you could call him that, Jeremy Siegel, Professor Jeremy Siegel. And he comes and he talks about general market conditions and like how to approach market from a macro perspective as opposed to, you know, a trade-by-trade micro analysis. And, you know, for some reason, he felt like that we were going to have like a positive CPI print tomorrow. He wasn't bearish at all, and I don't know where he's getting his information, whether, you know, I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist or anything, but, you know, sometimes these things do get leaked.
Oh, put your tin hat on, boy.
Yeah, I know. I knew
Don't
you were going
worry.
to mention the tin hat. But, yeah, you know, I don't really know how I feel about Jeremy Siegel kind of theorizing that we're going to have a positive CPI print, but it does seem like there are some indicators that the number might come out lighter than expected. Guys, I just noticed that we have two new interesting runners here in small cap world. We have PXMD, which you guys will recall from, like, you know, the past week and past 2 weeks. Actually, it's shown up quite a bit on our scanner here. That's PXMD. It's a NASDAQ stock. We also have ARQQ. up 35% on the date, 31% since the bell. It's done 3 million shares. So those we posted to our side charts here. We're going to keep an eye on those. ARQQ halted at that $7.54 level, high of day. Let me bring it up here, sorry. Let me move to my other chart so you guys can follow along. ARQQ, it is a NASDAQ stock. Here we go. Let's zoom out a little bit. Oh, this is the chart that gives me problems. Boo! All right, so let's bring down this chart here so you guys can follow
just
along.
click on the little like.
I will. Give me a sec. I will.
And it fixes it.
So here's ARQQ. We basically stalled out at this level at the because it's basically the halt level here. We got two top wicks at that $7.79 level, so that's a double top. So it'll be interesting to watch to see if we can break that 779. Definitely that 780 level will be interesting. Let's zoom out and have a look at the daily chart on this so we can figure out some levels. Wow, look at that. So it is a former gapper. It's made big moves in the past, which kind of makes me more interested in it, knowing that more eyes will be on this. So looks like the recent highs here, we have a double top at that $41 level. Obviously, we're probably not going to get to that today, but looking to the upside here, we do have interesting levels at that $8.10 level. I believe it's $8.10. Yeah, $8.10, and then right above that, we have the $8.90 level here around this area here. So keep an eye out for $8.10 and then $8.90 on this bad boy. Let's see if we can figure a plan to get into this one. Seems to be holding the 50 EMA quite well, especially more recently since around that 10:30 time slot. It's not respecting VWAP. Even though it is above VWAP, it's flirting with it. It's going below it, breaking above it, going below it, breaking above it. So VWAP clearly here is a level that it's interceding, but it's not holding as a fly just lands on my tee here. So we're definitely looking for that 779 break. We'll have an order, and we'll have on our side chart to keep an eye on this one. The other one I was telling you about is PXMD. Let's load up that chart quickly. Here it is. Nice consolidation pattern here, holding VWAP quite nicely. We bounced. We started our move here basically 10:30, so news must have come in around then because we didn't make a move at the bell. All the volume came in later. So we bounced from that 345 level. We top wicked at 447. Currently trading at 426. I like this one. Maybe a dip trade off VWAP here because VWAP is being respected on this particular stock. And then, the break of the 450 would definitely be interesting in this one, especially if we can see some big volume candles coming in and supporting that breakout, Brad.
Yeah, currently watching my positions such as Rivian might just come down to stopping. The market's not really sure what it wants to do yet. AMC also got back above $10. There we go. We just got stopped out of Rivian. The next attempt, if anyone's interested, I don't know if the stop was even good. I might just jump right back into this trade, honestly, because the range is too good. The range is too good, so I'm just going to jump right back into it. And we'll try to work with this trade a little bit more. In the meantime, let's send it to Brendo at the big screen for social sentiment.
Hey guys, let's give you an update on what people are talking about so far on social media. Still, even with a bit of a choppy day overall for the market, a very positive board here to have a look at. This one jumped up. We mentioned it throughout the morning show a couple of times, but AMC having a really nice day, up significantly. Positive mentions to go along with it. There's Ape as well, now positive on the day on this board. Tesla's here, the Qs, INM. Sharif all over that one, having a great day so far. NIO, BBIG, Vinco Ventures back to the upside again. ABCT was here. Mullen has since gone back to basically 50-50, kind of gray so far for Mullen. It was very positive to start the day. I want to mention this as well. Tough to see, but that's Bed Bath & Beyond back red after starting the day. Nicely positive on the social side as well, guys. Back to you.
Bed Bath & Beyond, Okay, let's go check out BBBY. Currently 11 million shares traded. That's Rivian. Here's BBBY. It's still down on the day, though, sadly, whereas its counterparts such as AMC and GME. I think I saw AMC's obviously positive, but I remember seeing GME positive, too, today. So let's quickly head over to GME. GME is now actually negative. I remember watching GME around these ranges. Now we're pulling back and going even more further to the downside. GME's around $28. Let's go see if that's a bottom post-split. No, we're still got quite a way to go before post-split bottoms on GME to come into play. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think GME might just go down to $27 today if it wanted to go, give up some more of its gains. So if based on that, my AMC long looks a little bit worrisome now. But thankfully, Rivian, we got stopped out of Rivian. We punched right back in because we love the range that it's trading in. Also, the 100-period EMA pretty close to our entry over here. We're also entering pretty close to the 50-period EMA. Multiple points of confluence for me to try to build into a long as the S&P 500 market bounces off of VWAP and the NASDAQ market also bounces off of VWAP to the north side. So all things considered, the longs still seem to be the direction that you should be a part of today. No red shirt. I saw someone in the chat say no red shirt. Surprisingly enough, I actually started off with a red shirt today, Sharif.
Oh, yeah?
But my red shirt was not ironed. And I was like, I'm not spending the time to iron a shirt. I have a semi-iron shirt at work already, so I'm gonna wear my Raptors shirt that Neil took me to, the game that Neil took me to. I got the free Raptors shirt from there. I was like, I'm just gonna wear this. Come in easy to work, and then just put the shirt from work on instead. So you guys got lucky. No red shirt today, so no red market today.
But you do have a red shirt on. It's just hidden under. There you go. So he's still got the red shirt, guys. So all the bears out there, don't worry. The jinx hasn't been broken. We got into ARQQ, excuse me, here we got in at 785. We scalped out a piece here at 791. It's going against us a little bit. We chase this one a little bit. We know that. The whole idea was to take this breakout here at that 764, but I was too busy trying to fix the chart on this one, so I didn't get a chance to place the order. Excuses. But anyway, it still looks positive here. We have another profit taker at that 796 or 797 level. I'm looking, my out will be that 756 level. If it breaks at this key area of support, like, you don't have to be blind to see that it topped once, twice, 3 times in and around that, a little bit above that 750, that 755, 756 area. For breaks that, I'll be out of this one. I won't give it to VWAP or the 50 EMA, which are both hovering around that $7.40 level. But I may be interested in a dip trade off the 7 EMA, especially if it consolidates and shows some good volume coming in. Especially if buyers start coming in around this area, I'll definitely be interested in adding to it for a lower cost basis. But if it breaks the 7 EMA decisively, I definitely won't be interested, and I'll be looking to get out, basically, waiting for my level, that 755, 756. We talked about. Let's go back here to INM. INM now consolidating sideways, playing within a range, a little bit below 18. We top wicked here at 1864, now currently trading at 784, 776 now. So looks like it's a bit of a pullback. It might be an interesting dip trade here off the 1715 level, which is also the 50-period EMA. You guys will know if you follow the show that I play a lot of these small cap crappers off the 50 EMA level. So definitely keeping my eye on that. Let's go ahead and initiate a newer long here, a dip trade off that 770 level on ARQQ. We'll take a baby long here. Let's see where we have to get filled. There we go. Did we get filled on that? Looks like we got partially filled. This partial fill business is a bit of a nuisance. Anyway, we've got some shares here off that level. We're looking for more. There we go. We got fully filled. If we break this level of 754, I'm out of this one, Brad.
Yeah, I'm watching Li Auto. So today I'm pretty sure most of you who are subscribed to our Trader TV watch list know that we have NIO on our watch list. NIO still on my blotter for a long over here. Let me just quickly pull up NIO. Look at the clean move on NIO, 10% to the north side, even though they were talking about missing deliveries and etc. But they came out with a price target today. I forget who upgraded them, but they got a price target to the north side. NIO taking that catalyst up 10% off of that news. But its partner in crime, Li Auto, in the opposite direction, down 2.5%, actually almost 3% over here. If you quickly pull up the daily chart, you'll notice that Li Auto is pretty much around the lows of one of the days of last week. So I believe this was Thursday of last week, September 8th, was the low of 25.30s, and we're pretty much around there. If you look at the chart today, 25.42 is the bottom, and we can't seem to break that bottom on Li Auto. I'm guessing most of that strength on Li Auto is coming from NIO, and if it wasn't for NIO, that bottom would have broken, and we would have absolutely cratered even more to the downside. So if anyone is trying to build into I just took a sip of my apple juice and now I have saliva all over my mouth. But if anyone's trying to build into a possible big short opportunity later on in the day in case a catalyst comes out, I think this stock stands out to me because of that. Loading into your shorts around VWAP, closer to 25.75, 25.80, give it that risk of 25.90 or even 26 break. It looks pretty good to me, honestly, but I'm not going to fight the sector. The strength of the sector right now is to the north side. You look at NIO, you look at Rivian, which just now gave us a profit target over here to the north side. You also look at Tesla. Most of these EV stocks are booming. Look at Tesla, $300 up and to the north side with 1% today.
Yeah, you know what? I was actually talking to a buddy of mine through chat this morning about NIO and XBEV. Yeah, surprise, surprise. I know. NIO, look at the market cap, guys. NIO's market cap now is 35 billion. Let's bring this down so you guys can follow along. Oh, wow, okay. I got to get out of this trade first before I do that. That blew right through our stop on ARQQ. So we averaged down here at $7.69. We took a nice profit target here at $7.80, and it just blew through our stop. We didn't give it enough room. Look at that aggressive red candle to the bottom there. So we got bottom wick. This is going to be a loser for us, guys. We got out at $7.31. Not very good there, but we had partially removed some of the size, so not too much of a hit. Going back to what I was saying quickly on NIO, guys, $35 billion market cap for NIO. This wasn't always the case. Now look at XPeng. 13, almost $14 billion market cap. Like, I mean, I was under the impression that these guys were equals. They have very similar delivery numbers. I don't see NIO blowing XPeng out in terms of delivery.
No, I think NIO is better than XPeng in terms of deliveries and stuff, right?
Like what? By 5,000 cars a quarter? It's barely anything.
Barely? Okay,
yeah,
okay.
Well, from what I recall. Maybe someone can correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, but I don't remember them being that vastly different anyway. So
maybe because they were the first company to come out with EV or whatever?
Yeah, maybe the replaceable battery technology is kind of standing out to some people. I don't really know what it is, but NIO has definitely been stronger of the two lately, up, wow, almost 11% on the day today, while XBEV a measly 1%. So give you an idea of where investors are looking. You guys know, if you guys follow the show, I'm a BYD guy. I think BYD has the best product. Anyway, you know, that's a different discussion because right now ARQQ is tanking. Look at this. We just tested that $7 level. We bounced off $6.90. Well, maybe this might be an interesting dip trade for those people.
That's what I was thinking in my head.
Brave enough to take it. I don't know.
I was like, yo, that kind of looks juicy
Let's initiate a baby long here. It's going to be a baby long, and I really mean baby. Let's see. Let's what we get, and we'll have a $7 stop. Do we get filled? Looks like we got partially filled again. Let's go ahead and put in our stop on this one. So it's going to be $6.99. And we'll be out for the, do we get full? Yeah, we've got the full position, $6, and we're going to give it to 90 cents because last time it just blew right through our stop. So we're watching that one. We've got the stop set. Flipping back to INM, there you go. Nice little bounce off a key support level here. Look at this. We've bounced off this level a number of times. So this $7.70, $7.80 level seems to be an interesting area of support on INM. Now moving back towards high of day. High of day again is at 1864, currently trading at 1830. So interesting little couple of trades here going on. Let's see what else we got. PXMD we talked about, but then we won't load that up because we want to monitor our ARQQ trade, Brad.
Yeah, I want to show BABA. So when I was taking my NIO long, I also built into a BABA long, but I gave it, I thought it was an appropriate enough stop, but I just got stop hunted. My exit on that stop was at the bottom of that candle, and look what that candle does. In the next 2 minutes, it launches to the upside, and oh man, very, very upsetting that I missed out on a multiple dollar winner on BABA. But what can you do? Sometimes you win some, you lose some. Currently, talking about winning some and losing some, baby, we're cashing out on Rivian over here. Rivian pushing to the upside. AMC getting into the positive direction, giving us some profits on the north direction too. So no negative stocks on board right now on the blotter that you guys are watching. No shorts either, which is Surprising, right?
Yeah.
Brad, no shorts. But yeah, look at it, baby. We are making money over here. We're looking for these opportunities, and we're punching them in the mouth when the opportunities do show up. Rivian gave me a half exit, not a full exit. So there we go. The full exit now coming into play for Rivian. Profits pouring in, baby. Today has been a wonderful day. S&P 500 and the NASDAQ up once again over 1% for both of these markets. I'm sure everyone in the space today is absolutely happy for the longs, man. Part of me still wants doomsday, don't get me wrong, but I cannot be upset about these market moves because it's giving us opportunities to play in. The main thing, notice how I'm not as upset as I was Thursday and Friday. It's because Brendan wasn't here. But besides that, the market had these nasty V-shaped recoveries and burnt my stops both of those days. But today, the stops didn't get burnt. The profits kept pouring in. And since, I was just gonna say. But now that we have Brendo back in the hot seat, the markets are no longer acting crazy, and we have the boy up at the big screen waiting for you.
Hey.
Actually has nothing to do with me, but I'll take the credit anyways, Brad. Thank you. Let's talk Europe because we have to fix this camera because I keep walking off screen. Europe just closing, guys, for the day. So a nice positive day. I'll show you in a second here for Europe. But it's all about the banks, and I highlighted this line down here, which talks about a 75 basis point interest rate increase for the ECB on Thursday, their first ever for the ECB, ahead of what's to come tomorrow. Obviously, CPI for North America for last week, ahead of the 20th and 21st. If you were wondering, the next Fed meeting and interest rate hike for the Fed is coming up on the 20th and the 21st of the month. So they were talking about some positivity in banks after that interest rate hike last week. Anyways, here we go. 1.4 there for England, 2% for Germany, 1.68 for France, Italy. It goes on and on. 2% as well for Sweden down there. 4% for Turkey, an outlier always, but very, very positive start for European markets to start the week, guys. Back to you.
Positive start for European market. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to address, I just wanted to build on the little tidbit that I was talking about NEO and XPeng. Clive Hen in the chat here says, NEO number 6 in China, XPEV number 1. I don't know if that's factually accurate or not. BYD is definitely the number 1. Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah. So Clive, I'm pretty sure BYD is number 1 in China. You'll recall I talked about them last week. They're vertically integrated. They're battery manufacturers as well as car manufacturers. So
what do you mean vertically integrated?
So by vertical integration, I mean like they don't really need to rely on suppliers for all the components that go into the cars. Obviously, they have suppliers. That's not to say they don't. But for example, Ford doesn't really, or whoever, like Tesla doesn't make their own batteries. They got to source batteries from third parties. BYD is not that way. BYD makes its own batteries. So the way that I look at it, if I was to, for my own portfolio, I'm more interested in BYD because if the car game goes to hell, well, where do we have the majority of the problems right now with EVs is they can't find batteries to put in cars. So BYD will definitely be in demand from that perspective. Anyway, going back to the trade at hand, ARQQ, we got in a dip trade here at that $7.14 level. We're break even. We're out of the money a few pennies. My stop is right below 7. I've got a profit taker here at the $7.25 level. It's consolidating sideways. Scares me a little bit because, you know, this could be a flat bottom breakdown, it looks like, you know, especially once it makes an aggressive move down, you know, moves to the side a bit and then it continues its downward move. We'll see. We've got to stop for that reason, but we've also got a profit taker here to secure some profits on the way up if it does move up, Brad.
Let's go, baby. Yeah, market's still pushing to the north side. Gotta love it. I am absolutely enjoying the money pouring into the account at the moment. Market slowly pushing to the north side and might just clear a lower high right now from the looks of it. But that's fine. You know, we're long and we're letting these stocks move around. BABA popping up on scanners for the north side move. Yeah, looks like BABA bottomed out around VWAP. I could have punched in over here instead of complaining about my trade, right? I could have punched in. I had the opportunity. Didn't punch in, though, but that's fine. For anyone who did punch in on the BABA, congratulations. BABA has been a very, very successful trade to the long side, 2% and 2.3% to the north side, with 7 million shares traded overall. Big moves for the Chinese sector in general. So Pinduoduo, I'm guessing, is around 70, and it is. FXI is what I usually look at. Sean taught me about this ETF. This is the Chinese large cap ETF. Usually when you're trading stocks, you should have this practice of looking at the stocks in a certain, like pulling up the ETF of the stocks that you're trading. For example, I was trading a lot of the oil stocks today, your Oxys and your MROs and so on. So even PCG, I had to trade on PCG. Let me see if I can pull up PCG real quick. PCG on NY. Had a quick long on PCG, punched out, got more profit out of that, but you know, punch in, punch out, easy money, real quick money. But the idea, what I was talking about, is when you're trading these energy stocks, you want to take a look at XLE, because XLE will tell you exactly what's going on with the overall basket of stocks, with the most weighted stock in the sector, and with other stocks in general that kind of lag behind it, but generally will follow it in the same direction. So when I'm trading these, I'm watching XLE. When I'm trading your airplane stocks, like your travel stocks, for example, I look at Jets.am, which is your Jets ETF. So when you're trading American Airlines and so on, and when you're trading banks, you might want to take a look at XLF, which is your financial ETF.
Yes, we just got into an INM trade. We've been focusing on the wrong stock, guys. By looking at ARQQ, we totally negated the fact that INM is the leading gapper in the entire market today, up 74% essentially. We got a little baby long there at, we entered in at 1939. So we're about like a few pennies out of the money right now. We're looking for that 1950 break and push into 20 on this one. Definitely 20 will be an interesting psychological level. So we're looking to scalp on the way out. We took a baby position on this one again because it is quite extended off the breakout. The breakout was here at that 17, 18 level. There we go. We're moving into the 40s. Can we break through the 50s? That'll definitely be an interesting level. On my level 2, I'm seeing some interesting numbers coming in at that 40 level. There does seem to be some resistance on this one. We'll let that one play out. We don't have a stop on it. Let's flip back quickly to ARQQ. Still holding that $7 level, so we're break even on this one. We're looking for a first profit taker at 725. Flipping back now to INM. Well, yeah, we're just like a few pennies out of the money on this one, but definitely some good momentum up. There'll definitely be some support at that $18.60 level. That was the previous high of day. So since we took a baby long on this one, we don't mind averaging down into support here. We're really looking to see if we get aggressive selling like the likes of what we saw in ARQQ, where there was like really 2 aggressive red candles showing, you know, that it's not that it's basically pulling back from the highs and it needs to kind of reset itself in order to make newer highs of the day. That's what I'm looking at the moment. It's held the 50 period really well. Also, the 20 period seems to be, you know, an interesting indicator for this one. It's holding it quite well. But my approach on this one is to add into the 1875 level. Let's go ahead and do that now. Let's add another baby position. 1876 we'll put it at, and then we'll put. Is that a buy? There we go. So there, we got our dip buy at that 1876 level. I definitely see some support around there. We're 30 pennies out of the money on this one, but we are holding a small size, Prad.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a T-Mus short right now. This is, I believe,
T-Mus.
What is T-Mus again? A T-Mobile?
T-Mobile, yeah.
Yeah, T-Mobile short.
Yeah.
Did we get it? No, we didn't get it. There we go. We're now short. Not giving it too much of risk. Trying to take the lower day break as the market is pulling back. But this stock could easily whipsaw against us and burn us like just now it's trying to do that. So let me just throw my stop out real quick on this position. That way we don't get burnt in case it does whipsaw against us. There we go. We have the risk sent out already. Now we just sit back and enjoy the trade. If it works out for us, awesome. If it doesn't, not much you can do about it. But T-Mus already down on the day 0.8%, whereas the market's up 0.9%. Clearly, there has been selling pressure coming in. Look at the way it has been rejecting VWAP all day, no matter what. Every single pullback on the market, we pull back to VWAP and we reject VWAP. So if I do get stopped out on this, I'm going to have an order somewhere closer to VWAP so I can get in on that pullback of the stock, and then follow the overall ride of the big money, which is shorting the VWAP areas. But this attempt over here is taking the low at daybreak. So two different setups that I'm talking about with two different set of risks parameters on that setup. So if you are following me, you might want to be careful and follow, with the idea of what my trade is telling you and the setup is telling you. Currently, the idea that the trade is telling you is we're going to bounce from this and push back up because the market's also pushing back up. So be careful. But like I said, I have two different risk parameters for two different setups. I'm going to hold on to this trade a little bit longer. AMC did also come back for us, not too much into a point where I have to, start panicking, because this was our previous average price. So after covering some shares of AMC, our new average price is now $10 flat instead of $10.05. So we're not worried about that pullback at all. Let's watch the stock rise back to the north side like a phoenix it is. AMC has died off, and now it's going to come back to life from the ashes, reborn from the ashes like a phoenix, like a beautiful bird. Caw-caw! and pour some profits into my money.
Yeah, there you go, guys. If that doesn't get the show going here, like the paka, I love it. Anyway, someone in the chat.
You watched the new Game of Thrones yet?
No, I don't watch that, bro. Are you talking to Sean?
The latest episode's nuts. The fourth. The fourth one's nuts.
The chat wants to know how the phoenix sounds again, Prad.
The phoenix? The
Yeah.
phoenix doesn't say caw. It goes.
I love it. Guys, what was going to mention quick? Oh, someone in the chat said Ms. V has a beard now. I'm like, I don't know about that. But anyway, looking at INM here, we're a couple pennies out of the money on this one. Kind of consolidating sideways a bit at that 1910, 1920 level. This could be an initial pullback and a break through the high of day, which is 1945. I've got a dip trade set in there at support at that 1876 level. It didn't trigger. It came close. Bottom wick on this red candle was 1888. So it didn't quite get to my level. Moving back here to ARQQ, moving sideways. Basically, we're like 4 cents out of money on this one with a baby long. So my worry is here that it's going to break down. It doesn't look like the volume is there to support a move up. So it looks like that $7 level may get tested. We have a stop right below that $7 level, and we're giving it room between the stop trigger and the limit price, because last time our stop did not trigger because it moved down too violently. So that's the thing, guys. By the way, when you're setting up your stops, if they're limit orders, you really need to take into consideration the triggering price, where the computer or the order script is told sell, and then your max limit price. On stocks that move as violently as ARQQ, you need to leave a bit of a buffer in between those, because if there's only 1 or 2 cent buffer, your stop won't trigger. It'll just blow right through your stop. So with these ones, be careful on that one. Looking back at INMM, here we go. We broke 19 now. Are we gonna break down here, or what is it? Do we make top wick? Let's see what we do. We have a baby long. We're going to average in at 1876. Now, what's the exit plan here? Let's think about this one. I'm going to give it to the 50 EMA at that $8.22 level. I don't think I'll average. I think that's too much, actually, to be honest with you, because I'm long here at 1938. So you know what? We're gonna average down at 1876. If it breaks 1850, I'm out, and then I'll look to reinitiate a long if one presents itself later down the road, because I don't want to be averaging down into $18.20 when I'm long 1930 something. That's just, it's too much, and that's not a good trading plan. So that's my trading plan on that one, and I'll send it to Prad, who's looking at ADM.
Yeah, Archer Daniels Midland Company. I need to do a quick little verification before I say something. ADM, but it has almost AMD's logo. AMD
really?
Logo. Okay, no, maybe not. No. I got a little confused over here with AMD logo and ADM logo, but
they're not that different.
They're not that different, no. Right? And the tickers are off by 1 letter too.
Yeah.
But yeah, ADM over here, Archer Daniels Midland, with 2.5 relative volume and 1.8 million shares traded today. trying to push back to the downside with the help of the market over here. Look at this resistance around $88, already down 4% on the day. So I have my order around $88 to get some size short. Let's see if we can have that opportunity to do so. TMUS did stop us out. Like I said, that was the planned setup that I had, so I'm okay with giving back a little bit on that trade. But now let's see the stock pull back up, but the market may be pulling back up and giving us some size around VWAP. I would love that if I had the opportunity, but I'm not going to try and take the breakout short trade anymore of the lower day. Clearly, it did not work out. I'm expecting buyers to come in or some short sellings to come in around this short covers to come in, around this lower day, because people expected a bigger move. They didn't get that bigger move, so they start covering. They bring the stock back up. Some longs start piling in after they see the covers, and they start taking it back up a little bit along with it. And they notice the market environment. They're like, okay, the market's going back up too, so I like the longs. I'm just making up a theory over here as to why the stock could push towards my order and give me my fill. If it doesn't give me that fill, I'm okay with it. I'd rather miss out on that trade than chase the trade. So that's on TMESU over here, and same with ADM on NY. So we'll see if ADM.NY, it actually might not give us the entry over here because it is breaking that 87.70 bottom. So if 87.70 bottom of that range breaks, then we could get a move all the way back to lower day. Let's see if 87.70 can hold on ADM.
Yeah, look at this move. Yeah, so INM now bounced off that 19 level quite nicely. Now it's in that 1920, 1925 range, but the spread is a little bit iffy on this one. I mean, it is opening up a little bit, and the volume is kind of dropping off. We need volume for parabolic moves up. You know, stocks can go down on little volume, can't go up on little volume though, especially during the day like this. So here we go. We're about to be break even on this particular trade. It looks like the volume's starting to come back. There we go. Now we're breaking through 940. We're looking to take profit out at that 960 level. Let's go ahead and put an order long, an order for a profit taker here at that 960 level. So we'll go 1959. We'll take out a little bit. Let's see if we can get there. Yeah, you know, it's flirting with that 40 level. It's not decisively breaking through it. 40 acting as definite resistance here, and some size coming in on the level 2 on that bad boy. Is it printing higher than 40s? No, definitely it's not printing. Spread opening up a bit. It's about 10 cents now, so we'll let that one work. It looks like it's going in the right direction, as opposed to ARQQ, which just kind of top wicked here at 720. But you know, it's flirting. It's flirting with that $7 level, completely moving sideways. So this will either be a flat bottom breakdown or a flat top breakout. So I guess we'll have to wait and see. We've got our profit taker set for this one either way, and our stop. So whichever way it goes, we're covered on this one. We'll leave that one. Come back to INM. Yeah, continuing to make its move sideways. It shows signs of some more aggressive moves upward. I don't see as much aggressive selling as I do as aggressive buying on this one. As I say that, it bounces right down to 19. I should watch what I say. Either way, we've got our profit taker here at that, our dip trade here at that 1876 level. So if it breaks through that and bounces up, we'll be in good shape. And we've got our profit taker at 1959. Let's see what else is going on in the market here. I was looking up at my scanner and I saw the infamous or famous, however you feel about it, SHPH. Let's bring down this chart here so that we don't have to flip any charts. SHPH, you guys will recall from last week or the week before even, was the new IPO, and it's been doing all sorts of stuff today. Guys, we opened up before the market opened at 37, let's say. Now we're trading at 44. High of day is 45. So this has got plenty of range. But like I said last week, and I'll say it again this week, this one has all sorts of problems with the spread. The spread can be 30 cents, it can be 50 cents at times, so getting in and out can be quite tricky. You can find yourself in all sorts of trouble if you take size with slippage on this one. So be very careful with SHPH. You know, my suggestion would be to get in with, if you're going long or even short, get in with smaller size, and when you're in a winning position and you've got a profit cushion, add to it. If the setup allows you to add to it, don't add to a loser, obviously. a bad loser. So depending on how you trade, SHPH definitely on my radar. We might put it on a side screen here and start trading it. Back to INM, yeah, still holding sideways, guys. It's holding that 19 level quite nicely. It's broken down below it. And to us, that's not such a bad thing. We're trying to get a dip trade at that 1876. But, you know, looking like it's doing nothing for a while. Same thing with ARQQ. It is a slower part of the day, I guess, right? So you expect the volume to drop off. But you guys know, we did this last week and the week prior. These ones have they march to be their own drum. So you can even find them to be quite volatile even during slower periods of the market, Brad.
Yeah, I'm looking at the SPYs right now as to see what the market's doing. Market did pull back once again under 1% now for the S&P 500 and for the NASDAQ market. But I'm expecting the market to hold up in front of 409.80s at the very least, slightly under 410, which would make the market once again bounce off of VWAP, which is 4120 or so on the S&P 500 futures. Twitter had a good pullback in it all the way back to VWAP, rejecting the 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart and now pushing back to the downside. I wish I had had some alerts set up so I would have known to you know, punch back into the short opportunity, which was one of my best shorts today. But missing out on that is me. And right before we send it to Sector Watch to Brendo, look at this NTR call out, baby. We said that multi-day bottom 88.70s might act as a barrier for the stock to not go too much further than that. Looks like 88.30s was the low of day. Moving back to the north side is NTR at the moment. I'm waiting to see where I can get back short if it pulls back. Let's enter the Brendo at the big screen for Sector Watch.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll give you a look at the NASDAQ here. So this is the NDX, the index itself, because it is the one that's leading right now, obviously, to the upside. So we'll show you where some of the strength is coming from. The big green square at the bottom there is tough to see, but Lucid having a huge day, up 6.5%, along with some of the other EV makers going to new highs at the moment. That's Apple, 3.3%, offsetting or helping to offset some of the weakness coming from semiconductors today to the downside. Still 1.5 there for AMD. Intel's positive. Micron went positive as well, 0.75, but AMD lagging ever so slightly. QCOM back to the upside there as well, 1.04%. Software names also in pretty good shape so far. Splunk, FTNT, and Datadog all up nicely, 2.8 to 4%. Docu here as well, 2.5% back to the upside. Microsoft lagging a little bit today, 0.9 to the upside. That's Gilead. Some individual news on it for a trial. Positive data coming for Gilead today, up 4.8%. AMGN, 3.25 to the downside. Regeneron and SGen as well, 2% through 4% downside, helping to offset. So the only sort of weakness coming from the tech group today is in the healthcare sector. Otherwise, though, pretty good session. 0.9 right now for the NASDAQ, guys. Back over to you.
Thanks for that, Brendan. Appreciate that. While Brendan was talking, we got filled here on our dip trade at 1876 on INM. So we're a couple of pennies in the money on the dip trade. We're still out of the money since our initial long was at 1938. So looking to bounce back into that 19 level. My exit plan on this one is a break of 50. If it breaks 1850, I'll definitely be out of this one, and then I'll look to initiate a new long if one sets up later. But it's holding that level quite well. There we go, bouncing back up into the 90s. We're definitely looking for some profit taking above 19 here, because 19 was a key level of support, now acting as a bit of a resistance level. Looking at my tape here, it's having trouble breaking through 19 again. Some size definitely coming in at that 19 level, so it depends on how these algos are trading it. You know, we're kind of break even on the trade thanks to our dip trade on this one, but it'll definitely have to hold for us to make any money on this one. We already have a profit taker way too high here at that 1959 level. We'll definitely have to take profit before that. So we'll go ahead and put a profit taker here at that 1919 level. And let's see if we get it's breaking through 19 there. We go back into the teens on this one. The spread is a little tricky on this one, though, and I don't like that. 10 cents on a $19 stock with having done almost 18 million shares of volume on the day. So I definitely don't like the spread on this one, but it is quite spready. Last time I looked, I think it was like 750,000 share float. So that could explain the spread on this. I'm not really sure. But anyway, we're above 19, looking to take profit at that 19.19 level. Let's see if we get filled. We'll come back to that in a second, having to monitor our ARQQ trade. Flirting with that $7, holding above it, but I'm tending to be more biased to the flat bottom breakdown as opposed to the flat top breakout on this one. We're flirting more with 7 than we are with 720, and definitely the volume has just dropped off quite bad, but it is still, you know, up 26, 27% on the day, so it's definitely on a lot of people's watches. It's done 4.2 million shares of volume, so definitely up there. Moving back with how we didn't get filled. Boo! We definitely didn't get filled on that. How come we didn't get filled on that? We should have. It broke through that 19.19 level, but for some reason we didn't get filled anyway. That's an issue. But we're still break even on the dip trade. We're like barely out of the money on this one. So we'll be patient, hoping that it can reclaim that 19 and then break through the high of day, which is at 1946, into our second profit target, which is at 1959. But our out on this one will definitely be the break of 1850. If it breaks 1850, we're out. What's up, Brad?
I'm watching Lululemon right now. Lulu just came off pretty bad with the overall market, but I think there's a long here somewhere. You know, Lulu has been pretty strong recently, making sure I'm not muted. Yeah, I smacked into that on my way to the washroom. That's my fault. There we go. They're just fixing the camera because I smacked into the camera on my way to the washroom there earlier. But yeah, Lululemon, man, this stock is flat, absolutely flat on the day. 400,000 shares traded. Another Canadian brand that is pretty common in the office, actually. A lot of people with the Lululemon bags and whatnot in the office. PRAXF, PRAD, Prax, Prad. Let's go check out what this stock is. Looks like apparently it's the $3 stock, and it's down quite a bit, and it's getting elevated even more to the downside as it breaks $3. PRAX over here, yeah, breaking 3, down 12% on the day. So that puts the stock on SSR. SSR is anytime a stock is down more than 10%, you can't short the stock by taking off the size on the left side, which are the bids. You have to wait on the right side, which are the asks, for the stock to go higher in order for you to get your fills on the short. This market is now pulling back big time. UVXY about to be flat on the day. NASDAQ having a pretty nasty pullback on it. I thought 4120 would hold on the market, but that does not look like that's the idea. Here's the NASDAQ market. Sorry, here's the S&P 500. Let me pull the new contract. The new contract's on Z22. So Z22 currently at VWAP and not at VWAP, sorry, at the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. Let's see if we can find some buyers here at 4110 on the S&P 500, and then maybe the NASDAQ can also find somewhere for some longs to come into play. Pretty big pullback on the markets, honestly. Almost a 0.5% pullback on both of these markets, but we're expecting the longs should come into play around these areas. I might actually try a long on the SPYs. Like I did say, I'm not going to trade SPYs too much, but you know, with that pullback in the market, I'm going to try a quick little long, not give it too much risk. Let's see if we can have a winner over here. There we go, already about okay, never mind. It's just flirting with positive and negative for us at the moment as the market's trying to figure out what it wants to do. Apple apparently broke below 162 also, so let's go check out Apple. Yeah, Apple breaking 162, but still up 3% on the day, so not too much to worry about on Apple here. I think Apple will continue to try and hold 161 for the bids. SPY now in the money, 6 pennies, so I'm expecting that turnaround to come into play for us very, very soon here. Let's go market. Start having that turnaround in it. I'm actually going to go SVXY on Amex, which is the opposite of UVXY. So I'm going to go long SVXI right now because it should be on the lower end. Let's pull this up. Yeah, I'm gonna go long SVXY because I think the market's going to pull back here.
Yeah, guys, we got shook out our on ARQ at $7 level. That one per share, and then this is the bigger, more painful one on INM. Despite the fact that we were positive on our first trade with bigger size, we went in with smaller size here at the 1939 and averaged down again at 1876, but it did break got shook out because now it's bouncing above that 18 and around that 18. So we're going to keep an eye out for definitely not out of play for the rest of the day. Just a matter of getting your timing right. And yeah, thankfully I took small size on this one. My mic?
It's good. It's good.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Yeah, there was a bit of an issue there with my mic, but it's back now. Sorry. So basically what I was saying, guys, if you didn't hear me, I'm out of my ARQQ trade, got stopped out through the break of 7, and on my INM trade, I got stopped out through the break of 1850 there. But I don't know if that's just going to be a bottom wick and then bounce back up. So I'm going to keep my eye on INMM as the volume's starting to pick up again on this one. So we'll see. We'll see if this is going to be a down move for the rest of the day or if it's got legs to continue to go the upside. Let's have a look at the daily chart on INMM so we can figure out some levels here. Let's open that one up. Wow. Okay, so basically it's been a penny stock about till, September 1st or 2nd, and then it started booming. So that's why the chart looks so distorted. So if I get September 1st, September 2nd was the first day it actually broke over $1 for a while. It was basically trading at 40 cents, between $1 to 40 cents the better part of this year. So not a lot of levels to work off here. Now we're at that 19 level. We're going to have to go back a ways to find anything near this level. Let's keep going back here if we can find anything near 19. No, we're at the $6 level basically. So yeah, nothing. We're at all-time highs on this one. Going back to November 2020 here, and there's nothing even remotely close to 19. So tread carefully. Blue sky setup on this one, and it could rip your face off if you do it the wrong way. Let's see if we can flip back to the minute chart and see where we're at here. Okay, so yeah, we got shook out of that one. Now we're back up to the 1980 level, and let's keep an eye out for a new long, but we'll talk about that after we get back from Brendan with happening now at the big board.
Hey guys, yeah, into lunch hour we go. Let's give you an update. We are coming back to the downside. I want to point something out here. Here we go. 1.04, 0.94 for the, that was the TSX, my fault. NASDAQ Composite and the 100, 0.58 and 0.64 there. My point here, simply, NASDAQ was leading us higher. NASDAQ holding up a little bit better than the rest. The Russell back to the downside as well, 0.8, 0.9. Still holding up a little bit better, 0.5% for the Dow and the S&P. Here is an example of that. Apple, obviously a big part of the NASDAQ, 162 coming into play, currently holding higher. Didn't even really participate if you look at the overall market in that pullback. This, on the other hand, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo, the banks leading on the way back down. As you can see, well off the highs from early on this morning, 121.5 there for JPM. Still positive on the day, but banks leading back down. Tech still strong, guys. Back over to you.
Guys, just want to correct myself here on INM. I was looking at the daily for this one, but the chart on our system here didn't have the correct data. So here we go. I'm going to load up this black chart. So yeah, we definitely have some levels on INM. So basically we've broken over 20 a long time ago. I think the other chart may have been split adjusted or something. Yeah, it is, because there was a 1 to 25 split here on the 7th of September. So the other chart hasn't been updated. This chart is updated. So looking at some levels here on INM, we looking at maybe 2130 will be an interesting level going through, and then again at that 2230. So yeah, we got a lot of different levels to work with here on INM. It's I incorrectly said it was a blue sky setup because I thought it was at all-time highs, but the other chart data is incorrect. Looking at this one, this is the most recent high here is this top wick on April 21st, which was for the price of $35.50. So yeah, just want to correct myself there on that one before I send it off to Brad.
Yeah, I'm looking at Li Auto. Li Auto finally breaking that range low that we were talking about from earlier on in the day. Gave you that opportunity to load up some size exactly where I was talking about too. So for anyone who took that trade congratulations. But this is what's making me jump in. That volume spike at lunchtime. You know, it's that time of the day where you expect volume to die off in the market. But Lee Auto bringing in a big volume candle on the break of the lower day when the market's completely pulling back, also giving you that sad V-shaped recovery. It's an upside down W today. For the last, I think, few days of the last week, we saw like a proper W-shaped recovery on the market, V-shaped recovery, and it would just continue going up. Anyways, that big volume candle is what's making me punch into this trade. So let's see if we can bully the stock to the downside a little bit, so we can profit it. Where our average price is $25.32, so we're only in the money by 3 pennies. Not much to be happy about. But remember that trade ADM.NY. I was talking about the stock earlier. For those who remember, I said I'm going to have an order out pretty close to my stop, which is 88.16. Already punching into that position, 11 cents in the money on ADM. Let's see if this market pullback can take the stock that's already weak on a day. It's down 4% on the day. Let's see if we can take it right back to the lower day ranges near $87 or so, giving us a good dollar per share winner on said position, as AMC sadly also pulls back to once again the 100-period EMA on the daily chart here, around $9.90. Might just give me an opportunity to take some more size. You know, we've been constantly getting in and out around these areas for AMC. So let me just, yeah, there we go. We're going to take some more size here at that 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. Give it that risk of a couple more pennies to the downside. The market pulls back even more and takes AMC to the downside along with it. Then obviously we don't want to be a part of it. But hopefully we get to put some damage on AMC over here by going long. It's very rare that we actually go long on AMC, but we're going to try it today.
Hey, Brad's going long on AMC. Guys, buy lottery tickets because the world's ending. No, I'm kidding. RGLS making a move here now, up 30% on the day, about half $1 or so since the open. We took a little baby long here at that $2.20 level. We're looking through the break of high of day, which is at that $2.25 level. Our stop on this one is going to be $2.12 on which will show basically a break of support here. If you're following along on my chart, this is clearly the support level here, so we'll be out of that if it breaks at $2.12. But yeah, looking strong here, RGLS. Let's see, let's have a look at some levels for RGLS so we can play off some levels going to the daily chart. Okay, so some recent levels here from the middle of July. We've got that $2.50 level is a key level there. We also have this level which we broke, which was at $2.18 level going back to the end of July on that one. So we're definitely looking for some more on this one and at least to test 250. Not sure what the news is on this bad boy. Let's go ahead and have a look at our Okay, so shares regular it's called Regulus. Shares surge after early stage RG blah 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 data in rare kidney disease. So it looks like it's they're trying to cure something with kidney disease on that one. So it looks like their data study came back positive, I guess, on this one. Let's switch back to the minute chart on this bad boy. So we're a couple of cents in the money. We're you know, we're bouncing off that 22 level. It does seem to be some resistance around there, especially that 24 and the 25. We'll give this one time. We've got our stop set, so not too much to worry about. Moving back to INM, bounced off that. What is this? Is that, yeah, this is the 50-period moving average. Okay, so bounced off the 50-period moving average quite nicely. I love using the 50-period moving average for these small cap crappers. Looking to see where we would initiate a new long here. I don't want to take the break a high a day because it's kind of extended at that point. So we're going to go ahead and break anything over 1920. We're going to take a long on this one, and it'll be a baby long. We'll average into it. If it does break above high of day, we'll take another baby long on that one because we're already red on it. So, you know, we don't want to get too red on there. So that's my plan. Break of 1920, I'm going to go long, and then the break of high day, I'm going to add to it, Brad.
Yes, sir. Looking at Snapchat, if you guys remember Snapchat, that level around 1265, I was talking about it last week. We got some longs and some shorts off that area. That area coming back into play again, that level at least coming back into play again. As today, we start off above that level. We go pretty close to 13. We reject 13. We'll pull back to that level. We're not able to find buyers on that said level. And then we continue to go below it. And now that level is once again a resistance area. area for Snapchat. So Snapchat struggling today a little bit, not able to do what people might be expecting it to do, which is go to the upside. But still some fail moves coming into that bad boy. I want to head over to Mosaic to see if my exits on the stock were good, and they were. Look at those beautiful exits. Now pulling back to VWAP and then rejecting VWAP slightly is MOS. Without me though, no shares on MOS. NTR did pull back to $90 and gave you an opportunity to short 90, but we didn't have it on our radar, so we missed out on that opportunity. AMC pushing towards my stop, which is not fun to watch right now as the rest of the market's also pulling back. S&P 500 and the NASDAQ ES/Z22, Pratty, not U22, are both at the 100 period EMAs right now on the 5-minute chart. I think S&P 500 could easily pull back another 8 points to 4,100 and find buyers at 4,100. So if you are longs right now, you're obviously feeling some pain. Maybe give it a little bit more wiggle room on the market. Let it pull back another 8 points, 5 points before you stop yourself out, because you don't want to watch the market bounce off of 4,100 and then miss out on the move that you were looking for. You don't want to have this type of trade, basically, where you had the right idea, but your stop was just off by a couple pennies, not allowing you to take advantage on that position. ADM, baby, let's go. 50 cents in the money on ADM. Let's take some size out on that bad boy, as we are profiting with the market pulling back, at least on one side, which is on ADM and on Li Auto.
Okay, guys, so we got long at that $19.20 level on INM. It top wicked right at $19.50. A lot of size came in on the level 2 on $19.50. So we're definitely well in the money on this one, 30 cents in the money. As it pulls back into that $19.40 level, we have another order to go longer at $19.51. So we'll definitely add to our position if it is able to break through that. But we're going to be out completely if it breaks through that. I want to say, let's see where we're going to go. I'm not going to say my stop out loud this time because I'm going to take a page out of Prad's book. I don't want to get stop hunted. So we'll definitely keep an eye for the 1950 break to add, but that's our plan on INM. Let's see what's RGLS, continuing to be within 1 or 2 pennies of our long on this one. So currently trading at 218. We're long at $2.20. So we're like a penny out of the money. Looking for that flat top breakout, or that breakout over $2.22 through that $2.25 to make a new high of day. And we'll just be patient with these ones. It's slower time of day, definitely. So looking to take profits. We're set up well on both, and not much else to report. Let's see what's on the scanner. Let's see what we got. ARC, no, not much. RGLS is the one we were talking about. Okay, let's bring down the scanner so you guys can have a look with us here. Oops, and we just minimized it. That's not what we want to do. There we go. Bring that bad boy down. Here it is. So this is the scanner that we look at here in the middle of the screen here, guys. So we're looking for anything up positively after the open, and that has decent amount of volume. So if anything has less than 1 million shares of volume, I'm definitely not interested by this point. So what's next on the scanner is RXT. Let's have a look at RXT. That's holding above VWAP. Not much in the way of movement lately, kind of bounced. You could have had a couple of good dip trades off VWAP on this guy here, if you're able to follow along on the chart. Let's see what else is below that. Not a whole lot. We got IDYA. That's only 1.37 million shares. That's not good enough to get me interested. So we'll put the scanner back up here. And we're still continuing to fight with INM at that 1950 level, top wicked again at that 1947. We're looking for that 1950 break, Pratt, on INM.
Yeah, I'm just throwing an order out to get my size on NTR, which was my best short of the day so far. Multiple dollar winner on this bad boy, but they don't want to give me the size. They don't want you to win. They don't want you to succeed. So what we're going to do, we're going to succeed, right? So we're going to wait here patiently, wait for them to shake people out, and then if they give us the fill, we'll take that fill gladly. If not, then, that's fine. We're not going to, there we go, bang, we have that fill now, and now we don't have to FOMO about it. Give it that appropriate risk that we think the stock deserves, and if the market pulls back again, we ride it into the gates of hell on NTR. If it doesn't pull back, then we give back a little bit on our most profitable stock of the day. That's also fine. What is the thing that I always say? No risk, No damn
Rari.
Rari, baby. So if you want to be driving that Rari, if you want to be, you know, I don't know why you want to be driving a Rari to begin with,
Why
but if you
not?
want to be driving a Rari, then you got to be putting some risk on that table over there. And right now, my risk is going on NTR. The NASDAQ market and S&P 500, both of them having a nice pullback towards VWAP. Still up on the day for both of these markets. NASDAQ up 0.66, S&P 500 up 0.72, UVXY down 1.18%, but pretty much the trajectory of UVXY is to the north side. So we just have to wait and see if these stocks that we're in right now can help us out to the direction that we wanted to. For example, AMC out of the money by 4 pennies. But we have pretty good size on this position. So if this stock can start elevating itself to the north side, take out the $10 level, go back to 10.10, 10.05s, where we can start taking some profits. Actually, even saying that out loud, and I have no orders out, which is absolutely stupid. So let me throw some orders out right now to take some profits at 10.05, at 10.10 on AMC in case it pulls up to the north side.
Work Femengan, I hope I didn't brutalize your name. He says, I saw someone trade INM from the beginning. How did you guys manage to filter? Well, basically, it just comes on our scanner. So my filter on the scanner is anything over $1, anything that does above 50,000 shares of volume. And the reason I keep it at 50,000 shares is because I sit down prior to the market open, and I want to see anything that may not be that voluminous yet. So I'm keeping my eye on that right from the get-go, and then if it continues to only do like small shares aftermarket, I just will ignore it. But I won't actually change the filter daily on that. But yeah, we're still watching our INM trade here. We're like a couple of cents out of the money. Definitely broke below the 19, but popped right back up. So that kind of gives me a little bit of hope that it'll continue above 19 and break that 19.50. But I've got my stop set already on that one, and there we go. We just broke $2.25 on
Where are we going?
RGLS. And so we're positive, and the tape is starting to light up here, which telling you a lot of volume coming in, and the volume bars are reflecting that. There we go. Now we're about to test $2.30, so we're good in the money on that one. Let's go ahead and put her out on this one. So we're going to go $2.29, and we're going to take a little bit out, not too much. So we got our profit taker on that one. There we go. A lot of volume coming in on this one. I see a lot of green now, a little bit of red, on the tape, but yeah, 1 cent spread, so it's not too bad in terms of getting cut up by the spread on this one. There we go. We just took our first profit target out there at $2.30. We'll put another one at that 2.35. So we'll put actually 2.34. So we'll go ahead and put 2.34. There we go. So our profit target is set on that one as looks like we're going to break above 2.30, even though I do see a lot of resistance at that $2.30. There we go. Printing 32s, now 31s. If we can get up to 34s, we'll have another profit taker. Let's bounce back to INM while that one works. INM still holding that 19 level, but barely. So yeah, if it breaks our stop level, we're going to be out on this one. Since it was a baby long, it's not too much of a hit, but I don't want to keep taking too many hits on this one. I've already taken one profitable trade and one not profitable trade, but the not profitable trade I averaged in on, so it was a bigger hit than the profitable one. There we go. Switching back to RGLS, still holding that 230. Let's see if we can break that 235, and then we'll definitely be looking for some more, maybe even 250 on that one, Brad. What do you got?
Yes, sir. Looking at possible viewer tag me Nicole Harris. Look at NRBO. I've been trying to ask about stocks since 0.38 for NRBO. That sounds like a ticker that Neil would have if he was supposed to go along. That's his name.
Okay.
Neil Roberts.
Oh. Silly me, man.
But yeah, it's a penny stock. Honestly, Nicole Harris, I don't know too much about penny stocks, nor do I know much about NRBO over here. I could probably give you technical analysis on the stock maybe, but I don't even know how much that would help out for you on that side. Big volume candle today, so enough volume to play with on a penny stock. Up 134%. We got this consolidation area that looks like it wants to push into around $1. Maybe it pushes up to $1 sometime this week, sometime next week. Maybe it never does. I just don't know. That's the problem with these penny stocks. I can't be bothered with these moves, honestly, because it might pop like this today, and it might crater right back to 25 cents tomorrow. So I don't want to talk about stocks that will bag our viewers, right? So that's not what I want to do ever over here on the show, and because of that, I'm just gonna have to move on from this. Sorry about that, but hopefully the technical analysis helped you out from looking at the chart. By breaking out of this area, by breaking out of the 100-period EMA, the next possible rejection should be around this support. We already passed that support, so now that support will act as a support. Now this area could act, this support range could act as a resistance, which it's trying to, but if we burst through that, then obviously the next stop is 99 cents or $1, which is around the what's the yellow line? The 200-period EMA on the daily chart. So that's the overall idea for NRBO. Couple super chats time. I'm gonna just put my phone away and pull out my desktop instead over here. So let's go look at the messages. Bears versus Bull. Hopefully you didn't send me any nudes, because if you did, it's gonna show up on the show over here. Looks like we missed the super chat from yesterday. Michelle Herbert, our boy from GME, from Quebec, sorry. 5K USD profit on the GME calls yesterday on Friday. Let's go, Michelle. You're absolutely smoking that. Off the open today, we got Chef Henry. Car sales are down 14% apparently, says Chef Henry. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Chef Henry. Rashad Lewis Jr., 1.99 super chat. Keep eyes on BKKT and crypto stocks ready to squeeze. Yeah, crypto stocks have been pretty volatile today. I mean, look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin's back to 22,000. Not too long ago, we were at 18K. Getting back into that 22, 23K areas for Bitcoin is a pretty good catalyst for going longs on your cryptocurrency stocks such as Coinbase, Mara, BKKT, maybe even BITO.AM, which is your Bitcoin ETF. Yo, dude, don't disrespect the homie Gino from or probably some loser NFL player who makes too much money for doing absolutely nothing and playing 19 minutes of game time.
You're a joker.
Right? Look, you get paid millions of dollars for having 19 minutes of active game time. I don't care about you. I'm sorry. Cash Shuzel, thanks for NIO. Yeah, no problem, mate. €5. Congratulations on that successful NIO long for yourself.
Oh my God, INM tanking, so we got out right at that 19 level for another loss on this one. We're definitely not feeling INM today. It's a bit tricky, especially into this hour. Looks like double topped here off that 1940, where was it? 1950 level. So, and now it just tanked down to 1720 very, very aggressively. If you've got the guts to dip by it around here, all the power to you. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to stick with the winner that I've got on here on RGLS. We took out a piece at 229, another piece at 232. So we're going to wait for this one where we've got our break even right at we've got our stop right at break even at that $2.20 level. We're looking for a break of 234, which will be our next profit target. Oh, it got removed because we hit our flatten key. So let's go ahead and put $2.34 on this bad boy. Yeah, there we go. So now we'll have, oh, what happened here? How come we didn't get? Oh, we just went long. Oh my goodness. I made a boo-boo. I just added to my position. Thankfully, I added only a very small amount. There we go. Flying up there. Let's go. Print 37s. Boom! We got top wick on that bad boy. Very nice trade on that one. Okay, happy. I made up for the INM debacle that I just screwed up. Now we're looking for a 250 break. This one seems to be all the rage right now, up 40%. So yeah, we're way into the money on this one now, about 20 cents into the money on a $2 stock. That's quite good. So we're looking for that 245, let's say 245. So we're going to go ahead and put our profit taker at 245. On this one now we're at that 240 level, and then we'll actually hope and pray and punch, as Prad likes to say, that we break that 250 level. But we'll definitely take size out before 250 because 250 will definitely be a psychological level, especially on a stock like this, Prad.
Yeah, market pushing back up right now. So if you have any longs, you might be watching your positions move north and you're very happy. But if you're short, you're probably not as happy anymore. So I'm currently short NTR, pushing towards my stop, which is not the most exciting thing to watch, you know, when the stock is pushing towards your stop like this. But what can you do? And with AMC, we're still waiting for AMC to have that pop in it. Oop, that's not the right chart here. Let me move back to this chart. AMC, we're still waiting for that pop to come into play. So the market having a nice little pop in it. If AMC has a nice little pop, we can absolutely smoke this trade to the long side. So just patiently waiting, not trying to give back my money that I made today, but we are slightly out of the money on both of our positions that we have on board. Looking for a pullback on NRBO towards 55 cents. Yeah, I mean, if it does have a pullback, maybe that could be a worth trade to be part of. NTR just now stopped me up. Let's see if it has any volume coming in around my stop, or did they just stop on me? If they just stop onto me, that's going to be very, very sad. The market is, though, pulling back, so be ready for some longs to maybe start profiting you guys, such as RGLX popping up on RGLS, not X, popping up on scanners. Let's go check out what this one's doing.
Oh, I see that too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's trying to take out the high day up 40%, baby, up 40%, and it's trying to take out the high day around $2.42. We're only 10 cents away from that high, but this is pre-market high though, so we're already at a new high a day for the stock if you were to just count where we are right now.
Yeah, building on what Brad just said on RGLS here, we're about probably about, what are we, 15 cents in the money on this one. Our next profit target is on 244 on this bad boy. And someone in the chat said, I&M tanking like Dallas. Yeah, whatever, man. You know what? I already knew that Dallas wasn't going to have a good year this year, especially with the fact that we made like no offensive acquisitions. I don't want to say none, but they definitely needed to be more. Zeke's getting old, so he's not an every down back anymore. Pollard's more of like a receiving back than he is like a power back. So, you know, Dallas is going to have to go through another season of, wait till next year type thinking, but that's what it is. Too bad. And yeah, some people saying lost their receivers. Well, we didn't really lose our receivers. We released Amari Cooper, who's now playing in Cleveland, and then Michael Gallup's kind of injured with I don't know what it is. It's like a hand something. I don't even know. So we had to rely essentially on CD Lamb, and there was one other guy who made a couple of good catches. But you know what? I'll say this, and you know, you'll question my Dallas loyalty. Shut up, Brad. Brad's going like this. He's yawning because he doesn't understand football. But you know, if he won his parlays yesterday, he'd be a lot more into football.
Sports sucks, man.
He'd be a lot more into football. But Dak Prescott is not the guy that I think needs to lead the Dallas Cowboys. I've always like joked around with my friends about this, and I say, you know, he's never seen a check down pass that he didn't like. He's definitely not accurate going downfield, and I feel like his mechanics need a little bit of work, which is like why you guys see him doing like that whole twisty thing before the game. I think it might be time to let him go. And but he's got a big contract, so it's definitely going to be hard to move him. And you know, Zeke's also another guy you're gonna have to release. I think that he's been beat up a little bit too much. Anybody who knows the NFL knows that running backs' longevity in the league is not what it used to be, especially with all the pounding that they take. Now they have to block. Running backs are required to block now, and if you don't block, you know, you're going to get cut. Blocking means more pounding on your body. So, yeah, it's the way it is with Dallas at the moment. Brad's talking smack in the chat. The whole sport is lame. Get over it. This guy's trolling me in the chat. Like I can't even like just sit here for a couple of seconds and complain about my team. But anyway, it is what it is. Looking back at RGLS, we're still like 15 cents in the money. We're waiting for a 244 break on this one, Brad.
Yeah, I'm just trolling. You know,
Yeah,
people enjoy sports, and you need that. You need some pastime. You can't be looking at markets all day in and out, you'll be blowing your brains out if that happen, right? So it's good to have some good entertainment. I'm glad that people have football back in their life. You know, I have UFC in my life, so it's good. Let's get entertained. Let's have some fun conversations. For example, how my sports betting account is going to zero. Thank you to NFL. But you know, that's a complaint that I have with my own gambling tendencies with sports in general. So that's not really an NFL problem. Here's my real problem with NFL though: is the ball active time.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
The ball active time in MLB and NFL is my that's where my issue comes from.
Yeah.
I want to talk about NU today. NU in pre-market absolutely launched itself to the north side, but now ever since the like 6 o'clock or so, it actually started going back into the negative direction a little bit. Not really putting the stock into negative, but the overall move was to the negative side, taking the stock to the downside, and then off the open, pull back a little bit more, and now we're finally getting that move on NU that the analyst upgrades and everything else was indicating, which is to the upside. So here comes NU with the move on my scanners, pushing towards $5.50. I'm expecting $5.50 to hold, and maybe we move to even $5.55 before we actually see a little pullback on said position. And looks like NTR stopped me out one more time. Pretty upsetting that the stock is stopping me out at this area. As maybe I just need to be willing to lose a little bit more than I want to. That way I don't get stopped out. I still believe in the bearish direction for this trade.
I still believe. Okay. Well, one thing I definitely don't believe is SHPH to a long right now. SHPH doing SHPH things. Halted down aggressively. It top wicked here at 45. I want to say what's the high of day here? Do I have it on my chart? Yeah, 45.71, and then it crashed, guys, at that $39.67. It opened up. It basically right at the halt price at 35.56, crashed all the way back down to 34.50, even below 34.50, 34.23. So SHPH doing SHPH things. It is as volatile as it gets on this bad boy. So I'm definitely looking. I'm going to keep this one on my side screen. Volume coming in very aggressively here, about 70,000 shares.
Holy moly.
Yeah, proud just taking a look at it now, seeing the aggressiveness of this stock now down 8%. I think it was up like 9 or 10% before this crash. So shows you how quickly things can change on this stock. But keep in mind,
Stop
the
save
spreads.
lives.
Yeah, Pratt says stock saves lives.
Stops,
yes, okay.
stop save lives.
Yeah, you wouldn't even get a stop on this one. This one will blow right through. Right now, the spread was just 5 cents. It opened up to 30 in a matter of 1 second. So the spread on this one has always been a problem. Keep that in mind if you're trying to get long or short either, whatever. Super tricky on this one, guys. SHPH. RGLS, back to RGLS. Still holding in at that support level. We're long 222, but we see a key level of support here at that $2.30, $2.28 level. It's come down and tested that level a number of times, bouncing back up. We've got an aggressive profit taker here at 245. We're going to leave that one in place. Top wick on the day is $2.40. Yeah, $2.40. So we're not too far away from our levels. We have a stop right at break even. So for breaks that, we're out on RGLS. Keep in mind, it's a 1 penny spread, which is good for getting in and getting out, especially if you're doing some rebate trading, if you guys know what that is. Pop back here to SHPH. Nice bounce off that 34.50, now testing 37.50. So a quick $3 move on SHPH just like that. It was down 7% or 8%. Now it's down 2.5%. So yeah, if you had a lot of guts, you could go long here. I don't got the guts today. I've taken too many paper cuts on INM to want to take any more paper. Oh, this wouldn't even be a paper cut. This would be like a gash on SHPH because it moves dollars at a time and the spread is insane. So what are you looking at, Brad? Netflix?
Netflix, yeah. Netflix had a pretty good bottom today around the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. Happens to be around $234. Actually, not even 223. Sorry, 233, 234. Yeah, around 234.50, 233 or so. Pretty good bottom coming into play for our boy Netflix. Pushing back towards above VWAP with the help of the NASDAQ and the S&P 500, which are exactly at VWAP. Let's see if the market can continue going north here after finding some buying coming into play, allowing Netflix, Apple, AMD actually on the red today. That was a pretty sad direction to see my boy AMD going into. I have the stock in my long-term portfolio, but what can you do? Sometimes stocks have their own mind and they want to go in a certain direction, then they go for it. Apple pushing towards the high from Friday. Friday's high 164.30. Today's high is 160. It says 162.89. Yeah, it is 162.89. So not even 163 yet, breaking for the Apple's position. Let's see if Apple can actually take out 163, push towards Friday's high, at which point I think we see some rejection coming in. Maybe not purely at Friday's high, but closer to 165, a good even dollar, significant number, 170, 150. We got 165. Let's see how the stock behaves around that price. But for that, we need the NASDAQ market and the S&P 500 most likely to continue going to the north side. I'm guessing you're in a position?
No, not yet. Looking to get long PXMD here. I have a couple of dip trades set up at that $4.50 level and that $4.45 level. A couple areas of interesting support here, but it seems to be going without us here, guys. Just topped wick here at 476. It's making a really aggressive move. It held VWAP the entire afternoon. Well, we've only been afternoon for half an hour. Basically, it held VWAP the entire day, saving except for a little bit here prior during the bell. It kind of dipped below all the way down to $3.10. But since then, it has been one nice move upward, consolidated a little bit above VWAP, made a couple of tops here that we can use as support, namely that $4.45 level. It's going without us, guys. It's about to break 480. Yeah, it's testing that 480 level. Some size coming in at 480. Is it going to break it? Looks like it will. Oh, well, who knows? This one, I'm trying not to chase this one. I'm trying to get it on the dip trade, but this one may go to 5 without us. Let's go ahead and punch in here with a baby long. We'll see what it does. And yeah, punch and pray, as Prad likes to say. So a couple pennies out of the money on this one. Seems to be like a lot of support at that 480 level. But we'll talk more about that once we get back from Brendan, who's up at the big board for social sentiment, I believe.
We'll talk volume, guys, but close enough. It's a bit of a quiet day, as we've been saying, all quiet ahead of what's to come tomorrow. If you missed it again, CPI data 8:30, pre-market tomorrow. As a result, yeah, these numbers not that big today. I'll get to that in a sec. This is the overall market, though. 10,815 listings on this board. Pretty equally split so far today. 6,900 and change versus 2,700 to the downside, and then 1,200 or so in the middle, not really doing a heck of a lot. So we are positive on the day, but only just, you can see, as far as the overall market is concerned. Again, this is U.S.-based listing, so the entire U.S.-based marketplace. Here we go. Mullen, actually top of the leaderboard so far as the volume is concerned. 88 million only. However, we're used to seeing multiple names on here that have breached that 100 million mark by this time of day. Not the case so far today. TQs, number 2, ABCT, SQs, NIO on here, only 54 million. And I say that simply because NIO is typically one of those that can do upwards of 100 million on the day. Apple on this board. Haven't seen Apple on here for quite some time. SOXL, that semiconductor ETF, AMD on here as well. VTYX leading the way as far as percent gainers, 58%. So thin, that one to trade, but worth it if you can get the right direction. Guys, back over to you.
Thanks for that, Brendan. Okay, so we got in here on PXMD, big boy trade. There's a big boy trade. We got in at 478. We took a first piece out here at 488, second piece out here through the break of 5 at that $4.98 level. So nice little trade on this one. Pretty happy with it, and I sized in quite nicely on this one. I tried not to take too many size, but I gave in to my desires. Anyway, we're broken above 5. We're holding 5. Let's check the daily chart on this bad boy so we can figure out where our levels are going to be. Here we go. So zooming out a bit, PXMD. Oh, this was the IPO not too long ago from the, I didn't believe it, IPO'd August 26th. So looking at levels here, we definitely have an interesting level at 5 1/4. And then above that, I'm going to have to say $6.50. So, looking upwards here, we have a bit of room from the $5 level we're at all the way up to $6.50. So keep your eye on that one. This could be one of those ones that it goes parabolic. So we're definitely going to look to get in. We had a couple of dip trades set up on this one. It didn't even come near them, $4.50 and $4.45. We chased it here, but it was the right thing to do because this one, the volume was coming in. Look at the bottom of the chart here where all the volume is. Bunch of green candles, and it's basically as high as it was during that 10:30 to 11 o'clock period, which if you know anything, you know that this period in time definitely has lower volume, but the fact that we're keeping on par with that volume speaks volumes. I hate to use the word a lot of volume there, but definitely looking for this one into $6, Brad.
Yeah, I don't think you said volume enough there, mate. Market currently pulling back still. We got S&P 500 around VWAP. We got NASDAQ around VWAP. We got UVIXI also around VWAP. So just patiently waiting for my positions to either burn me or pay me. So we'll just have to wait over there. Once again, like I said, the keyword patience. A couple positions popping up on scanners. Well, my scanners just reset themselves. They're on the 10-minute board. So we're just going to have to wait over there to see if any stocks pop up over there. But in the meantime, what I could do is maybe check for super chats. Nope, we're all caught up on super chats. So let's head over to the best part of the day. I know you guys love this part of the day. It's the YouTube spiel. So for those of you who don't know already, guys, the algorithm, YouTube algorithm, it helps us out every time you do these basic things such as hitting the like button, hitting the subscribe button, ringing the notification bell. This allows the YouTube algorithm to know that the people who are watching us appreciate what we do, and it spreads out our channel to more and more people out there who are Googling questions like, oh, how to day trade, what is VWAP, what is whatever. So the more our channel goes out there, the higher likely chance of our community growing, and we keep getting better and better for all of you guys involved in that party. So 3,403 subscribers, what am I saying? 343,000 subscribers on YouTube so far. I would love that number to go up there. The only way we can do that is by hitting the like button. So please smash the like button. Please smash the subscribe button. For those of you who don't know what it means by having a green name in chat, those are the members. How do you become a member? You click on this little join button right next to subscribe. You can listen to what Brendo has to say real quick over there on the about becoming a member and so on. I wanna actually show you guys the beauty of this channel, right? Not only are we hosting day trading shows throughout the day from 8:30 to 4 o'clock, we also have fun educational videos for you to watch. Like for example, I'm gonna actually add this video right here that Neil's talking about to my trading playlist. See how I have a trading playlist and I have a food playlist right next to that trading playlist because I'm a little fatty, right? And then I also have a sleep playlist where I have binaural beats and everything that I listen to when I sleep. So I'm gonna add this to my trading playlist because I want to learn how to really hold my winners longer. How do I want to get better with my winners and my losers and so on. So thank you to Neil for recording this and posting this 2 days ago. I'm gonna go watch it. You can even type in questions such as VWAP or level 2 and you'll find fun educational videos about it. All of this all of this is absolutely free. So thank you for every single one of you who come back every single day, 8:30 to 2 o'clock to watch me and Sharif. 11 o'clock to 2 o'clock to watch Sharif and I, but whoever shows up from 8:30 to 4 o'clock, man, you guys are the OGs, the Blind Jedis, the Bears versus Bulls, the Tyrone Biggums, I think he's banned though, the Playmakers, all you OGs in the chat, we love you, and all the new faces, I can't wait to put a name to your face. As our boy Sharif is back, I'm going to quickly talk about AMC, which is now thrusting to the north side into profit directions for us. Let's see if we can bank it on this bad boy because we have some good size on this trade. I don't have any orders anymore because I pulled my orders, so I'm going to actually manually punch out of some of this size over here to take some profits.
Yeah, nice trade there, Brad. I see a lot of ins and outs on that chart, so hopefully a lot of profit for you guys. We're still holding our RGLS trade, but we're more interested in the move that PXMD made here. Now pulling back a little bit. Is this going to be one of those ones where we can take the first 1 minute candle to make a new high? Because right here, if we were to do that, that would have been a bear trap or a false breakout. Right here, it made a new high into that 508 level. Maybe we need to pull it back. Let's have a look at the 5 minute chart to see maybe where we could take a 5 minute candle to make a new high. Let's see here. So definitely, currently, I think we've got another 2 minutes left on this 5 minute candle. It'd have to break over 508. That's too close to the high, which is at 511. So that's not going to make a whole lot of sense. Let's just pull back. Now, the 7 EMA on the 5 minute chart is at that $4.60 level, $4.59 level. So this is a bit extended. So what I would like ideally to see here is a pullback on the 5 minute chart closer to the 7 EMA and then initiate a new long for the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. So this may have to pull back or consolidate for another 5-10 minutes or so for a new long setup to set up. But, you know, that may not happen. Obviously, there are a plethora of different options that can happen, but with respect to how I would enter it, that's how I would do it. I definitely would not chase this, but what I do see is a bull flag forming on the 1 minute, so that interests me. I'm not going to take the first 1 minute candle to make a new high because there was that false breakout here. I'm going to definitely play off the 5-minute chart on this one, so I may flip this chart to a 5-minute and definitely take after 12:45 to see where the candle closes in about 1 minute, so I can determine where the new long would be. Now, it doesn't have to be at 12:50. It doesn't even have to be at 12:55. It could be at 1, right? So you're going to have to wait for that 5-minute candle to make a new high on the 5-minute chart. So that's going to be my play on PXMD. Looking back here at RGLS, it's been basically holding that $2.30 level, save and except for a couple of wicks here and there. You know, it's currently trading at 230, 229. You know, it could break down. Does it really matter? No, because we profited like a great majority of our position on this one. You'll see the 3 outs right here, and this is our entry right here on this green triangle right here. So we're waiting for that break of 250. It's stair-stepping up if we have a look at it. Let's look at it from a daily perspective. Yeah, 8 o'clock, the pre-market high was at $2.39 level, or $2.38 level. We broke it by like a penny or two, moving up to 240. You know, I've talked about this previously on the show. It is kind of the thing now to short off the break of the pre-market high. Whereas during 2020 and 2021, you'd be taking that long and with great accuracy. But the market that we're in, it seems as if, you know, you fade off the pre-market high. Now, even with that in mind, I still have my stop at break even, so I'm good with that. We'll let this one play out and see if we can break that pre-market high. Basically, I'm going to be taking profits at 245. So we'll watch that one. We'll continue to watch that. As I say that, a 1 minute candle to make a new high forms on PXMD. Let's have a look at the 5 minute to see what it's doing so we can possibly take a trade. Yeah, so it looks as if we top wicked here at that $4.99 level. So we'll wait till that 12:50 5-minute candle forms, and we'll see where we'll take this one if we're going to take it long, Pratt.
Yes, sir. I'm looking at Lone, my boy Lone, coming back with the 13 months in a row membership, refreshing, renewal. I can't even speak English, man. English is a third language, and my brain just poops sometimes when I'm trying to speak sentences.
Hey.
But honestly, the fact that I even do such a good job, yo, bow down to me. No, I'm joking.
What?
I'm joking. I'm just trying to like put myself up in a pedestal, but then I instantly realized, Prad, there's nothing that you've done that requires a pedestal.
Your English is really good for someone who moved. What'd you move here? 2008?
Yeah, 2009, 10-ish.
Yeah, it was close. Yeah, your English is excellent, bro.
Yeah.
But you obviously learned English in India because like every Indian person I've ever met has spoken like very good English.
In India without fail, but like that's like third language though, because you get taught your province, it's called state, but you get taught your province's language first, and then you get taught your mom's language, or your Hindi is mandatory. Hindi is mandatory, kind of like French. And then you have English, right? So your mom's language is basically the state you were born in, right? That's they call it the mother tongue or whatever. So that's like Telugu for me. So I still speak Telugu fluently at home every single day. I can't read or write any of the Indian languages though. So I completely forgot those. But English is a third language. But most of my English honestly comes from, like I said, movies, TV shows, and rap music. So that's where most of my education for English comes from, sadly. I'm looking at my scanners, and right now there's a stock that's really standing out, CSGP. Let's head over to what this stock is. CoStar Group with 2.15 relative volume and a volume of, relative volume, and volume of 1.5 million shares traded today. down about 1%, and it's getting elevated apparently to the downside, or delevated. I don't even know what the word is. It's getting destroyed.
Relegated.
Delegated.
Relegated.
Relegated to the downside.
Yeah.
Okay, elevated and relegated. Okay,
Yeah.
see, we're learning. We're learning. Along with the stock is also Home Depot. Home Depot apparently currently getting relegated to the downside. Let's pull up Home Depot over here. Pretty much around lower days. 298 bounce coming into play slightly to push the stock back into the north side. Let's see if we can push back to 298, break 298 again, and then continue going even further to the downside. I'm expecting somewhere close to 294 in the span of next week or so. If you guys remember my call out from last week about Zscaler, I told you Zscaler, $192. Watch out for it. It's coming into play. Look at Zscaler now. Today, bang, it's at 192, and it rejects that. I said watch for that move to 192, 194, that 200 period EMA on the daily chart. The stock was way too strong off the earnings catalyst for the stock to not push all the way up here. So finally, that target come into play. Look, sadly though, if calls made me money instead of actual executions.
Oh yeah. No, I feel you on that. Oh God, yeah. If all the calls we made, if you hit the buy or sell button for every call that you made, I don't know if you'd be profitable. And I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about myself.
I'd be a multi-trillionaire.
Well, you heard it here first, guys.
I'd be shorting Peloton at 80, Zoom at 80, or Zoom at 300, 500.
October 20, I bought Peloton at 119. I sold it at 138.
And it crashed.
And literally 2 weeks later, it never looked back to that level.
Best trade of the year.
It never looked back to that level. And guys, what is it, Peloton? $8 or $9 now?
$0 for all I care.
$0.
Send it to zero.
Yeah, so yeah, you never know these ones. I went to Yorkdale. Yorkdale's a mall here, one of the nicer malls in Toronto. I went to Yorkdale with my pops yesterday.
Yeah, like one of those wooden, the cage ones, right?
They used to have a monster store. They like completely downsized to like a tiny, tiny store. You can tell they're trying to cut their costs.
They actually have a store?
Yeah, they do.
Bro,
Dude,
I
they
remember
had a
back in the day, it was
store.
just cages, like those kiosks in the middle of a mall. They had these like kiosks, and it was like a cage kiosk for Peloton.
Oh,
I remember
never saw
seeing
that.
those back in the day when Peloton didn't even have a store.
Yeah, it had, you know the area where the OVO store is?
The OVO,
basically
Goop,
right
Canada
there.
Goose and whatnot.
There
Okay,
you go, that area. So anyway, Peloton, funny story about Peloton. RGLS kind of scared me a little bit here. Dipped quite aggressively to the area of support. So look at this. Geez, could this be any more accurate? Look at these two areas of, the peaks right here. So the top of these peaks is $2.24. Look at this bounce down on this area, on the 1248 1 minute candle.
AMC.
Right back down to 224 and then bounced right back up to 234. So clearly a nice area of support at that 224. Thankfully, my entry is below that. It's at 220. Yeah, it's at 221 actually. No, 220, okay. So we're gonna hold off even though it is showing signs of weakening here. We already took out 3 pieces, so we're gonna wait for a profit taker before a 250 there. Now back to PXMD. Let's check the 5 minute candle to see what it's up to since we broke through that 1250 mark. Okay, so now we are starting to cook here on this one. So I will take a break of the first 5 minute candle to make a new high. On this one, it'll be the break of $5.06. If it breaks 5.06, I'm going long. Now, that will change with every new 5 minute candle that we get. So at 12:55, this 5 minute candle will close. And so that level that I talked about will actually be $5.04 or $5.05 as opposed to 6. So we'll see where these 5 minute candles go, but I think it's super bullish. Now, ideally, if I really want to take my ideal trade, it will be off that 450 level. So you know what? I'm going to go ahead. I'm just going to put it because who knows? It may happen. I'm going to put $4.53 and I'm going to take big boy size on that dip trade here. So this is a key level of support we're looking at. I want to take it a little bit above it. So if it dips down that, I want to be part of this. Now, if it doesn't, I'm looking for the 5 minute candle to make a new high, Brad.
Yeah, I'm taking profits on AMC, so I had my orders already layered out, kicked in as the stock popped up. Look, you gotta have orders out there if you want to take some profits. So I had some orders already out. I have more orders already layered out to the north side. It just sucks that you guys can't see it properly with this white background. So maybe I could change the sell order color to red instead of, no, that's a short order cover color too. You know what, we'll change it to our color of orange, which is the color of the short fills in the itself. So bang, bang, bang. Hopefully that should work, right? That should work. Apply. There we go, bang. So our fills are now going to show up as orange instead of yellow, so you can actually see them properly. These are the exits for the longs that we have built into AMC. We were fighting these longs for a while now, the same way we are fighting the short on NTR. Man, NTR, it's been painful a little bit trying to fight the short, but I really, I'm confident in the short, even though it's been struggling to pull off for me to the downside. So I'm gonna fight for it a little bit longer. Might take some more size to the north side now that I have some more room to play with the AMC pop coming in. So just gonna be patient. Gonna wait for my levels to come into play. Somewhere close to 90, 70s is where I want to take a little bit more size and then smack this trade back to the downside.
I want to address someone in the chat. They said his by the name of Gorno. He says, or she.
Giorno?
Gorno, Giorno, whatever. What if it dips 15% like the other trash stock you were just watching and you get fully filled as it pukes? Sure, that's always a possibility that it blows through that 450 level. And that's the whole point of having a stop, right? I mean, my stop here would be the break of VWAP, which would be around $4.33. So I never really get into a trade without having a trading plan. Maybe I'm not, he writes here, maybe I'm not going to be a good stock trader. Everyone on the show and in here trading garbage, only trading, hoping for short squeezes. I don't really think these are short squeezes. To be honest with you, I don't really feel that PXMD is heavily shorted. Can you check the short float on PXMD?
Yeah.
A lot of these are just basically they're showing up on the gap scanners. And a lot of
PXMD.
What's the short float on that?
Don't see it.
It's not even on. Okay. So PXMD is moving not because it has a high short float, because it does have a news catalyst and it is the leading gapper on the day, up 56%. So it is the number one stock in the entire market. So anybody trading gaps, they're looking for these type of stocks, the ones that are doing high volume and that have a lot of percentage upside. So that's basically what the whole idea is. But anyway, with respect to my plan going long here at that 455, I have my stop. It'll be the break of VWAP at that 433. So hope that helps. I want to address a super chat that came in from Rodrigo Khan. He says, Fubo going to break $5 today. And fly, huge squeeze. Yeah, I hope so. I actually have Fubo here on the side screen. So here's my chart on Fubo. You know, it's been decent, like opening up here. We had high of day at $4.80. We're about to test that high of day again, going into the slower time of day on lesser volume. So that is a really good indicator. It is above VWAP. And I don't know if it has a news catalyst. I haven't looked. Let's zoom out here and have a look at the daily chart to see what Fubo's been up to the past little while. Okay, so we had a couple of green days in a row. We bounced off that low there.
Oh, no.
At $3. Oh, geez, this is zooming in too much on me. I got to get out. There we go. At $3.32, and that was on September 2nd. Ever since then, we've had 3 green candles in a row. But recall that during that middle of August, we actually peaked here at that $8.13. We made top wick. So some levels to work with. And I worry about recent highs like this because you could have a lot of bag holders. So it does create a lot of top side resistance for the stock to move up. And so we had top wick here at 8.13, and then the next day after that, top wick was at 7.32, and the day after that was 6.85. So a lot of bag holders going into these levels. Tread carefully, Rodrigo, if you're going to get long the stock, unless it's going to be a long-term hold for you in your portfolio. Go ahead, Brad. Sorry.
No, you're good. I was just looking at NIO. Look at NIO now, new high a day. We had that long on NIO too. Multiple outs to the north side. Was a pretty successful trade for myself over here. But now we're at 21.50 on NIO, 12% up on the day. Whereas its partner in crime, Li Auto, opposite direction, just failing today completely. And let's go also take a look at XPeng, which is XPEV as the ticker, EXPEV. I mean, rejecting VWAP throughout the day, unlike NIO. So obviously we had that conversation earlier as to why NIO might be stronger, or what exactly is keeping NIO the way it is. Still confused, I'm pretty sure, as most of us are, as to why one is better than the other. But look at the moves. The moves tell you where the money is, and all you have to do is follow the money, right?
Money.
Exactly. Follow the money, baby. MDB popping up on scanners to the north side today. So let's go check out MongoDB, taking out the high day with volume coming back into the market too. This stock has been a week off of the earnings, but ever since then, finding a bottom around $240 and has been pushing right back to the north side. 280 coming into play. This is going to be your earnings day high, I believe, if I remember. So let's see if the stock can get clear past 276 and head 280 today. If not, then we're most likely expecting 276 area right here to be putting on some great walls, some iron barriers, some absolute defense lines for the stock to not go past.
Guys, just want to update you on our RGLS trade. We are out. The rest break even here. Actually, I think we lost a penny on it for some reason. There was a bit of slippage, I guess. But yeah. So we took out the majority of our position up here for very nice wins, and then we broke even, saving except for a penny on the remaining portion. But positive on RGLS, love it. Now with respect to PXMD, what are we going to do about PXMD? This is my 5-minute chart here. So if I want to be aggressive, I could take a long here at that $5.06, $5.07 level, but I don't feel that there is sufficient variance here between these 5-minute candles. We'll see how it is. If I'm putting an order here at that $5.07 level. If it breaks $5.07, $5.08, it's going to go long, and then I'll have my break even right below that 490 level. So up like 489, 488, whatever. That'll be my in and around that area. But I'm really looking for a decisive green candle to make a new high on the 5-minute chart. And I don't mean by like a penny or two. It has to be decisive. It has to be followed by volume, supported by volume, I should say. So that's what I'm looking for on this one. I don't want to play it off the 1-minute chart. There is a lot of noise on this 1-minute chart for PXMD. If we switch back to the 1-minute chart, yeah, you could see kind of maybe a compression pattern forming here. You could see a lot of different things. You could see a bull flag, a bull pennant, whatever you want to call it. So there we go. We just missed our long. So we had the long there at $5.07. It blew through that to $5.15. Top wick is at 20. So if we're gonna, yeah, there it goes. It's just going without us. So we didn't have enough room between the stop and the limit order. That's my fault. I didn't think it would blow through that quickly, but that was my thinking. First 5-minute candle to make a new high, take a long. The orders didn't help me out. I didn't use a market order. I used a limit order. So again, I'm going to repeat this for people. So if the stock is volatile, even to either to the upside or the downside, create a little bit of a buffer between your limit order and your stop order, so that if it blows through the stop, the limit order is a bit behind it or a bit above it, depending on whether you're going long or short, and it will still trigger. So here is my entry with that $5.08 level, and I didn't get filled, and it's at now $5.35. I would have been huge in the money on this one, but hey, that's my mistake for not creating a bit of a buffer between the chat. Prad.
Yeah, I'm just going through stocks from the scanners that are popping up. So Zscaler popping up still because it wants to go back towards that 193, 192 area. So just let's just see if it can manage to go there, break the high day maybe or not. I'm expecting no stocks to be able to really break any high days right now unless it has some real catalyst behind it. You know, the NASDAQ market struggling to go towards the high day. Let me pull it up. Here, I'll actually pull up the S&P 500 first. Z22CM is a new contract. Lower high and lower lows. Ever since we had that pop to begin the day with. So lower high, lower lows is the trend of the market. Wow, look at that pullback on the market just now as we're talking about it. So NQ/Z22CM, there we go, bang, bang, bang. this is going to be a good move. If this market fails from here on out, my NTR short is pretty much only 10 cents out of the money, and I have pretty good size on that trade for a $90 stock. I have pretty good size on it, so I can't wait for the stock to pull back towards the lower day. It made me fight for it so much, man. I fought for this trade so much, but now if it works out for us, we're going to be so happy, so ecstatic. I mean, obviously you want to keep your emotions out of it, but we honestly worked for the short over here way too hard. Look at the fills, constantly getting in and out, washing our shares, getting our average price better. It was a battle, but the fight is not over yet. And I would like to be the one saying I'm victorious.
Guys, I want to choke my computer right now.
What the?
I want to kill this computer. I'm watching PXMD now 40 cents in the money off the break here. At the top wicked at 540. We would have been long 508. I mean, this infuriates me. I tried to even chase it through that 530. I didn't get filled again, even though I could have had a nice 10-cent winner on that. Very frustrating, but you know, it's my fault at the end of the day. I pushed the button, so I got to take the responsibility on this one. If I had to look at this and ask myself, how would I re-enter it? I'm looking for a dip trade. I don't want to chase this one. We've got a winner on. I don't want to turn into a loser. So my plan going forward with PXMD is to try to take a dip trade off that 510 to 515 level, anywhere around there. Look for a pullback and have a stop at a nice support level or the break of the support level. Clearly here, the break of the support level would be this consolidation area, which is at, you know, $5.95 to 85 cents, in and around that area. And as I talk, it's continuing to make new highs. Looks like it's going to push through that 550. Did we look at the daily chart on this one? We did, but I don't remember the levels. Let me switch quickly to the daily chart so I can get, yeah, this was the one that was just a recent IPO. So definitely the next daily clear level here is at 650. So we could easily see a test of 650 if the volume continues to come in on this one. We're up 71% on the day. It's the leading gapper in the entire market currently, up 60% since the open. So tons of volume, 18.5 million shares, and it's continuing to make higher. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put in my orders so that I don't complain again and you guys have to hear me complain. I'm putting my order at $5.11. That's where my order is going. I'm going for size on that one. And we'll see. We'll punch and pray, as Prad likes to say. I like how that rhymes. RGLS kind of off our radar at the moment, pulling back into that 200 EMA, but breaking the support level that we had here. Well, actually, you know, it's barely broken it. We had a nice support level here through this consolidation area between the 220 level and the 210 level, so about 10 cent area of range. It looks like it's breaking through that. VWAP, by the way, is at 210. So actually, sorry, that 214 level to 224. That was the range we were talking about, 214 to 224. VWAP's around 210, so we'll see what this one does around that. Looking for other movers. I don't really see too many on my chart. I see CVLS being pumped a lot here in the chat. This is not my kind of trade. Let me bring this down so you guys can follow. It's where, I call this like the buyout trade, because some of the buyouts that we look at kind of have charts that look like this, that are, you know, consolidating at that 1 cent level. I mean, they move 1 penny or 2 pennies, so they end up looking like a barcode like this. But it's breaking through here.
Stocks that buy it.
CVLS?
Oh, never mind.
CLVS?
Never mind.
Clover? What is that? Clover?
No,
the Clover Sciences
Clover?
or something like that? Can you just check super quick? CLVS?
It's Clovis Oncology.
Clovis Oncology. It's not a buyout, is it?
No.
Okay. This one just touched $1.50. So it's breaking through that resistance level here that we had at $1.44. It touched there like any number of times. It looks like maybe 10 times. Broke through it quite decisively into 150.
I felt like Consuelo from Family Guy saying, no, Peter, Mr. Peter, no. Mr. Peter, no.
That's funny. I watch Family Guy sometimes, not that much. So I know a little bit of what you're talking about. But that CLVS, guys, decent trade. Thanks for shouting that out in the chat. I'll keep my eye on it, even though it's not my favorite trade. And moving back to RGLS here. Now, pulling back a little bit. Let's see. I don't know if it'll pull back all the way down to 5. Where do I have my order? 510. I may need to bump that up to 515. But if I bump my order up to 515, I've got to adjust my stop accordingly, because that's going to take a bigger loss if it blows through that. So I'll leave it at 510 for now, and we'll see what happens, Brad.
Yes, sir. Watching NTR pull back against me again and causing some pain. But, you know, patience is a virtue. We'll see if it hits our stop and stops us out, or if it pulls back and actually pays us big time on that position. I'm looking at a couple other trades that are popping up on scanner. What is this? What is MO? I'm thinking that's Altria, right? Yeah, that's Altria. MO, Altria is struggling again. Not too long ago, they actually had a ruling that they're going to pay for the fine from the Jewel ruling and still be able to have their orders, not orders, but their products out in the market. So that was a good catalyst for them. But today down 0.7% as the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ market both are above VWAP and are getting ready to push towards the high day. Looks like this market is once again bullish and is launching to the upside. MDB taking advantage of that move. Oop, wrong side. Let me quickly do this. MDB taking care of that advantage of that move, finally breaking 275 here, and we're waiting to see how it plays around these 276s area. I think that's what I said, right? Yeah, 276, 273 areas. So wait, we're already past that. 276, 277. Sorry. So we're at 277. High a day 276.91, and not being able to break that just yet. Maybe another push in the market to the upside will help it break it. What is this? HYFM, Hydro Farm Holdings Group. So let's go check out what this is. HYFM on NASDAQ. Yeah, HYFM on NASDAQ over here. Taking out the low a day, $2 stock, only 300,000 shares traded though. Barely any volume on this position. But yeah, it's getting pushed down to the downside as our boy Sharif taught us a new word today. Relegated to the downside.
Yes, guys. Having a look at the futures trading here, we're moving quite well, tempting us into a futures trade. Even though I swore off futures after a big loss last week, I won't get into that. But yeah, I took a big hit on futures last week, so I kind of like, you know, if I want to keep my my winners medium and my losers even smaller, then futures may not be the thing for me at the moment. So having a look at that, it looks good, looks strong, nice bounce off VWAP, but that's all I wanted to mention about that. Moving back to PXMD here, starting to pull back here, looking for that support dip around that 510 level. And someone asked me in the chat, I think Dave Campbell, yeah, Dave Campbell asked in the chat, you said your order was at $511. No, I didn't mean $511. When I say 511, I'm just trying to short form it, $5.11. You should be able to glean that from the price of the stock. It's a $5 stock. So clearly I don't mean $511. So yeah, my order is at that $5.11 level, Dave. And we'll see what happens if it reaches there. But you know, I'm gonna have a pretty tight stop on that one because I don't want to give too much of my profit back, which was from this trade around here at that 12:30 time slot. Looking to the side of my screen here, looking for some movers. I don't see any. Let's bring down my scanner so you guys can follow along here on my scanner. PXMD being the first and the strongest on the day. PYPD making a move. It is only a dollar stock, but it's up 30% on the day. Only 1.2 million shares and 37,900 shares done the last 5 minutes. That doesn't get my goat. I don't like that. So we'll move down to the one below that here. ALGG, get my goat. You don't know that expression?
No.
GGR below that at 1.38 million. I don't like this one either. Not enough shares done in the last 5 minutes because that will obviously be hard to get in and out of. CLVS, we already mentioned, it broke that 150. High of day now is at 152. Going below that, we have IBRX. IBRX hasn't done enough shares in the last 5 minutes. Look at that, 20,000 shares, despite the fact it's done 2.44 million on the day. Below that is RXT, and that doesn't get my goat either. I don't like that. It's holding above VWAP, but trading in a barcode fashion. Not interested in that one. And looks like here, we're RGLS, we're already in. And then INM, we already had a couple of L's on that, holding the 200 EMA and VWAP. So INM might be a play going into that 2 o'clock hour once it catches more volume. The fact that it's holding VWAP here really makes me like it a lot more. So INM is an important one to keep your eye on for the afternoon. And then that's it. Everything else is kind of, you know, BBIG's done a lot of shares, but it's a dollar stock. That's not my thing. So staying away from that. So those are the ones that I'm looking at, guys, going into the afternoon. I'll keep my order here at PXMD at that $5.11, Brad.
Yeah, I'm punching into Lee Auto and XPEV. I had to close my NTR trade. I jumped out of AMC too. AMC wasn't really trying to pop towards 10, 15, 10, 20s and so on. So I jumped out of that one. But NIO, man, NIO has been pretty strong today. But Lee Auto and XPEV have, I mean, XPEV is positive, but it's also not above VWAP. So as it's near VWAP right now, we punched into that short opportunity, giving it that risk that we think is appropriate for it. We'll see, obviously, where this trade goes in the meantime, if we can make some profits on it or not. Keep working hard, doing a great job. Bears vs. Bull. Yeah, Bears vs. Bull, he does a great job, man. That guy's the homie.
Oh, yeah.
He does an absolute wonderful job. And the Lord's work, honestly. He does the Lord's work. What's the time right now? It's 1:13 Eastern Standard Time. So another hour or so, 50 minutes or so with Sharif and myself. So make sure you're throwing some tickers in there for us to talk about. We'll gladly pull up some positions and you know, be indulged in this. AMC, too early to punch out. Prad, hey, look, that's your trade. You do whatever you want. You want to hold it for 5 years, you hold it for 5 years. I'm not an AMC investor. I do not want to be an AMC investor, right? I'm scalper. I'm scalping it. I'm taking my money where it's being offered, and I'm getting out. AMC is going to reach 1025. Look, like I said, you want to hold it for 10 more minutes, 10 more years, 10 more centuries, that's up to you. Not my trade. But thank you for your words, though. Not going to follow you on that trade. BNTX popping up on the scanners over here to the downside. Let's go check out what BNTX is supposed to be. BioNTech, which is a, you know, I think these are the ones who stole Moderna's, no, it was Pfizer, right?
What?
It was Pfizer who stole Moderna's technology?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Pfizer,
Remember
not
that
BNTX.
Moderna suing them and BNTX, right? Yeah.
Moderna suing BNTX too?
I'm pretty sure because chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure BioNTech is an mRNA vaccine, or is it a viral vector? We'll Google that because that's not probably that hard to find. But chat, let us know whether I'm right or wrong. I know Moderna was suing somebody. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, so if BNTX is getting sued, then obviously they are going to be in the negative basket too, along with PFE for most likely. Moderna was positive at one point, but then it turned negative after. So let's go check out what Moderna is doing. Pfizer's actually positive and very stable today. Let's go check out what Moderna is. If Moderna is still negative or if it's back to positive. No, still negative for Moderna. It was actually positive at one point. Dave Campbell says you're welcome. Like, anyways, moving on.
Dave Campbell is the one that was, he misunderstood me. But yeah, anyway, all right. So what we're going to talk about right now is this move that we're missing on PXMD. So I tried to be as cautious as I could be, putting my dip buy right at the support level here, which was top wick on this candle, which was $5.10. It didn't come all the way down. It came to $5.14. It's not an exact science, guys. And then we bounced up all the way to $5.30. Are we still going to get the 510 test? Maybe not. So let's have a look at the 5-minute chart. If we can't get the dip trade, then we might as well take the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. Sadly, this is made a new high because we had to break this candle's high here, which was 527, and we did it with this one at $5.29. But maybe this could be a bull trap. So we'll continue to watch. Something tells me this is going to consolidate for a while. You know, it did make that break here. Now it's pulling back. Who knows? It may come down to our level. We'll continue watching PXMD on this one, guys. But I just want to shout out King Gerald, who donated a $1.99 super chat. Fubo price target $40. 93 squeeze score now. Wow. Okay, I'm not really sure what 93 is that the float, the short float, 93%. I'm not sure. Let me go into my Finviz checker because I don't have a float. I don't have a short float checker on my program here. So we'll go to where do we go? Screener. Yeah, pretty sure we go to screener, and then we type in Fubo, and then we go to ownership over here. Fubo's short float, according to Finviz, I'm not sure if that's what you meant, is 27%, so 28%, 27.92%. It's still pretty high, to be honest with you, on Fubo. And, you know, Fubo's got a lot of catalysts. You know, I don't know what they have in the States, but in Canada, they have the Prem now. They have exclusive rights to the Premier League. They beat DAZN out for that. So a lot of people switching to Fubo, you know, even if they didn't want to, and I didn't want to be honest with you, but the reason I'm on it is because I want to watch a Prem. So yeah, Fubo's got some catalysts in its back. I know it offers more than just live streaming services. They also offer channels that you can watch. But then, you know, if you've got cable or if you've got satellite or whatever people are using these days, you know, that might not be as attractive to you as the live events that they have. I know they also offer Serie A and Ligue 1 for that. So a lot of the soccer fans will definitely be on Fubo. With respect to a $40 price target, my man, I don't know if you know the current price, but it's $4.76. Let's go to the daily chart to see how far back we'd have to go to hit $40. So even at its highest peak here, which was during, okay, so it did break $40. At its all-time high, it looks to be like $63. But that was back in the good old days of 2020 when money was free. The Fed was pumping all sorts of money. Checks were coming in left and right for stimulus and for, in Canada, we call it the CERB. I don't know what you guys call it down south. But yeah, anyway, so that's when the market was a lot more liquid. Quantitative easing was still in effect, not quantitative tightening like we have now. So Fubo hitting $63 or anywhere near that, again, you know, is a stretch for me, but I could be wrong. I'm looking at some other levels here. I see a double top at that 35, but most likely, dude, like, you know, we may touch that $10 level. We came close to it middle of August. We could touch 10. We also have another resistance level here at 12. So I hope that helps. I don't see it reaching $40, but you know what? You can't really get much lower than this. Like, look, it looks like we've kind of, this is the daily chart. So it looks like we've kind of made a bottom here. I think the bottom came in at that $2.30 level. And it looks like we're curling up a little bit, right? We had this initial move up. We tried to touch the 200 EMA on this one. And now we're curling back up. So if this is a long-term hold as opposed to a day trade, I say go for it, you know, but that's not financial advice. A lot of good tailwinds for that company. They've got some interesting programming going on. So keep your eye on it. I'm not going to discount it now, but before I send it back to Pratt, I just want to let you know that I got long on that PXMD. So my entry price here is that $5.11 area. Am I $5.11? Yeah, $5.11 area. I'm looking to break out over that $5.30 area. My out on this one will be the break of 490. If it breaks 490, I'm out of this one, even though I've only got a baby long on, guys.
Yeah, we got a super chat saying, is Fubo Sportsbook the same stock? I don't think so. I think you're talking about some sportsbook. We're talking about the streaming network Fubo, F-U-B-O. Not sure what F-U-B-U is. I think Fubo is actually used to be a clothing company by Damon James or something. I forget what his name was.
Damien, something Damien. I don't
James
even know
or something. But yeah, anyways, that's two different companies again, or three different companies at this point if we're talking about the Convos name. Dino popping up on chat, if I remember correctly, this was that Sinclair something, right? Yeah, HF Sinclair Corporation with the cute little long neckosaurus dinosaur as their do you even know what that dinosaur is called?
Who?
The long neck dinosaur that eats plants.
Show me a picture. Dino?
Yeah, Dino.
Dinosaur?
Dino.
Dino, the Dino?
No, not this one. HF Sinclair logo. What is this dinosaur called?
Oh, you mean like actual, like scientific name?
Yeah.
Oh man, I forgot. I know he's a plant eater though.
Yeah, he's a plant eater.
Jeez. Oh, I forget. Like.
Oh, the chat knows.
Come on, chat.
Brontosaurus. Yes, a
Brontosaurus.
Brontosaurus.
The chat comes through again.
Chat's a bunch of nerds, man. I don't know how they know all this stuff.
How are you gonna like disrespect our fans like this?
Bunch of nerds, bro. Bunch of nerds just
Someone said Bigfoot.
learning about dinosaurs and whatnot. No, we love you, chat. You know it. Market currently pulling back slightly right now. We'll see how far of a down move will the market go to. Market's a geekosaurus.
The market's a geekosaurus.
It's our chat's geekosaurus while we're talking about long neckosaurus. Yeah, here's Dino, man. Let's see if Dino can clear out the lower day from the open. If it can break the lower day, maybe we have a bigger extension in that stock. Obviously, you have to watch your XLE ETF, which is your energy ETF. to see if Dino will have an extended move past the lower day. If XLE is pulling back, then possible breakout of lower day on Dino. Without that, that would be a little bit of a question in my head. NASDAQ market, S&P 500, still up on the day, still showing green moves, but a minor red pullback coming into play right now. Everyone in the chat says they're proud nerds. Look, I'm a nerd. I say it proudly.
Oh, yeah.
I have it on my, I wear it on my chest. I wear it on my shoulder, whatever the saying is. I carry it on me. I'm a nerd, and I say it proudly.
Yeah, no, I'm the biggest nerd too, bro. I'm a nerd that played football in high school, but you know that you couldn't really be that type of person back then because I'm older and like you had to be categorized. Now you don't really need to be categorized. You could be whatever you want and how many things that you want to engage in. So
I identify as a phone.
yeah, I'm not going there. Guys, we're still like break even on this PXMD trade. Not much to report on it. It's you know, it's holding above that 50 period EMA, holding that $5 level as well. We've got our stop set, but as I look to the side here, I see INM doing a nice double bounce off VWAP. Let's bring in INM over here. 1 second, INM, there we go, and we'll have to switch that to NASDAQ. Yeah, there we are. So we got chopped up in INM, you know, previously if you were watching earlier on. Here's the first bounce off VWAP, the second bounce off VWAP, and now, oh, that was, sorry, that's actually the 200 period moving average, my bad. This is the first bounce off the 200 period, second bounce off the 200 period, and now we're looking to test the break of this resistance level here, I would say at 1785. If it breaks above 1785, maybe even 18 if you want to be a bit more cautious, that might be an interesting long going into the afternoon with a more liquid period coming up. Let's see. I'll keep this one on watch. If it breaks through that level, I definitely want some part of it because it's up 60% on the day. It's on a lot of people's radars. So, and I want to get revenge on for my losing trades on this one. So definitely keeping an eye on this one. What do we got with PXMD? Still holding that $5 level, but you know, doesn't look very good now. Looks like it's pulling back.
How?
You know, this is the one that may break below that $5 level, then bounce right back up and stop me out. If it does that, you know, who knows? I wouldn't be surprised with some of the trades that I've had lately on these small cap crappers, but hey, that's what you get for trading these stocks, right? They're always going to do unusual stuff to you. Let's go back and put an order here on INM for the long on this one, even though it's kind of a little early to be taking a long on this bad boy. Let's take half the shares we usually take. And we're going to go longer-ish here. There we go. So let's see. We got the long on this one. Our out will be the break of the 200 EMA, guys. So there we go. We're already, geez, hold on. Where is INM here? Geez, we're already like huge in the money. So take a piece out there. Wow. We are 20 cents in the money, just like that on INM. Love it. The spread tightening up a little bit. It was wide. We're printing 90s now. Let's see if we can print even more. If we can print around that $18 level, I'm going to be taking even more out. So I'll continue to watch this one. Can we print some 90s? Let's go. Print some 90s. You can print some 90s. Moving back down to about my entry there. And Prad's got something in his hand here. Praddy Daddy.
Was this checked for anthrax or anything? was this checked for anthrax?
If you know, you know, right?
I don't know if I should open this right now, man. So
show the fans.
I got mail from I don't know who. It says Praddy Daddy. We got the work address over there.
That's hilarious.
You know what? We'll actually save this for offline, and then we'll talk about it tomorrow.
He's getting a course of booze because I want him to open it now. Open it now,
bro.
Brad.
There's like sparkly stuff coming out. I'm not opening this and have sprinklers all over me. Like, nah. There's like sparkling.
I'm trying to concentrate on this trade and I can't even concentrate. Here we go. We're breaking 90s, guys. We're pushing into that $18 level. Just took we didn't take another piece out, even though we hit the button. Why does it do that? Oh, okay, because we don't have too much.
Yeah, I'm not doing
size.
this. This is.
Come on, print
Dude,
above 18.
There's literally
there we go.
glitter all over here.
Another piece out right there above 18. Can we get above? There we go. Another piece right there.
Here, bro.
Print. There we go. So we're all out of the trade. Nice trade on INM, Prad. What do you got over here?
You see the glitter in here, bro?
I'm trying to concentrate on INM, man.
It's just straight up glitter.
Big boy trade on INM. Pumped about that. The chat lighting up here saying glitter bomb letter. and whatever. Open it on stream. Glitter bomb.
Come on,
Brad
man.
got some
Come
sort
on,
of
man.
delivery.
Come
Don't
on,
bring
man.
that on me, man.
Come on, man.
Show the feds.
Nah, we're just leaving this. Hey, whoever glitter bombed me, I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna find you. I have a very particular set of skills. I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna get you. We just got glitter bomb live.
Yeah. Someone sent them a letter with like all this glitter in it. Okay, so guys, back to PXMD here. Still holding that $5 level quite well, but you know, we're how much money? How much are we out of the money here? We got in at where is this? We got in at 5.11, so we're about 5 cents out of the money on this one. Looking for a bounce back up to break through the 550 level. It's holding, you know, the 200 EMA. I mean, the 50 EMA. Okay. I don't like the declining volume, especially going into that 2 o'clock hour. We'd like to see volume starting to pick up here, but you know the move is a little bit extended. I'm going to give this one to around that 485 level. If it breaks that, I'm out, Brad.
Yeah, that was a good prank over there. Whoever did that, you know, we'll just wipe this off. Good little neat little prank. If I go home and my mom's like, "Why are there sparkly stuff on you? Did you go to a strip club?" I'm gonna be in trouble. So that's your fault now, okay? If I'm in trouble with my mom, that's your fault. I'm giving her your address, and she's gonna come whoop your butt, okay? So that's your problem now, no longer my problem. Finally, you know what's not my problem is the XPEV short, because XPEV is now pushing back to the downside. Let's go, XPEV. How big of a move can we get over here on this stock, which has been, you know, it should be following its partner in crime, NIO, to the north side, but it's been rejecting VWAP all day. Yo, Sean, someone gave you a gift, Sean. Check this out. Someone sent you a gift, bro. Check it out. Check it out. Be careful, be careful.
Don't open it over your
keyboard. Be careful.
keyboard.
Don't open it on your keyboard.
Yeah?
Hey, you do whatever you want, but just don't rip it open.
Just don't open it on your keyboard. Sean now has...
It's a glitter bomb. It's a glitter bomb. It's a glitter bomb, but yeah, you know, a fun little gift over there. Yeah, that's why I warned you. Don't open it all wild over there. But you know, nanobots says chat. It's not glitter. It's nanobots. So yeah, if it's nanobots, I can't wait to see what that is. Look at you trading futures. You long?
Yeah,
buddy.
I covered my futures position, guys. Got in at 41.27. Took the profit taking out here at 430.75. So nice little move on the futures. Took that, you know, to make up for the INM debacle. Now moving back to PXMD, still holding 5 like a glove, holding that 50 EMA. I'm really hoping that this one starts breaking upward. I need volume to come in on this one, but in case we got our 485 out on this one, guys.
Yeah, I was just talking to our boy Blind Jedi about the merch and so on. Yeah, gotta get that going. I hope Pratt and Sharif have been killing it for you all. You know it, Sean. We always stay killing it, baby. We're keeping it fresh over here, keeping the seats hot, even though it's completely different seats. Keeping the seats hot, keeping the viewers entertained, and providing them some trades. So you know, while you guys have a break and come back on. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Sean, Neil, and guess who's back? Shady's back. Not Shady, but Brando's back from his vacation. The tag team trio is back into the WWE arena, or the Trader TV arena, realistically, to smash some trades. So 2 o'clock, they will be back on. Make sure you're smashing the like button on the closing show. Make sure you're smashing the like button on the opening show over here, too. And all of it gets carried on into the YouTube algorithm, and we appreciate everyone who has already done so. Let's go check out a couple positions that are popping up on the scanner, such as Autodesk, ADSK. ADSK, I actually remember using the software back in high school. You know, the Autodesk CAD software.
Of course, yeah.
Learning how to build a floor plan for a building and whatnot. Pretty cool. I actually still remember like some of those rules and all those things that you needed to do. Pretty neat software that civil engineers and around the world use, right?
Yeah.
So Autodesk, pretty big software over there. 1.3% up today as the overall tech sector has been booming to the north side. I mean, look at Apple. I was crying about Apple going back to my break-even long-term price on Friday, and today I'm again $10 in the money.
Jeez.
So just like that, this market will just, you know, flip-flop back and forth on you. You just don't know what's happening.
Yeah, guys, big CPI print coming tomorrow. It's going to be a hell of a mover for a lot of stocks. Are we going to move up? Or are we going to move down? Is it going to force the Fed's hand into a 75 basis point, or can they take their foot off the gas a little bit and give us a 51? Who knows? Anything's up for grabs right now. So, as I say that, PXMD decisively breaks that $5 level and now is coming down into that last area of support that we have here at that 482, 481 level. That's bottom wick in this consolidation area here. So any break of that, we're out. Sadly, it'll take away from the winner that we had over here on it. We should have, you'll recall, we tried to get long on the first 5-minute candle to break a new high over here. We didn't get filled. So chasing it, maybe like a fool's game for us, but we're holding. We're going to continue to hold to our stop level. We're not going to get out before that. Good little trade on the futures. I already reported to you, but INM here, after breaking this support level here at that 1780, bouncing all the way up to 1841. Now pulling back into 1780 in the key area of support. So if it holds 1780 here, then that'll be a really good indicator to initiate a new long, because this is the support area and this is the breakout area. So if it breaks below that, then you know that keep your hands off. And this was kind of like a bull trap or a bull trap or a fake breakout. But if it holds this area decisively and then moves back to the upside, especially if it takes 1840 out, definitely look for a long on this one. It's on a lot of people's radars, guys, up to 62% on the day. What are you laughing at, Brad?
It says, Pratty Daddy, clear up, Buttercup. You seem so grumpy on stream. Ship your enemies glitter.com.
Who sent you that?
It's like a proper website that you probably pay for, and they send it to whoever you want to send it to.
I don't know, man. That looks like someone's home printer there.
Someone's home printer?
Yeah.
Hey,
that's like faded ink and stuff.
Could be like a pretty poor company, It's probably a company that makes like a quick dollar here or two by sending these type of mail. It's pretty hilarious, man. I'll give it to you. It's pretty hilarious. It says clear up, Buttercup. You seem grumpy on stream. Probably an AMC viewer, Probably an AMC viewer. No, it's all fun and games, man. All fun and games. I'm just too smart. You try to get me, you couldn't get me. I'm too smart.
No.
I'm not gonna open a mail that I don't know where it's coming from. All wild and crazily. I like how you said,
I check it for anthrax, because like back in the day, remember 9/11?
Yeah.
And it said yesterday was 9/11. Obviously, we don't want to make a joke about that.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
The anthrax person was around the 9/11 time, right? Like back in 2001, like right after 9/11.
I mean, there's just a bad times when that happened, right? A lot of weird stuff happened in the world, and they continue to happen, sadly. But we're here to have some fun instead and put some smile on people's faces. This person put a smile on my face for sure. I'm pretty sure they were trying to ruin my day, but they failed. So that put a smile on my face because it didn't succeed. So thank you for putting a smile on my day over there. We're going to head over to a couple positions that are actually green on the day, but are popping up on the scanners to the negative side, which is NLOK, Northern Security. Let's go check out what it's doing. Yeah, it's up 0.42% on the day, but trying to take out the lower day right now, or it is at lower day actually. No, I'm wrong. Trying to push towards the lower day. Let's see if we can push towards a 930 opening price at 222.75 or not. Do you watch Grab by any chance?
Grab?
Yeah.
No.
Like Grab pops up on my scanners every single day. Like look at the stock go from $2.60 to $3 for the whole last week and now, right? So the stock has been popping up on my board every single day. I just haven't found a trade in it for myself. But look at this trade right here. You could have taken the opening candle. Sorry, what am I saying? You could have taken is this 10 o'clock? So you could have taken the opening 30-minute range breakout high and never looked back. This trade barely comes back in, and you're in the money about 10, 15 cents or so on a $3 stock. You can take a bunch of size on that trade and just ride it to the upside.
Yeah, definitely. We're back in. Sorry, just eating
anthrax
super quick. We're back in INM here at that $18 and 12-cent level. We're looking for to touch the 1840 because it held that 1775, 1780 level quite well on the dip there. We should have, ideally, we would have liked to have it down there, but I didn't know that it was going to do that. So we're looking for an 1840 out here for our first profit taker. Let's go ahead and put that 18, put 38, Take a little bit out there as it moves into the 20s and hopefully into the 30s. So move a little bit. We're going to keep the tight stop on this one. There we go. We're breaking into the 30s. Can we get some more volume? Let's break into the 30s, baby. There we go. 5-cent spread. Not too bad on this one. We'll leave that. Let it do its thing. PXMD is going to be the bane of my existence, man. It is definitely rejected off that $5 level, and it looks like it's going to stop me out. So the winner that we had on this one, we might have to give back. Kind of annoying, but hey, that's what it is. It's pulling back a little bit, and it's definitely going to break through this support level. So we'll let it do its thing. INM still flirting with that 1830, mid 30, so we're looking to get filled at that 38 level, but you know, it looks like it held support quite well here, and I like the fact that it's above the 200 EMA, 50 EMA, VWAP, so it's trending in all the right directions. It's a matter about being patient on this one and for it to follow through with the current move, Brad.
Yes, sir. I'm still watching Crab. Like, this stock volume keeps on pouring into it. Sadly, we only have 20 minutes or so left with Sharif and myself here on the show, so make sure you're throwing on tickers in the chat for us to watch. I want to quickly go over to AMC to see what AMC is doing right now. AMC popping back under 10. AMC, wow, who expected that, right? Me, I did. I told you I expected this. When AMC is not doing what I wanted to do, I'm going to jump out of that trade, so that's what I did. Hopefully you did that too. If not, then, you know, that's fine. You trade your setup at the end of the day. That's what I urge you guys to do. Trade your own setup, learn from your own mistakes, and learn from your own wins also. At the end of the day, as long as you're learning, I am not complaining about it. RBLX popping up on the board over here as we're near $46. Back towards the high day on RBLX. I think that's a short for me. So let's actually short this stock over here. Give it that risk of the high day, which is $46.11. 46.12. 46.25. That's how much size I have. What my stop is now sent out. Now we just sit back and relax, kick our feet up on top of the table a little bit, and just relax, wait for the stock to move around and see if we're profitable or if we're gonna give up on this trade. Brad, that card is from Luca. Luca, why are you sending me glitter bombs, bro? But no, that's pretty hilarious. I'm in RBLX with you, says Gorno. Let's go, Gorno. Let's bully the stock to the downside. Hopefully you're only trading RBLX because it's in your playbook and not following me blindly. But if you are, make sure you're at least following me on the stop side too, because I'm not going to hold it past 46.11.
Yeah, I remember RBLX had a news catalyst on Friday. Do you recall what it was? I think it had something to do with advertisers or what was it? I forget. Anyway, RBLX had a nice move on Friday. I traded that one quite nicely. That was back at home because I was feeling ill on Friday. I had to
So this is what it was.
double checking here, guys. 1 second.
What was the note about RBLX says Sean at 8:38 a.m.?
That was on Friday?
No, today.
Oh, okay.
So Brendan says, brokerage says company's current valuation far too aggressively factors in metaverse future. That is like, okay, yeah, we already knew that. And multiple, that's for a different stock. So Roblox just had a bounce. I think overall, at the end of the day, the idea with Roblox and everything is just EA Sports getting bought out and Activision getting bought out, right?
What day was Friday, like numerically? The 9th? Okay, so the 9th, here we go. So I had a news catalyst on this one, so I'll tell you guys 1 second. Over an overall market rebound, no. There we go, where is it?
Before this spills everywhere, I'm gonna go throw it down. Hold on.
Okay, well, I'm not sure what it was here. It's showing me a whole bunch of different news. I'm not sure which one it was, but anyway, I had a nice little trade on that one on Friday. Took a little a bull flag trade, and then a second. Basically, I'll show it to you guys after. Anyway, so let's talk about the trades that we have here. PXMD starting to move back, double bottomed here off that $4.89 level, trying to break through 5, but 5's acted like as resistance for the past, the better part of 15 minutes or so. So we need a breakthrough 5 here to see if a trend has changed. It is below VWAP. And no, it's above VWAP, excuse me. It is below the 50-period moving average, which I like to use on these stocks. So let's see what it does. It didn't stop me out. My stop was a little bit before that, but it came a little bit below that, but it came awfully close. So keeping an eye on that one. Let's see if it makes a move. Here we go. Wow, INM just flushing, but flushing back down to that support level. So this is an area where I'm going to average in. I'm going to take, because I only took a little bit of a piece last time. Can I get it before it bounces back up? There we go. I got partial filled on that. There we go, the full fill. This area here is the area of support that I've been looking at. So here's the deal. If it breaks down below 1760, we're going to be all out. Let's put our order on for that one right at the moment. 1758, and then how many here's? Okay, there we go. 1750. Let's say 4. Give it some room. There we go. We're already 15 cents in the money off the bounce here. 20 cents in the money off the bounce. So that was a key area of support. I like that. So now my cost average is a little bit lower, looking to take profit at that 1840 level, Brad.
Yeah, I'm looking at Roblox still as it's waiting to pull back or not, but a couple positions. I see people in the chat talking about this stock quite a bit. Is this the stock? No, this is not the stock. Someone said PayPad. Maybe you meant PayPal? PYP?
No, PYPD, you remember?
Yeah, PYPD is not PayPad, though. It's Polypid.
Okay.
That's Polypid. That's why I just pulled
you.
up this on my scanner over here to see if that was the ticker. That wasn't the ticker.
I got you.
So not sure what PayPad is. Guys, it's easier for us to pull up stocks on a fly when you're typing in the ticker of the stock, not the company's name. That way I don't have to go around and look up the stock. Henry Z, he says PLTR. You're right. Anytime we get confused, it's 100% PLTR. Palantir, baby. Sadly, though, I have grown to hate this company more and more now because they keep helping Ferrari. Right, they keep on helping Ferrari, and they keep on giving them the data analysis that better car companies deserve. But sometimes you make the wrong decision and you team up with the loser. What can you do, right? Speaking about losers, though, my team lost. What can you do? Mercedes at least came in second, I think, or third. Charles Leclerc, I think, came in second actually. Verstappen coming in first. Pretty good race weekend, man. Our boy Hamilton came from all the way from the back to the 5th spot. So I'm sure Brendo had some fun watching that. I don't know if Brendo watched it, honestly. But the Ian and myself for sure had fun watching that fight, the race. And the fight night was just too much fun.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of racing, but I can appreciate you liking it. ARQQ making another move, guys. We traded this one earlier in the day. We're going to get away from our PXMD trade quickly just to show you ARQQ here. Breaking through VWAP and quite decisively. Look at that VWAP at 736, breaking through it really aggressively. Now top wicking at 760. So this is making a nice move by reclaiming VWAP. And let's see what the high of day is on this bad boy. 795 is the high of day. So let's see if we can reclaim the high of day. But we'll talk about that after we get back from Brendan with Money Talks at the big board.
Hey guys, yeah, quick update for you on currency land as we head into the final couple hours of the equity trading day. It's still all about the dollar and some weakness coming through, which has the rest of the board basically very positive on the day. Again, the dollar down for the 3rd straight day. You can see on the daily chart here. Coming right back into some key support areas though, and seeing a bit of a bounce. It's worth mentioning we were down more than a full percent early on this morning, now just 0.8. For the DXY, 108.1 currently. Euro, Canadian dollar, British pound, the list goes on and on, all sharply higher on the day as a result. Again, this all ahead of CPI coming tomorrow, going to be a market mover for the US dollar and therefore everything else on this board as well. It's worth noting there was some data this morning coming out of Europe that came out better than expected, 0.94 to the upside. Canadian dollar, 0.4, British pound. Everyone well aware of what's happening in the UK the past week or so. So positive right across the board, guys. Back over to you.
Yes, sir. Actually, I'm pretty excited to see the coronation of King Charles. It's going to be pretty, I actually can't wait. It's going to be my first coronation. I believe a lot of people's first coronation in general, right? Ignore the level 2 here. It's a little buggy for Apple, but Apple is absolutely ripping to the north side today. What a strong stock. 4% to the upside, helping the overall market with it. The NASDAQ market and the S&P 500 market have been on a tear, absolute tear. So congratulations to the longs. Sadly, if you're long AMD, you're not happy still. AMD moving back to VWAP, rejecting off of VWAP, pushing back to the downside, not paying the longs today. For our friend here, AMD. I want to check the overall sector for the semiconductors then to see how they're doing today. SOXX on NASDAQ is what I usually look at because this is the ETF that actually holds the stocks inside of them, unlike SOXL and SOXL and SOXS. Thank you, SOXS. So unlike those two that offset themselves off of options and so on. So SOXX today pretty much flat. So let's go see what is saving this ETF. Is it Micron? Micron's very much flat today. I'm guessing Intel is also very much flat. Let's go check out Intel. Come on, Intel, load up for me. There we go. Intel's pretty much flat on the day. And the movers, which are your NVIDIAs and your AMDs, most likely in the red. So here's NVIDIA down 0.4, AMD's down 1.62 today. And also down with it are most likely ON and Marvell. ON today down about 0.32%, and Marvell down about... Marvell's pretty flat. Okay. Marvel's not as volatile as I thought it would be, so congratulations to Marvell.
Yeah, congratulations to them. PXMD, congratulations to me. He's coming back to break even now. We got in at 511. It's trading back at 509. After almost wicking us out down here at that 482 level, we'll continue to watch that. We're looking for a high day break into that $5.46 level. We just need that volume to come in. Let's go volume. Looking at our other trades here on INM. INM still holding that support level, trading at 1780. That's the level that we identified. We got short here. I mean, we averaged down at that 1785 level. So we're a couple of cents out of money on our short down, and our initial position was in at 1812. So we're definitely out of the money on this one. Looking to break even at least by breaking through that $18 level, but it is holding that support level quite well. I have my stop set, so the break of the support level will definitely trigger my stop on this one. We already talked about PXMD. I got into another long here. There we go on ARQQ. Big move up. We got in at 1758. There we go. Let's make more top wick. We're in the high 775s. Are we going to hit the flat? And there we go. We're out. We're out completely on that one. Nice trade. We got in at 756. We top wicked here at 769, and then another one at 771. So small little winner there, but every little bit helps with this one. Especially, we looked for like a 3-minute pullback, and we got it. We went long. We had a couple of dip trades here at VWAP, but didn't even come close to there. So nice trade on ARQQ, liking that. Watching my PXMD, hoping it holds above that 50-period EMA. It's starting to make higher highs and higher lows, so it's going definitely in the right direction, but we may run out of time here on the show, guys. We only got 11 minutes left before we send you over to the big kahunas, but INM, just like as I reported, holding that level, that support level, I like it. I'm going to continue to hold that. I've got two profit takers here, one at 1820 and the other at 1839. So that's my plan on those two. And so, yeah, 3 small caps. Yeah, Prad.
Yeah, buddy. I'm just looking at scanners. So like I said, anything on this screen will be exactly what it was from the last time I said anything about it. I'm usually looking at my left side screen. I have like 4 screens over here. Looking at a couple positions such as Dash at the moment. Let's go see what Dash is doing today. Dash on Friday was green, if I remember. Yeah, it was green on Friday. Pretty big move on Friday itself. It went from $60 to $65. Here, let me pull up the Friday's chart. Look at that move on Dash on Friday. Big move on Friday. But here's today, a little bit of a muted move. Even though we're up 1.89%, not much of a volatility in Dash compared to the Friday move. And we're finding resistances around where we were on Friday, high of Friday too. So that would be maybe considered as a resistance area for the future. Tomorrow we'll be watching the dip buy opportunity. Maybe if tomorrow's a long day at 8:30, when the CPI numbers come out, and if they come out good, this market's going to all-time highs, boy. So be ready for these moves coming in tomorrow at 8:30. I'm going to be strapped into my seat. Not only am I going to have a helmet, I'm going to have a parachute also, just in case we go crashing down to the south side. I'll be able to, what's that thing? Eject seat. Yeah. I'll eject seat and still come out, somehow safe on it. But make sure you're ready for it, man. Luca comes into work with those. What do you guys call it in chat? No, the chat calls it something specific, like destruction glasses or something. Safety goggles. That's what chat calls it. Yeah. So you better have your safety goggles on tomorrow at 8:30. They will be very useful.
Guys, INM just reclaimed. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, and Sean and them are apparently on at 8:25 tomorrow.
Yeah, so that obviously for the news item coming in at 8:30, anybody who knows about CPI knows it comes out 8:30 on the dot. But guys, we are about to take our first profit target here on INM after being well out of the money on this one. Now it's flirting with that 1820 level. Just needs to break through 1820 for us to get filled here, but it seems to be some resistance around that level. I don't know why. It's not even significant. But anyways, if we can break through that, we'll take our first profit target on that after coming back from the dead. And then the second one will be at that 1839. So, geez, it's making me sweat to get this little profit taker over here. But, oh, geez, INM's been a hell of a trade to the upside and the downside. Moving to PXMD. PXMD now, after breaking above 5 and holding above 5, going up to 513. Now it's flirting back with 5 at that 50-period EMA. So this one's making me sweat as well. This one doesn't want to add any volume or move to the upside. So this one's a bit of a tricky one. Let me see where our PXMD. Yeah, so I'm a few cents out of the money on this one, about 10 cents out of the money. So not too bad. Watch that one. Hopefully INM will make up for it if it breaks through 1820 here, Prad. Anytime now, please. Trigger. There we go. We got the trigger. There we go. Happy about that. Let's go to the 1839 now. Now we're starting to see the volume pick up here as we look at the volume chart on the bottom. Okay, so our next profit target is at 1839. Are we going to get 30 prints here? Are we going to get 30 prints? We averaged down at that 1782, so we're well on the money on this one. Our initial price was 1810. It's currently trading above 1810, so definitely in the money, looking for more, Prad.
Apple pre-order record 14 iPhones, Google pre-order Pixel 7. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we know that the Pixel 7 already got leaked for the pictures. Apple already announced their 14. Every year, new phone. So yeah, that's the natural trend of it. But we just gotta wait for those numbers that come out on earnings to see how many people are buying it. I won't doubt it that people are gonna buy more Apple 14s than people buy Pixel 7s. Because when Pixel 6 came out, that was the first time that Google moved to their own chip, which is the AI integrated chip. And a lot of people who previously had Androids that were Qualcomm chips moved over to Google Pixel 6 because of that reason. So a lot of people who have Pixel 6, such as myself, will not be looking to buy the Pixel 7 probably for another year or 3. I plan on using my 6 for the next 3 to 5 years, man. I don't plan on upgrading this bad boy for until then. But based off of those reasons, the Pixel 7 sales might not be as elevated as the number for Apple 14. Apple just has a cult-like following compared to Google. Google doesn't have that big of a cult-like following for their phones, but they have a cult-like following in their ecosystem, complete ecosystem. So when you're comparing phone sales to phone sales, obviously Apple's going to come out on top. You just have those fangirls lining outside the building, man, just lining outside the building to buy, upgrade in one little spec. But that's the point, right? You have that cult-like following, so I can understand that.
Yeah, and Apple always, utilizing their resources to the fullest. So they're in the 14 as opposed to the 14 Pro, they're putting that A15 chip, which is the one I have in my phone here, which is the 13 Pro Max. And in the new phone, the new 14 Pro Max, they're putting the A16 chip. So in case you want to be like top brass, then you get the 14 Pro. But you know what, man? They all work fine. Before I upgraded to this phone, the 13 Pro Max, I had the XS. So the XS Max, which is the 10S Max. And it worked more than fine. And it was 4 years old. Didn't slow me down, didn't chop me up on any of the programs. Granted, I didn't play any gaming or anything like that that required like heavy processors, but like for all my browsing and messaging and everything, it was fine. Never slowed down, even with the updates into the OS. So I was fine with that. And I'm pretty sure you'll be fine. Anyway, my mom pre-ordered the 14 Pro Max. She was all amped up about it. I'm like, yeah, okay, that's nice for you. Looking back here at PXMD, guys, still holding $5 like a glove. Looks like we might have to flatten this position before we send it off to the afternoon show. But yeah, we're like 10 cents out of the money still on this one. But it's being made up. Oh, wow. As I say, the INM just tanked below 80. The spread opening up to like 20 cents on this one momentarily. Now reclaiming 18 again. But wow, that was a violent move down. And the volume obviously coming off a little bit here. So thankfully, we took off a piece. If it breaks that 1760 level, we'll be out completely. It bottom wicked here at 1763, so not looking good on that part. We wanted to break that 1740 level, which is the more recent high, 1743 here. We had our profit taker at 1839. I keep saying 1839, but 17, it looks like it's going to reclaim that area. But you know what? That support area that we identified at 1775, 1780 seems to hold up. It wicks below that, but doesn't close below that. So we'll see what this one does, Brad.
Yeah, a couple super chats from Julian Gomez. Legal Zoom stock LZ, $4 super chats in total. Looking at LZ right now, yeah, it looks like a little weak, obviously. We're below 100 period and the 50 period EMA on the 5-minute chart. We're also well below VWAP over here, down 1.5% when the markets are up 1% today. Expecting the stock to maybe have a little more pullback for the rest of the day because this does not fall. It's not following the market beta for the most part, right? So LZ, what is LZ real quick? Let's go. Well, legals to Zoom. We saw that, but the relative volume is not enough either. Only 300,000 shares traded today. Not expecting this to be a fun day trade for now. I think this would just be something to keep on the back burner when the volume comes back into it. At least a relative volume of 2 or more. But thank you for the super chats. Hopefully that helps you out on your trade over there. This bottom over here around $10 stands true. Maybe then it doesn't break it, but we gotta wait till that stock even heads down there. For the stock to head back to 9 or 10, there's gonna be a lot of volume required for it to move down there. And with the volume that it's doing today, we're not gonna get anywhere close to it. Adam says, "Hi, Daddy Sharif. We're all about inclusion." Not sure what that meant. But yeah, inclusion is. Hey, I'm just gonna stop there. Thank you for the super chat. We appreciate it. I have nothing to say. What am I gonna say? I don't understand the super chat. You wanna address it? It says, "Hi, Daddy Sharif. We're all about inclusion."
Hey, well, if you're mean, I'm a minority. Sure, yeah, okay. Well, I guess that's the whole point of like having that kind of culture. We all get along, and we're all like super mixed in this firm anyway. Sean, Neil, Brad, and I, we're all from different ethnic backgrounds. Same with Brendan, and so yeah, thank you for that. What can I say?
And real quick, we got Nicole Harris renewing her membership at Trader TV Live. Welcome back, Nicole. And Georgian, see me, see you, my boy, coming back in again for also the renewing his membership. So welcome back, members. Appreciate you showing us love and support. Sadly, only 20 seconds left over here on this show for this Monday of this September. We had a great time, as always, without fail. We had a great time. We will be back here tomorrow at 11 o'clock. But Neil, Sean, and Brendan will be back in the morning at 8:25. So make sure you're here at 8:25 tomorrow. Go have fun on the closing show. Smash the short. Adam coming in with another super chat. He's saying, "Daddy, Pratty, Daddy." Oh, it's probably because that letter said Pratty Daddy. So he's trying to include you into the daddy realm or something. I don't know. Anyways, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the love. Go have fun on the closing show. Peace out.
Take care, guys.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome back. 2 o'clock. That means we have 2 hours left. I'll do some math. A pretty interesting day here setting up as we head towards what the guys were just talking about there. The CPI number coming tomorrow at 8:30, going to be the major event, not only for tomorrow, potentially setting up to be the major event for the week as far as the market is concerned. Nice look, however, as we head into the final couple hours here.